the officer who sparked global protests after kneeling on George Floyd's neck for over 9 minutes in broad daylight. On a warm Memorial Day afternoon in 2020, a teenager pulled out her phone and captured 9 minutes and 29 seconds of footage that would change the world. What she recorded outside Cup Foods on the corner of Chicago Avenue and 38th Street in Minneapolis wasn't hidden in shadow or obscured by distance. It happened in full view of a growing crowd of horrified witnesses who pleaded with the officers to stop. The video shows Derek Chauvin, a 44-year-old veteran of the Minneapolis Police Department, kneeling with his full weight on George Floyd's neck as the 46-year-old black man lay handcuffed and face down on the pavement. "I can't breathe," Floyd said repeatedly. "Mama," he called out. "Please." Chauvin didn't move. For over 9 minutes, even as Floyd lost consciousness, even as bystanders begged, even as fellow officers checked for a pulse and found none, Chauvin kept his knee pressed down. By the time paramedics arrived, George Floyd was dead. The incident began mundanely enough. A convenience store employee called 911 to report that Floyd had allegedly used a counterfeit $20 bill to buy cigarettes. It ended with a killing so brazen, so callously documented, that it ignited the largest civil rights protests in American history. A pattern. Ignored. Derek Chauvin's violence didn't begin on May 25, 2020. It had been building for years, visible to anyone who cared to look. Over his 19-year career with the Minneapolis Police Department, Chauvin accumulated 18 complaints on his official record, an extraordinarily high number that spoke to a pattern of aggressive behavior. He had been involved in 3 police shootings, one of them fatal. Yet he remained on the force, his badge intact, his authority unchecked. The department had seen warning signs. Colleagues had witnessed his quick escalation to force. Civilians had filed formal complaints about his conduct. But the system designed to hold officers accountable instead protected him, allowing him to patrol the streets with the power of life and death over the citizens he was sworn to serve. On that May afternoon, those years of unchecked aggression culminated in murder, committed with a disturbing casualness that suggested Chauvin felt utterly untouchable. The video that changed everything. 17-year-old Darnella Frazier's decision to record what she was witnessing would prove historic. Her 10-minute video, posted to Facebook, spread with viral fury across social media and news outlets worldwide. Within hours, millions had watched George Floyd die. Within days, those millions became hundreds of millions. The footage was undeniable in its horror and clarity. Unlike so many police killings that occur in disputed circumstances, this one offered no ambiguity. There was no sudden movement, no hidden weapon, no split-second decision. There was only a handcuffed man dying, slowly while calling for his mother as an officer who had sworn to protect and serve instead, killed him with chilling indifference. The video sparked immediate protests in Minneapolis, which quickly spread to every major American city and then across the globe. From London to Sydney, from Berlin to Tokyo, millions took to the streets carrying signs reading "Black Lives Matter" and "I Can't Breathe." The demonstrations represented the largest movement in U.S. history, with an estimated 15 to 26 million participants. Floyd's death became a flashpoint for decades of accumulated rage over police violence against Black Americans. His name joined a grim litany: Eric Garner, Tamir Rice, Philando Castile, Breonna Taylor, that the Black Lives Matter movement had been reciting for years. But something about Floyd's killing, its brazenness and its documentation, finally forced a global reckoning. Justice. Slowly. Chauvin was arrested 4 days after Floyd's death and charged with murder, a relatively swift response that itself reflected the unprecedented public pressure. The 3 other officers present during the killing were also charged with aiding and abetting. The trial, which began in March 2021, was broadcast live and watched by millions. Prosecutors presented devastating evidence, including the full video footage and testimony from witnesses and medical experts. The defense attempted to argue that Floyd died from drug use and underlying health conditions rather than Chauvin's actions, a strategy that failed spectacularly given the video evidence and the testimony of medical professionals, including the Hennepin County medical examiner who had ruled Floyd's death a homicide. On April 20th, 2021, the jury convicted Chauvin on all 3 counts: second-degree unintentional murder, third-degree murder, and second-degree manslaughter. When the verdict was read, people gathered outside the courthouse erupted in celebration and tears. It was the first time in Minnesota history that a white police officer had been convicted of murdering a black person. 2 months later, Judge Peter Cahill sentenced Chauvin to 22.5 years in state prison, a sentence 10 years longer than Minnesota's sentencing guidelines recommended. In December 2021, Chauvin pleaded guilty to federal charges of violating Floyd's civil rights and received an additional 21-year sentence to be served concurrently with his state sentence. Behind bars, Chauvin is currently incarcerated at FCI Big Spring, a federal correctional institution in Texas. He was transferred there after being stabbed 22 times by another inmate at a different facility in November 2023, an attack he survived. His projected release date is 2037, when he will be in his early 60s. The 3 other officers present during Floyd's killing have also faced consequences. Thomas Lane, J. Alexander Queng, and To Thao were all convicted of federal civil rights violations and received sentences ranging from 2.5 to 3.5 years. They also faced state charges with varying outcomes, a legacy of reform and resistance. George Floyd's murder forced uncomfortable conversations about policing in America and around the world. In Minneapolis, the city council initially pledged to disband the police department entirely, a promise that was later walked back, but that reflected the depth of public anger. The city ultimately agreed to a $27 million civil settlement with Floyd's family, one of the largest ever in a police misconduct case. Police reform became a central political issue. Some jurisdictions banned chokeholds and no-knock warrants. Body camera usage expanded. Training programs were overhauled to emphasize de-escalation. Congress debated the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act, though it ultimately failed to pass. But the movement also faced fierce backlash. Defund the police became a rallying cry for activists and a political liability for Democrats. Crime increased in many cities during the pandemic, and politicians called for more police funding rather than less. Some of the reforms initially promised were quietly shelved. 3 years later, the conversation about police violence continues, though with less urgency than in those explosive months following Floyd's death. New cases continue to emerge, some captured on video, some not, and each reignites debate about how America can reconcile its ideals of justice with its history of racial violence. The most documented murder. Derek Chauvin's killing of George Floyd stands apart from other cases of police violence, not because it was more brutal or more unjust than others, tragically it wasn't, but because it was so thoroughly documented. Darnella Frazier's video, combined with body camera footage from the officers themselves, created an undeniable record of a murder committed in broad daylight, in full view of witnesses, by someone entrusted with protecting the public. That documentation made denial impossible. It forced people who might otherwise have dismissed claims of police brutality to confront the reality of what that violence actually looks like. It showed that the problem wasn't just a few bad apples, but a system that had enabled and protected those bad apples for decades. George Floyd should be alive. He should have had the chance to watch his daughter grow up, to reconcile past mistakes, to live the full life that was stolen from him over an allegedly counterfeit $20 bill. Derek Chauvin's conviction brought a measure of justice, but it couldn't restore what was lost. What it did provide was proof that accountability is possible, that even police officers can face consequences for their actions, and that sometimes, not always, not often enough, but sometimes, the system can work. Whether that proves to be the beginning of meaningful change or merely an exception to business as usual remains to be seen. The video still exists, preserved forever online. 9 minutes and 29 seconds that captured not just a murder, but a moment when the world couldn't look away anymore. A moment when a teenager's courage to press record and a community's refusal to stay silent changed the conversation about justice in America. George Floyd's last words, "I can't breathe," became a rallying cry. They echo still.
The Golden State Killer terrorized California for over a decade while working as a police officer, evading capture for 40 years. For 12 years, an unknown predator stalked California in the darkness, moving like a ghost through suburban neighborhoods, leaving terror in his wake. He committed at least 13 murders, 51 rapes, and 120 burglaries across the state, yet managed to avoid leaving behind meaningful evidence. He seemed to know exactly how police investigations worked, how to cover his tracks, which precautions to take. There was a reason for that expertise. He was the police. Joseph James DeAngelo wore a badge while he committed some of the most disturbing crimes in California history. By day, he patrolled streets and responded to calls. By night, he broke into homes, tied up terrified couples, and unleashed calculated violence. He used his law enforcement training not to protect the public but to prey upon it, exploiting every vulnerability in the system designed to catch people like him. He got away with it for 40 years. The East Area Rapist. The terror began in June 1976 in Rancho Cordova, a suburb east of Sacramento. A man broke into a home in the middle of the night, woke a woman by shining a flashlight in her face, and raped her at knife point. It was the first known attack in what would become a nightmare series. Over the next 10 months, he struck again and again across Sacramento County and the surrounding areas. He developed a horrifying pattern. He would break in while residents slept, often entering through unlocked doors or windows he had pried open during previous reconnaissance missions. He wore a ski mask. He carried a flashlight and a gun. He spoke in a harsh whisper. When couples were home, his method became even more sadistic. He would wake them with the flashlight, force the woman to tie up the man, then stack dishes on the man's back and threaten that if he heard the dishes rattle, he would kill them both. Then he would take the woman to another room and rape her, sometimes returning to rape her again, sometimes spending hours in the house eating their food and ransacking their belongings. The attacks showed meticulous preparation. Victims later realized he had been prowling their neighborhoods for days or weeks beforehand, peering in windows, noting schedules, sometimes even calling to learn if anyone was home. He cut phone lines before entering. He wore gloves. He brought pre-cut lengths of shoelace to bind victims, a detail that would later prove significant. By 1977, he had committed at least 40 rapes in the Sacramento area. The press dubbed him the East Area Rapist, and the community lived in fear. Women bought dogs and guns. Men stayed awake at night listening for sounds. Neighborhood watch groups formed, yet the attacks continued. Detectives working the case noted disturbing details. The rapist seemed to know how investigations worked. He avoided leaving fingerprints. He was careful about forensic evidence. When one detective suggested the perpetrator might have law enforcement or military training, he was closer to the truth than anyone realized. Joseph DeAngelo was then a police officer with the Auburn Police Department, a small force about 30 miles northeast of Sacramento, right in the middle of the attack zone. A cop among cops. DeAngelo had seemed like a success story. Born in 1945, he served in the Navy during the Vietnam War, then attended Sierra College and California State University, Sacramento, earning a degree in criminal justice. In 1973, he joined the Exeter Police Department in Tulare County, and in 1976, he moved to the Auburn Police Department. By all outward appearances, he was a dedicated officer. He worked night shifts. He was described as serious and professional, if somewhat aloof. He married and started a family. He lived in a modest home and mowed his lawn. But in 1979, DeAngelo's law enforcement career ended abruptly. He was caught shoplifting a hammer and dog repellent from a store in Sacramento. For a police officer to commit such a petty crime was baffling. Why would someone with a steady income and career risk everything for items worth a few dollars? The Auburn Police Department fired him. It was only decades later that the significance of those stolen items became clear. A hammer as a potential weapon, dog repellent to neutralize pets that might alert homeowners during break-ins. He wasn't shoplifting impulsively. He was procuring tools for his crimes. Escalation to murder. After the East Area rapist went quiet in the Sacramento area in 1979, authorities hoped the crime spree had ended. Perhaps he had been arrested for another crime, or moved away, or died. The relief was premature. In October 1979, a couple in Goleta, near Santa Barbara, was found murdered in their home, shot to death after an attack that bore similarities to the East Area rapist's methods. 2 months later, another couple in the same area was bludgeoned to death. Over the next 7 years, at least 9 more people were murdered across Southern California in attacks that shared the rapist's signatures: nighttime break-ins, meticulous preparation, bindings made from shoelaces, brutalization of couples. Authorities didn't immediately connect the crimes. The murders were happening hundreds of miles south of the original rape series, and DNA technology was still in its infancy. Different jurisdictions investigated different crimes without coordinating. The killer seemed to understand jurisdictional boundaries and how they impeded investigation. He was given different names in different areas: the East Area rapist in Sacramento, the original Night Stalker in Southern California, the Diamond Knot Killer for his distinctive binding method. It would be years before investigators realized they were hunting the same person across dozens of cases. The confirmed murders ended in 1986 with the killing of 18-year-old Janelle Cruz in Irvine, though some investigators believe he may have committed additional crimes that haven't been definitively linked. After that, the Golden State Killer, a name that would later be applied retroactively to connect all his crimes, vanished. 4 decades of silence. Joseph DeAngelo settled into an outwardly normal life. After losing his police job, he worked as a mechanic at a Save Mart distribution center for 27 years until his retirement in 2017. He raised 3 daughters with his wife, though they later divorced. He lived in a middle-class neighborhood in Citrus Heights, a Sacramento suburb, the same area where he had committed many of his early attacks. Neighbors described him as odd and quick to anger, but not particularly notable. He rode a motorcycle, he muttered to himself. He occasionally got into petty disputes over property lines or barking dogs. He was, by all appearances, just another aging baby boomer living out retirement in suburban California. Meanwhile, the Golden State Killer case grew cold. Detectives retired, boxes of evidence gathered dust in storage, and the crimes faded from public consciousness. Victim advocacy groups kept the cases alive, maintaining websites and databases, but leads dried up. The killer seemed to have gotten away with it. But 2 things happened that would eventually lead to DeAngelo's capture: advances in DNA technology and the rise of genetic genealogy databases. The science that caught him. In the 2000s, forensic investigators began connecting the various crime series through DNA evidence. Samples collected from crime scenes in Northern and Southern California matched, confirming what some detectives had long suspected. The East Area Rapist and the original Night Stalker were the same person. In 2001, they coined the term Golden State Killer to describe the combined crime spree. DNA proved the killer's identity was consistent, but it didn't tell investigators who he was. The profile didn't match anyone in California's criminal database. Despite renewed publicity, including a true crime book by Michelle McNamara titled I'll Be Gone in the Dark, published posthumously in 2018, the killer's identity remained unknown. Then, investigators tried something revolutionary. They uploaded the killer's DNA profile to GEDmatch, a public genetic genealogy database where people upload their DNA results to find relatives. The database wasn't designed for law enforcement. It was meant to help amateur genealogists find distant cousins and trace family trees, but it offered a possibility that traditional forensic databases couldn't. The Golden State Killer's DNA didn't match anyone in the database exactly, but it showed familial connections to several people who had uploaded their own DNA. Working with genealogist Barbara Ray Venter, investigators built family trees for these distant relatives, working backward through generations to identify potential suspects. The trees eventually pointed to Joseph James DeAngelo. The arrest. On April 24, 2018, investigators needed a definitive DNA match to confirm their suspect. They collected DNA from DeAngelo's car door handle and from a tissue he had discarded in his trash, both legal methods of obtaining evidence from someone in public spaces. The DNA matched. That day, investigators arrested the 72-year-old former cop outside his Citrus Heights home. He seemed surprised, but didn't resist. At the time of his arrest, he was living alone, retired, and by all outward appearances, completely ordinary. The announcement of the arrest sent shockwaves through law enforcement and the true crime community. After 40 years, the Golden State Killer had a name and a face. Survivors and victims' families who had waited decades for answers finally had them. The man who had terrorized California while wearing a badge was in custody. Justice delayed DeAngelo's trial posed unique challenges. He was charged with 13 counts of murder, the crimes that hadn't yet exceeded the statute of limitations. The rape charges, despite their severity and number, could not be prosecuted because too much time had passed under California law. In June 2020, as the COVID-19's pandemic disrupted court proceedings across the country, DeAngelo made a decision. He would plead guilty to avoid a trial and the possibility of the death penalty. In exchange, he would receive life in prison without the possibility of parole. The plea hearing, conducted with social distancing measures in a Sacramento State University ballroom to accommodate the number of attendees, lasted several days. Survivors and victims' family members were finally able to confront their attacker. They read impact statements describing decades of trauma, fear, and grief. DeAngelo, now elderly and frail, sat in a wheelchair and listened. He offered a brief statement. "I've listened to all your statements, each one of them, and I'm truly sorry for everyone I've hurt." The apology rang hollow to many. This was a man who had spent 12 years systematically terrorizing hundreds of people, who had used his position as a police officer to enable his crimes, who had evaded justice for 40 years while his victims lived with the trauma. A few words couldn't undo that damage. Judge Michael Bowman sentenced DeAngelo to life in prison without parole, plus 8 years, effectively ensuring he would die behind bars. "The scope of Joseph DeAngelo's crimes is simply staggering," the judge said. Each time he escaped into the night, or perhaps into the day, he terrorized the entire community. Where he is now. Joseph DeAngelo is currently 79 years old, serving his sentence at an undisclosed California state prison. His exact location is kept confidential for security reasons, both his safety and the prison system's ability to manage such a high-profile inmate. Reports from the prison system indicate he requires medical care related to his age. The man who once moved through neighborhoods like a predator, athletic and methodical, is now elderly and infirm. Time delivered a justice of its own kind, though it could never undo the harm he caused. A legacy of innovation and horror. The Golden State Killer case transformed how law enforcement approaches cold cases. The use of genetic genealogy to identify DeAngelo opened a new frontier in forensic investigation. Since his arrest, the technique has been used to solve dozens of other cold cases across the country, bringing closure to families who had long given up hope. But the case also raised privacy concerns. GED match users had uploaded their DNA to find relatives, not to help police investigations. The revelation that law enforcement could access these databases sparked debate about genetic privacy, consent, and the appropriate boundaries of police surveillance. GED Match eventually changed its policies to require users to opt in if they wanted their DNA available for law enforcement purposes. The case also highlighted a disturbing reality. Predators can hide in plain sight, even among those sworn to protect. DeAngelo's ability to use his police training to commit and conceal his crimes for so long exposed vulnerabilities in how law enforcement monitors its own ranks. His 1979 firing for shoplifting was the only official mark against him, yet in retrospect, the stolen items were clearly tools for his crimes. The system failed to see what was happening. The betrayal. What makes Joseph DeAngelo's crimes particularly haunting is the betrayal they represent. Police officers ask for public trust. They carry weapons, they enter homes, they have authority to use force. Communities grant that trust-believing officers will use their power to protect. DeAngelo weaponized that trust. He used his insider knowledge of police procedures to avoid detection. He prowled neighborhoods while his fellow officers were investigating his own crimes. He sat in briefings about the East Area rapist, knowing he was the person they were hunting. The badge that should have marked him as a protector instead provided cover for a predator. For his victims, the betrayal cuts deeper. Many of them installed security systems, bought weapons, and called the police for protection, never knowing that someone like the man they feared might be the one responding to the call. The survivors. While the legal case focused on the 13 murders DeAngelo could be prosecuted for, the true scope of his crimes extends far beyond those deaths. At least 51 women were raped. Dozens more were traumatized during burglaries. Hundreds of family members, partners, and neighbors lived with the aftermath. Many survivors have spoken about the lasting impact of DeAngelo's attacks. Some never felt safe in their homes again. Some struggled with relationships, unable to trust fully after experiencing such violation. Some spent decades looking over their shoulders, jumping at noises, checking locks multiple times before bed. His arrest brought mixed emotions: relief that he had been caught, anger that it took 40 years, frustration that the statute of limitations prevented prosecution for most of the rapes. Some survivors attended the plea hearing and confronted him directly. Others chose to stay away, unwilling to see him again, even in custody. One survivor, Gay Hardwick, who was attacked in 1978, told the court, "I now look at you and know that I was always the stronger, better person. I survived. You did not break me. You are the pathetic one, not me." That resilience, repeated in different words by victim after victim, offers a counterpoint to D'Angelo's legacy of terror. He stole years from his victims, but he didn't destroy them. They built lives, raised families, found joy despite the trauma. In the end, they outlasted him. The Night Stalker and the Day Shift Cop, Joseph D'Angelo's double life remains difficult to comprehend. How does someone patrol streets by day and terrorize neighborhoods by night? How does a police officer investigating burglaries commit burglaries himself? How does someone raise daughters while spending years attacking other people's daughters? There are no satisfying answers, only the facts. He did it, he got away with it for decades, and he was finally caught not through traditional police work, but through technology that didn't exist when his crimes occurred. The Golden State Killer case stands as both a triumph of modern forensics and an indictment of the systems that allowed a predator cop to operate unchecked for so long. It's a reminder that monsters don't always look like monsters. Sometimes they look like neighbors, co-workers, even the officers sworn to serve and protect. D'Angelo will die in prison, having lost the freedom he stole from so many others. It's a measure of justice, delayed by 4 decades, but delivered nonetheless. The dark nights he brought to California have finally caught up with him. And the communities he terrorized can at least know this. The ghost who haunted them for so long was just a man, and that man will never walk free again. The killer cop used his sheriff's badge to lure hitchhikers to their deaths in Florida's backwoods. The badge is supposed to represent safety. When those flashing lights appear in the rearview mirror, when an officer approaches on foot, people are conditioned to comply, to trust, to cooperate. We teach our children that police officers are helpers, that the uniform means protection. Gerard Schaefer understood this psychology perfectly and exploited it with lethal efficiency. In the early 1970s, the 26-year-old Martin County Sheriff's deputy used his authority to pull over young women hitchhiking along Florida's highways. He would offer them rides, flash his badge, assure them they were safe with law enforcement. Then he would drive them deep into the swamps and palmetto scrub of rural Florida, where no one could hear them scream. What happened in those isolated places was so depraved that even hardened homicide detectives struggled to process the evidence they eventually uncovered. Schaefer would bind his victims to trees with ropes fashioned into hangman's nooses, torture them for hours, and ultimately kill them. He kept trophies, jewelry, teeth, bones, and took photographs to relive his crimes. He was convicted of murdering 2 teenage girls, but investigators believe the true body count was far higher. Some estimates place it at 30 or more victims over several years of hunting. The most chilling detail, multiple psychiatric evaluations had flagged Schaefer as unstable before he was ever given a badge and gun. The system knew he was dangerous and hired him anyway. The making of a monster. Gerard John Schaefer, Jr. was born in 1946 in Wisconsin, the eldest of 3 children in a Catholic family. His childhood, by most accounts, appeared ordinary from the outside, though those who knew him recalled disturbing behavior even then. He was obsessed with death, fascinated by hangings, and exhibited cruelty toward animals, classic warning signs that often go unheeded. His family moved to Atlanta when he was a teenager, and Schaefer struggled socially. He was awkward with peers, particularly with women. He married young to a woman named Martha in what seemed like an attempt at normalcy. But the marriage was troubled from the start, marked by his increasingly bizarre behavior and violent fantasies. Schaefer briefly attended college and worked various jobs, never settling into anything successfully. What he wanted, what he had always wanted, was to be a priest. When that path closed to him, he pivoted to another profession that offered authority and access to vulnerable people: law enforcement. In 1970, He joined the Wilton Manors Police Department in Broward County. Almost immediately, there were problems. He was accused of inappropriate conduct with women, including pulling over female drivers without legitimate cause and making unwanted advances. In 1971, after less than a year on the force, he was fired. The reason given was that he had harassed a woman. The real reason, some colleagues later suggested, was that he made people deeply uncomfortable. There was something wrong with him that everyone could sense, but no one could quite articulate. Hired, despite the red flags. Here's where the system's failure becomes inexcusable. Gerard Schaefer didn't just slip through the cracks, he was waved through, despite glaring warnings. Before being hired by any police department, Schaefer underwent multiple psychological evaluations. Not one, not two. Multiple assessments by different mental health professionals. The results consistently raised concerns about his fitness for duty. Evaluators noted his instability, his concerning obsessions, his unsuitability for a position of authority. And yet, in 1972, the Martin County Sheriff's Office hired him anyway. It's unclear exactly why. Perhaps departments were desperate for officers and willing to overlook warning signs. Perhaps no one believed a young man who wanted to serve his community could really be dangerous. Perhaps the evaluations were seen as overly cautious, the concerns of mental health professionals dismissed by law enforcement administrators who thought they knew better. Whatever the reason, Gerard Schaefer was given a badge, a gun, and the authority of the state. He was assigned to patrol the highways and back roads of Martin County, an area of Florida still largely rural, dotted with orange groves, cattle ranches, and vast stretches of wilderness perfect for hiding crimes. He started hunting almost immediately. The predator in uniform hitchhiking was common in the early 1970s. Young people, particularly teenagers and college students, routinely thumbed rides along highways. It was seen as adventurous, economical, and generally safe, especially if you got picked up by a cop. Schaefer used this trust ruthlessly. He would cruise the highways in his patrol car, spot young women with their thumbs out, and pull over to offer them a ride. Sometimes he was in uniform. Sometimes he was in plain clothes, but would flash his badge. Either way, the message was clear. You're safe with me. I'm a police officer. Nancy Trotter and Pamela Wells learned differently on July 21, 1972. Both were teenagers, new to the Fort Lauderdale area, trying to get to the beach. When Deputy Schaefer offered them a ride, they accepted without hesitation. He drove them into a remote area of Martin County, far from any main road. Then he pulled out a gun, handcuffed them, and forced them into the woods. He tied them to trees, put nooses around their necks, and left them there, bound and terrified, while he went back to his shift. It was, incredibly, a game to him. He told them he'd return later. He wanted them to wait in fear, to understand their helplessness. When his shift ended, he planned to come back and kill them. But something went wrong with his timing. The girls managed to free themselves, stumbled back to the highway, and flagged down help. They reported what happened, describing their attacker as a police officer with the Martin County Sheriff's Office. It should have been an open and shut case. But incredibly, Schaefer was only suspended, not immediately arrested. The department seemed uncertain how to handle one of their own accused of such bizarre and violent behavior. That hesitation would prove fatal. 17 days. While on suspension but not yet charged, Gerard Schaefer had 17 days of freedom. He used them to kill. On September 27, 1972, just over a month after attacking Nancy and Pamela, he encountered Susan Place, 17, and Georgia Jessup, 16. The girls were hitchhiking near Fort Lauderdale, heading to the beach. Schaefer picked them up. Their bodies were found 6 months later, in March 1973, buried in a shallow grave on Hutchinson Island near Stuart, Florida. They had been bound, tortured, and murdered. Their remains showed evidence of the same signature methods Schaefer had used on the girls who survived. Ropes, nooses, prolonged suffering. Schaefer was arrested and charged with their murders. Investigators searching his home and a storage shed he rented made horrifying discoveries. Jewelry belonging to dozens of different women, personal items that had clearly been taken as trophies, photographs of bound women in various states of distress, and detailed drawings depicting torture and murder. Most disturbing were notebooks filled with Schaefer's writings, elaborate fantasy scenarios describing the abduction, torture, and murder of women. The narratives were so specific, so detailed, that investigators believed they were actually accounts of real crimes rather than fiction. The evidence suggested Susan and Georgia were not his first victims. They were simply the first ones that could be definitively proven. The trial and conviction. Gerard Schaefer's trial began in October 1973 in Martin County. The prosecution's case was circumstantial but compelling. The victim's jewelry found in Schaefer's possession, his proven pattern of attacking young women, the fact that he was one of the last people to have contact with Susan and Georgia, and his access as a police officer to remote areas where bodies could be hidden. The defense argued that the evidence was insufficient. There was no eyewitness testimony, no DNA evidence, the technology didn't exist yet, and no confession. Schaefer claimed he was being framed, that someone else must have planted the victim's belongings in his storage unit. The jury didn't buy it. On October 1, 1973, they convicted Gerard Schaefer of 2 counts of first-degree murder. Judge D.C. Smith sentenced him to 2 consecutive life terms at Florida State Prison. At sentencing, Schaefer showed no remorse. He maintained his innocence and blamed everyone but himself: the victims for hitchhiking, the police for investigating him, the prosecutor for pursuing the case, the jury for convicting him. It was a preview of the persona he would maintain for the next 22 years behind bars. A serial killer in prison life in prison didn't silence Gerard Schaefer. If anything, it gave him a new platform for his depravity. He became a prolific writer, producing hundreds of pages of material he claimed was fiction, graphic, detailed stories about torturing and murdering women. He sought out true crime authors and journalists, offering them his manuscripts and granting interviews where he would hint at knowing details about unsolved cases while maintaining he was innocent of any crime. One author, former cop Sandra London, became particularly fascinated with Schaefer. She published a collection of his writings titled Killer Fiction in 1990, which provided a disturbing window into his psyche. The stories featured recurring themes: women hitchhiking, authority figures abusing power, elaborate torture methods, and victims bound to trees. Investigators studying these stories became convinced they were actually thinly veiled accounts of Schaefer's real crimes. Specific details matched elements from unsolved missing persons cases across Florida. Geographical references aligned with areas Schaefer had patrolled or visited. The timelines fit. Florida authorities attempted to link Schaefer to dozens of unsolved disappearances and murders from the late 1960s through the early 1970s. They investigated possible connections to victims, including 2 women who disappeared near where Schaefer had lived in Atlanta, several missing persons cases along Florida's East Coast, unsolved murders in counties where Schaefer had worked or traveled, women who vanished after last being seen hitchhiking. Conservative estimates by law enforcement suggested Schaefer may have killed between 20 and 30 women. Some investigators privately believed the number could be higher, possibly over 100, though such claims are impossible to verify and may represent speculation rather than evidence-based estimates. Schaefer himself cultivated this ambiguity. He would neither confirm nor deny additional murders, instead dropping hints and making cryptic statements designed to keep investigators interested. For a narcissist who craved attention, unsolved mysteries were far more valuable than closed cases. Prison justice life behind bars made Gerard Schaefer deeply unpopular. Prison has its own social hierarchy and code of conduct, and those who commit crimes against children and women, particularly in sadistic ways, occupy the lowest rung. Schaefer's crimes made him a target. He was also, by all accounts, insufferable as a cellmate. He was arrogant, boastful about his crimes, and reportedly served as an informant to prison officials, providing information about other inmates in exchange for privileges. This combination proved fatal. On December 3, 1995, at Florida State Prison, Gerard Schaefer was found dead in his cell. He had been stabbed 42 times. His killer was Vincent Rivera, a fellow inmate serving a life sentence. For Chishaw, murder. Rivera later explained his motive simply. Schaefer was a rat who had been informing on other prisoners, and he needed to be dealt with. The fact that Schaefer was a child killer and rapist made the decision easier, but Rivera insisted the primary reason was the violation of the prison code against snitching. Prison officials investigated but brought no additional charges against Rivera. He was already serving life, and the investigation concluded the killing had resulted from inmate conflicts that officials couldn't have prevented. Some observers noted that guards had been slow to respond to the disturbance in Schaefer's cell, though whether this represented negligence or intentional delay remains unclear. Gerard Schaefer was 48 years old. He had spent 22 years in prison and would have spent the rest of his life there regardless. His death didn't bring closure to the many families who suspected he had killed their loved ones, but it did ensure he would never write another word, never grant another interview, never torment another victim's family with cryptic hints about their daughter's fate. The victims we know. Susan Place and Georgia Jessup are the only victims for which Gerard Schaefer was definitively convicted, but their stories deserve to be remembered. Susan was 17, full of life, excited about her future. She loved the beach and spent as much time there as she could. Georgia, 16, was her best friend. On September 27, 1972, they decided to hitchhike from Fort Lauderdale to the beach, an ordinary decision for teenagers in that era when hitchhiking was common and generally considered safe. They never made it home. Their families spent 6 agonizing months not knowing what had happened. When their remains were finally discovered in March 1973, the answers brought no peace, only the knowledge that their daughters had suffered terribly before death. Susan's mother and Georgia's parents attended Schaefer's trial, sitting through testimony about what their daughters had endured. They heard about the ropes, the nooses, the prolonged torture. They saw the photos of other victims that suggested this had happened to their girls too. They had trusted that a police officer would keep their daughters safe. Instead, the badge had been the bait that lured them to their deaths. System failures. The Gerard Schaefer case exposes catastrophic failures in police hiring and oversight practices that, unfortunately, were common in that era and persist in some form today. Multiple psychological evaluations flagged him as unfit for duty. He was fired from his first police job for inappropriate conduct with women. Yet the Martin County Sheriff's Office hired him, gave him a badge and gun, and put him on patrol. Why? The most charitable explanation is that communication between agencies was poor, and the Martin County Sheriff's Office didn't have full information about Schaefer's past. But that excuse only goes so far. The psychological evaluations were recent and should have been in his file. The less charitable and probably more accurate explanation is that departments overlooked warning signs because they needed bodies in uniform. Police work in rural Florida wasn't glamorous, and recruiting was difficult. When someone wanted the job and had some relevant experience, departments were willing to ignore concerns that should have been disqualifying. Even after Schaefer attacked Nancy Trotter and Pamela Wells in July 1972, leaving them bound to trees with nooses around their necks, the department's response was suspension rather than immediate arrest. This hesitation gave him the window of freedom he used to kill Susan Place and Georgia Jessup. The system failed at every level: screening, hiring, supervision, and response to clear misconduct. Those failures cost lives. The badge as weapon. What makes Gerard Schaefer particularly terrifying isn't just the brutality of his crimes, though that's horrifying enough, but the way he weaponized the trust society places in law enforcement. A badge opens doors. It disarms suspicion. When a uniformed officer tells you to get in the car, you're conditioned to obey. When he drives you somewhere remote, you assume it's for a legitimate law enforcement reason. By the time you realize you're not safe, it's too late. Schaefer understood this dynamic and exploited it systematically. He didn't have to grab victims off the street or break into homes. He didn't need elaborate ruses or physical force to gain compliance. He simply flashed his badge, and vulnerable young women trusted him because they had been taught to trust the uniform. This betrayal cuts deeper than ordinary predation. It undermines the social contract between police and citizens. It makes people wonder, if I can't trust the officer who pulls me over, who can I trust? How do I tell the difference between legitimate law enforcement and a predator in costume? These aren't abstract questions. For the families of hitchhiking victims in 1970s Florida, they became urgent, terrifying realities. Parents had to warn their daughters not to trust police officers. Advice that contradicted everything they had been taught about safety and authority. Unanswered questions. Gerard Schaefer took most of his secrets to the grave, stabbed to death by a fellow inmate, before investigators could definitively connect him to the dozens of unsolved cases they suspected him of committing. How many women did he really kill? Where are the bodies of the missing victims? What happened to the women whose jewelry and personal items were found in his possession, but whose cases were never solved? These questions haunt cold case investigators to this day. Some families of missing women from that era believe Schaefer killed their loved ones, but can't prove it. His writings, with their specific details and geographical references, suggest knowledge of crimes beyond the 2 murders he was convicted of. But suggesting isn't the same as proving. In 2013, investigators reopened several cold cases potentially connected to Schaefer, hoping that advances in DNA technology might finally provide answers. Some evidence was retested, some leads were followed. But decades of degradation and loss of evidence made most cases impossible to solve conclusively. The women Schaefer wrote about in his fiction, if they were real victims and not fantasies, remain unidentified. Their families may never know what happened, may never have remains to bury, may never have closure. That's part of Schaefer's legacy too, not just the known murders, but the dozens of possible victims whose cases will forever remain in limbo, marked by suspicion but not certainty. A Florida nightmare. Gerard Schaefer occupies a particular place in Florida's dark criminal history. The state has produced more than its share of serial killers: Ted Bundy, Eileen Wuornos, Bobby Joe Long, Danny Rolling, but Schaefer stands out for the sheer depravity of his methods and the brazen abuse of his authority. True crime authors and criminologists have studied him extensively, trying to understand the psychology of a killer who combined law enforcement training with sadistic fantasies. What they've found is a classic narcissist and psychopath, someone who felt superior to others, who saw people as objects to be used for his gratification, who craved attention and control. The badge wasn't just a tool for Schaefer, it was validation of his perceived superiority, proof that he was smarter and better than the people he preyed upon. When he put on that uniform, he wasn't serving his community. He was embodying his fantasy of power over life and death. The end. When Vincent Rivera stabbed Gerard Schaefer 42 times in a Florida state prison cell, he delivered a form of justice the legal system couldn't provide. The courts had put Schaefer away for life, but they couldn't make him tell the truth about his victims, couldn't force him to give families closure, couldn't stop him from continuing to torment people with his writings and interviews. Prison justice is rough, immediate, and final. It doesn't operate on legal principles or constitutional rights. It has its own code, its own enforcement mechanisms, and its own methods of dealing with those who violate that code. Schaefer violated it repeatedly. He was a child killer, a sexual predator, and an informant. Any one of these would have made him a target. All three together made his death inevitable. There's a temptation to find satisfaction in this outcome, to see Schaefer's violent end as karmic justice for the violence he inflicted on others. But that satisfaction is complicated by the knowledge that even his death didn't bring back his victims or answer the questions that haunt their families. Susan Place and Georgia Jessup are still gone. The dozens of other possible victims are still missing or unidentified. The families still don't have complete answers. Schaefer's death ended his story, but it didn't resolve theirs. What remains? Gerard Schaefer has been dead for nearly 30 years now, but his case continues to resonate as a cautionary tale about the dangers of inadequate police screening and the horrifying potential for abuse when predators gain positions of authority. Police departments today conduct more thorough background checks and psychological evaluations than they did in the 1970s. But the fundamental challenge remains. How do you identify someone who presents well in interviews, who knows what evaluators want to hear, who can mask their true nature just long enough to get hired? There's no perfect answer. Psychopaths are skilled at manipulation. It's part of what makes them dangerous. Background checks can only reveal past behavior, not predict future actions. Psychological tests can be gamed by intelligent, motivated test takers. The best protection is vigilance, taking warning signs seriously, following up on complaints, not making excuses for troubling behavior, and maintaining systems of accountability that don't defer to badge authority when that authority is abused. Susan Place and Georgia Jessup deserve that protection. So did Nancy Trotter and Pamela Wells, who survived only through luck and their own desperate efforts to escape. So did every other woman who disappeared along Florida's highways in the early 1970s, whose cases may or may not be connected to Gerard Schaefer, but whose fates remain unknown. They trusted a badge, and it betrayed them. That's the lesson that endures. Uncomfortable, but essential. The uniform doesn't make someone trustworthy. Character does. And when the system fails to screen out those without it, tragedy follows. Gerard Schaefer proved that in the most brutal way possible. The New Orleans officer who murdered her fellow cop and 2 restaurant workers during an armed robbery at her own security job. On the night of March 4, 1995, Officer Antoinette Frank walked into the Kim An restaurant in New Orleans East wearing her police uniform. The Vietnamese family who owned the restaurant knew her well. She worked security there during her off-duty hours. They trusted her. So did Officer Ronald Williams II, her fellow NOPD cop who was also working security that night while eating dinner at the counter. 90 minutes later, Frank would return to the same restaurant in her marked patrol car, radio in hand, claiming to be responding to reports of shots fired. She would walk through the crime scene with feigned shock, surveying the carnage, playing the role of concerned first responder. But she wasn't responding to a crime. She had committed it. 3 people lay dead inside the Kim An. Officer Williams, shot in the head at point-blank range while he ate, and siblings Quang Vu, 17, and Ha Vu, 24, executed during a robbery. The killer had stolen the restaurant's earnings and fled, then had the audacity to return in uniform, pretending to investigate her own murders. It was one of the coldest acts of betrayal in American law enforcement history. A cop murdering her partner for money, then putting on a show of helping to solve the case. And it never should have happened, because multiple people had warned that Antoinette Frank was psychologically unfit to be a police officer in the first place. The New Orleans Police Department hired her anyway. The wrong person for the job. Antoinette Frank wanted to be a police officer from a young age. Born in 1971, she grew up in Opelousas, Louisiana, before moving to New Orleans. By her early 20s, she had set her sights on joining the NOPD, drawn perhaps by the authority, the respect, or simply the stable paycheck that law enforcement offered. She applied to the department in 1993 during one of the most violent periods in New Orleans history. The city was drowning in crime, murder rates were through the roof, and the police department was desperately understaffed. NOPD needed bodies in uniform, and they needed them fast. Antoinette Frank seemed like a reasonable candidate on paper. She was young, motivated, and passed the basic physical requirements. But when she underwent the mandatory psychological evaluation, problems emerged immediately. The psychiatrist who evaluated her, Dr. Philip Scuria, raised serious red flags in his report. Frank had lied on her employment application about her father's death, claiming he had died when in fact he was alive but estranged from the family. She showed signs of being overly dependent on her family, particularly her father, despite claiming he was deceased. Her personality testing revealed concerning traits: a tendency toward paranoia, difficulty with impulse control, and an inability to distinguish fantasy from reality in certain situations. Dr. Scuria's conclusion was unambiguous. Antoinette Frank should not be hired as a police officer. She was psychologically unsuitable for the position and posed a potential risk if given a badge and gun. NOPD ignored his recommendation. The department was under intense pressure to hire more officers. The city was in crisis, and politicians demanded visible solutions. Warm bodies in patrol cars, even potentially problematic ones, seemed better than no officers at all. Frank went through a second psychological evaluation with a different evaluator, which raised similar concerns, but the department chose to interpret the results more favorably. In early 1993, despite 2 psychiatric evaluations advising against it, Antoinette Frank was accepted into the NOPD Academy. A troubled officer. From the beginning, Frank struggled in her role. She wasn't physically imposing, barely over 5 feet tall and slight of build, and she had difficulty commanding respect from the people she encountered on the street. She tried to compensate with aggression, which sometimes escalated situations rather than diffusing them. Her fellow officers found her odd. She was socially awkward, had few friends on the force, and seemed more interested in the authority the badge provided than in actually serving the community. She worked the night shift in New Orleans East, a high-crime area where shootings and armed robberies were routine. To supplement her police income, Frank took security jobs, a common practice for NOPD officers whose salaries were among the lowest for urban police departments in the country. One of her regular gigs was at the Kim An restaurant on Bullard Avenue, a popular Vietnamese eatery in New Orleans East that catered to both the local Vietnamese community and other residents. The Vu family, who owned and operated the Kim An, treated Frank well. They paid her to be there during business hours, providing a visible police presence that deterred robberies. Frank became familiar with the restaurant's operations, its routines, and most importantly, where the family kept their money. It was there that she met Rogers Lacaze. The accomplice Rogers Lacaze was 18 years old, a small-time criminal with a history of drug dealing and petty crimes. He was also, by several accounts, involved in a romantic or sexual relationship with Antoinette Frank, though the exact nature of their connection was never fully established. What is clear is that by early 1995, Frank and Lacaze were spending significant time together, and Frank, a sworn police officer, was associating with someone actively engaged in criminal activity. This alone should have triggered alarm bells, but Frank kept the relationship hidden from her superiors. At some point, Frank and Lacaze decided to rob the Kim On restaurant. Whether Frank initiated the idea or Lacaze did remains unclear, but Frank's intimate knowledge of the restaurant's operations made her indispensable to the plan. She knew when the restaurant had the most cash on hand. She knew the family kept money in a safe in the back. She knew the layout, the security measures, and the routines. And she knew that on Friday nights, another NOPD officer named Ronald Williams often worked security there alongside her or covered her shifts. On March 4, 1995, Officer Williams was working at the Kim On while Frank was off duty. Frank and Lacaze decided that night would be the night. The murders around 11 p.m. on March 4th, Antoinette Frank and Rogers Lacaze entered the Kim On restaurant. Williams was sitting at the counter eating dinner, his service weapon holstered at his side. The restaurant was closing up for the night, with only family members present. Quang Vu, a 17-year-old high school student, his 24-year-old brother Ha, and their sister Chow, 23, who was working in the kitchen. What happened next was captured partially by the restaurant's security camera and reconstructed through the testimony of Chow Vu, the sole survivor who hid in a walk-in cooler during the attack. Frank and Lacaze announced a robbery. Officer Williams, recognizing Frank as a fellow officer, may have initially thought this was some kind of mistake or joke. His confusion cost him his life. Frank shot him in the head at point-blank range, execution style, as he sat at the counter. He died instantly. Quang Vu, the teenage boy, tried to run. He was shot and killed. Ha Vu was executed as well. Frank and Lacaze ransacked the restaurant, looking for the safe and any cash they could find. They stole money and fled the scene. The entire incident took only minutes. 3 people were dead. Chow Vu remained hidden in the cooler, traumatized and terrified, listening to the silence after the gunshots stopped. The return. About 90 minutes after the murders, at approximately 12:30 a.m., Antoinette Frank returned to the Kim On restaurant. This time she was in her NOPD patrol car, in full uniform, responding to the 911 call about shots fired and bodies discovered. She walked into the crime scene she had created, past the bodies of people she had just killed, and began asking questions. She talked to responding officers. She surveyed the scene. She expressed shock and concern about Officer Williams's death. It was a performance of breathtaking audacity, or perhaps of someone who genuinely believed she could get away with it. Frank had spent the past 90 minutes attempting to establish an alibi, driving around in her patrol car and making routine stops that would be logged in dispatch records. Now she was inserting herself into the investigation, hoping to control the narrative from the inside. But Chow Vu had survived, and when investigators questioned her, she told them exactly who had robbed the restaurant and murdered her brothers. Antoinette Frank, the NOPD officer they trusted, and a young black man she had seen with Frank before. The investigation, initially, some investigators were skeptical of Chow Vu's account. Could an NOPD officer really have murdered her own partner and 2 civilians during a robbery? It seemed almost too brazen to believe, but the evidence quickly mounted. The security camera footage showed Frank and Lacaze entering the restaurant shortly before the murders. Witnesses placed them in the area. Forensic evidence from the scene was consistent with Chow's testimony. And when investigators looked into Frank's background and recent activities, they discovered her relationship with Rogers Lacaze, a known criminal. Within days, both Frank and Lacaze were arrested and charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder. Frank maintained her innocence, claiming she had been responding to the crime scene as part of her duties and had nothing to do with the murders, but the evidence was overwhelming. Chow Vu identified her in court. Security footage confirmed her presence at the time of the murders. Ballistics matched the murder weapon to Frank's service pistol, which she had checked out for her shift that night. The most damning evidence was Frank's own behavior. Her return to the crime scene, her attempts to insert herself into the investigation, and the transparent nature of her alibi attempts. It suggested someone who believed her badge would protect her even from the most serious crimes, or someone whose grip on reality was so tenuous she couldn't see how obviously guilty she appeared. The trial, Antoinette Frank's trial, began in September 1995, just 6 months after the murders. The proceedings were swift, and the outcome never really in doubt. The prosecution presented a straightforward case. Frank and Lacaze had planned and executed a robbery that resulted in 3 murders, including that of a fellow police officer. Chow Vu's testimony was powerful and unshakable. The physical evidence was ironclad. The security footage was damning. The defense had little to work with. They couldn't dispute that Frank had been at the scene. The video evidence made that impossible. They attempted to argue that Lacaze was the shooter and Frank was merely present but not an active participant. But this argument collapsed under the weight of witness testimony and forensic evidence showing Frank had fired the fatal shots. On September 12, 1995, after deliberating for just 22 minutes, one of the shortest jury deliberations in Louisiana history for a capital murder case, the jury returned guilty verdicts on all 3 counts of first-degree murder. The brevity of the deliberation spoke volumes about how clear-cut the evidence was. The jurors hadn't needed hours of discussion or careful weighing of competing narratives. The facts were undeniable. 45 minutes later, after hearing victim impact statements from the Vu family and arguments about sentencing, the jury sentenced Antoinette Frank to death. Rogers Lacaze, tried separately, was also convicted and sentenced to death. He was executed by lethal injection in 2002 at age 28, still maintaining that Frank had been the mastermind and primary shooter. Death row. Antoinette Frank has been on death row at the Louisiana Correctional Institute for Women in St. Gabriel since 1995. Nearly 3 decades now. She is currently the only woman on death row in Louisiana. Louisiana has not executed anyone since 2010, when the state imposed an unofficial moratorium on capital punishment due to difficulties obtaining lethal injection drugs and growing concerns about the death penalty's application. Frank's case has been through numerous appeals, all of which have been denied. In 2007, the Louisiana Supreme Court upheld her conviction and sentence. In 2008, the U.S. Supreme Court declined to hear her case. Additional appeals in subsequent years have similarly failed. In 2023, Frank's attorneys filed for clemency with Louisiana's Pardon Board, arguing that her sentence should be commuted to life in prison. They cited her youth at the time of the crime, she was 24, her lack of prior violent offenses, and questions about whether she received adequate legal representation during her trial. The Louisiana Board of Pardons unanimously denied her clemency petition. The Vu family members who attended the hearing spoke against any mercy for Frank, noting that she had shown none to their family members that night at the Kim An restaurant. As of 2025, Antoinette Frank remains on death row, aging in a cell, her execution perpetually scheduled but never carried out due to Louisiana's moratorium. She is now 54 years old. The aftermath for NOPD. The Antoinette Frank case became a symbol of everything wrong with the New Orleans Police Department in the 1990s. The department had ignored clear psychiatric warnings, rushed hiring processes to fill quotas, and failed to properly supervise officers who showed troubling behavior. Officer Ronald Williams's death was particularly devastating to the department. He was 25 years old, a well-liked officer who was working a security detail to earn extra money to support his family. He was murdered by someone who should have been his partner, someone he had trusted because she wore the same uniform. His death exposed the rot within NOPD, the corner-cutting, the ignored warnings, the prioritization of staffing numbers over officer quality and safety. Williams had died because the department had put him alongside someone who never should have been given a badge. In the years following the Frank case, NOPD instituted reforms to its hiring and psychological screening processes. The department implemented stricter requirements for psych evaluations and made it harder to override negative assessments. But the damage to the department's reputation was severe and long-lasting. New Orleans was already struggling with police corruption, brutality scandals, and public mistrust. The Frank case became Exhibit A for critics arguing that NOPD was fundamentally broken and needed federal oversight, which eventually came in 2011 when the Department of Justice placed NOPD under a consent decree following a pattern of constitutional violations, a rare female killer cop. Antoinette Frank's case stands out in part because female police officers committing murders, especially of this nature, are exceedingly rare. Women make up a small percentage of law enforcement to begin with, and female officers who commit serious violent crimes are statistical anomalies. As of 2025, Frank remains one of only a handful of women on death row in the United States and one of even fewer police officers of any gender to be sentenced to death for crimes committed while on duty. Criminologists who have studied her case note several factors that may have contributed to her actions. Her troubled psychological profile, her financial stress, NOPD paid notoriously low salaries, her relationship with Lacaze, who may have influenced or encouraged her, and a fundamental lack of empathy that the psychiatric evaluations had identified. But ultimately, the why matters less than the what. A police officer murdered her partner and two innocent people during a robbery, then tried to cover it up by inserting herself into the investigation. The betrayal of her oath, her badge, and her fellow officer was complete. The Vu family lost. Sometimes in discussions of Antoinette Frank's crimes are the victims and their family. Quang Vu was 17 years old, a high school student with his whole life ahead of him. Ha Vu was 24, helping his family run the restaurant that represented their American dream. Officer Ronald Williams was 25, serving his community and trying to make ends meet. The Vu family had fled Vietnam and rebuilt their lives in New Orleans, opening a successful restaurant that served their community. They had trusted the police to protect them, had hired officers like Frank specifically for that purpose. Instead, one of those officers had destroyed their family. Chow Vu, who survived by hiding in the cooler, has lived with survivor's guilt and trauma for 3 decades. She testified against Frank, ensuring justice for her brothers, but that testimony couldn't bring them back or restore what was taken from her family that night. The Vu family's victim impact statements at Frank's sentencing were heartbreaking. They spoke of their brothers' dreams, their potential, their futures stolen by someone who was supposed to protect them. They spoke of trust betrayed and lives shattered. And they spoke of their belief that Frank deserved the death penalty, a sentence they hoped would be carried out, though Louisiana's moratorium means it may never be. The death penalty question. Antoinette Frank's case has become part of the larger debate about capital punishment in America. Supporters of the death penalty point to her case as exactly the kind of crime that justifies its existence, a premeditated murder of multiple victims, including a fellow police officer committed by someone in a position of trust, with no mitigating factors that would suggest rehabilitation is possible. Opponents argue that even in cases like Frank's, the death penalty is applied inconsistently, that it doesn't serve as a deterrent, and that life in prison without parole achieves the same goal of public safety without the ethical problems of state-sanctioned execution. Louisiana's unofficial moratorium means the debate remains largely academic in Frank's case. She has been on death row for 30 years and may remain there for the rest of her natural life, her execution date perpetually scheduled but never carried out. In a strange way, this limbo may be its own form of punishment, not the finality of execution, but the endless waiting, the perpetual knowledge that the state has declared you deserve to die, but simply hasn't gotten around to doing it yet. What remains? 3 decades later, the Kim On restaurant is long closed. The building still stands in New Orleans East, a quiet reminder of the violence that occurred there. The Vu family has moved on as best they can, though moving on after such trauma is never complete. Officer Ronald Williams is memorialized by NOPD as a fallen officer, his name included among those who died in the line of duty. The fact that he was killed by one of his own makes his death all the more tragic, not just a loss, but a betrayal. Antoinette Frank remains in a cell at the Louisiana Correctional Institute for Women, the only woman on Louisiana's death row, aging through her 50s with no execution date in sight. She has filed appeal after appeal, all denied. She has sought clemency, been refused. She will almost certainly die in prison, whether by execution or natural causes. The questions that haunted her case from the beginning remain. How did someone flagged by 2 psychiatric evaluations end up with a badge and gun? What systemic failures allowed her to be hired despite clear warnings? How many other Antoinette Franks slipped through inadequate screening processes in police departments across the country? NOPD reformed its hiring practices after Frank's case, but police departments nationwide still struggle with the same pressures that led to her hiring: staffing shortages, political pressure to show strong police presence, and the tension between thorough vetting and the need to fill positions quickly. The Audacity. What continues to shock people about Antoinette Frank's case isn't just that she committed murder. Sadly, police officers sometimes commit crimes, including violent ones. It's the audacity of returning to the scene in uniform, of trying to investigate her own crime, of believing she could fool everyone despite the witnesses and evidence. That audacity suggests either breathtaking arrogance or a complete detachment from reality, possibly both. The psychiatric evaluations that had warned against hiring her had noted her difficulty distinguishing fantasy from reality. Perhaps she genuinely believed she could pull it off, that her badge would protect her, that her fellow officers would never suspect one of their own. If so, she was wrong. The investigation turned on her quickly, the evidence was overwhelming, and the jury took less than half an hour to convict her. Whatever fantasy she had been living shattered against the reality of her actions. Justice and its limits. The legal system worked, in a sense, in Antoinette Frank's case. She was caught, tried, convicted, and sentenced to the maximum punishment the law allows. Her appeals have been denied. The evidence against her was so strong that there is no serious question about her guilt. But justice has its limits. It couldn't bring back Quang Vu, Ha Vu, or Officer Ronald Williams. It couldn't undo the trauma Chow Vu experienced or restore the Vu family's sense of safety. It couldn't prevent the crime from happening in the first place. Only NOPD's hiring practices could have done that, and they failed. The conviction and sentence provided a measure of accountability and ensured Frank could never harm anyone else. That's not nothing. But it's also not enough. 3 people are still dead. A fellow officer was murdered by someone he trusted. A family's American dream was shattered by violence. And the police department that was supposed to protect them all had ignored warning signs and hired a killer. The badge is meant to represent service, protection, and justice. Antoinette Frank turned it into a weapon, using the trust it commanded to facilitate murder. That betrayal echoes 30 years later, a reminder that the uniform doesn't make someone trustworthy. Character does. And when the hiring system fails to screen out those without it, the consequences can be fatal. The patrol officer who weaponized traffic stops to sexually assault 13 women in the city's poorest neighborhoods. Daniel Holtzclaw understood power dynamics better than most. He knew that in the moment when a police officer pulls someone over, that officer holds almost absolute authority. He knew that some people, particularly those with criminal records, outstanding warrants, or addiction problems, would do almost anything to avoid arrest. And he knew that society often dismisses the testimony of poor black women with troubled pasts. He used all of this knowledge to become a serial rapist. For 6 months between late 2013 and mid-2014, Holtzclaw patrolled the poorest neighborhoods of northeast Oklahoma City in his marked police cruiser, searching for vulnerable women he could exploit. He ran background checks through his patrol car computer, looking for warrants or criminal histories. When he found what he wanted, women with drug charges, prostitution arrests, or outstanding warrants, he would pull them over or stop them on the street. Then he would make his move, leveraging the power of his badge to force women into sexual acts. If they complied, he let them go. If they resisted, he threatened them with arrest, knowing their records would make them easy to discredit if they reported him. He assaulted at least 13 women before one of them, a 57-year-old grandmother with no criminal record named Janie Ligons, went immediately to the police station and reported what had happened. Her courage, combined with the determination of detectives who believed her, would eventually unravel Holtzclaw's carefully calculated predation and lead to one of the most significant police sexual assault convictions in American history. But first, the victims had to overcome not just their trauma, but a justice system that had given them every reason not to trust it. The making of a predator. Daniel Ken Holtzclaw seemed, on the surface, like the kind of person who would succeed in law enforcement. Born in 1986, he grew up in Enid, Oklahoma, in what appeared to be a stable, middle-class family. His father was a police officer, which gave Daniel an insider's view of law enforcement from a young age. Holtzclaw was athletic and competitive. He played football at Eastern Michigan University as a linebacker, pursuing dreams of an NFL career. When those dreams didn't materialize, he went undrafted and unsigned. He pivoted to following in his father's footsteps. In 2011, he joined the Oklahoma City Police Department. He went through the academy without any notable red flags, though some who knew him described him as overly aggressive and obsessed with demonstrating his authority. He was assigned to patrol northeast Oklahoma City, one of the city's poorest and highest crime areas, predominantly African American, with significant problems related to drugs and prostitution. For someone inclined toward predation, it was a target-rich environment full of vulnerable people whom society had already marginalized and dismissed. The pattern Holtzclaw's crimes followed a chillingly methodical pattern that showed careful calculation rather than impulsive behavior. He would patrol his assigned area in the late evening or early morning hours, looking for women who were alone, walking, standing on street corners, or driving older, poorly maintained vehicles. He would run their license plates or stop them on pretext, then use his patrol car computer to check their criminal histories through the police database. What he was looking for was vulnerability, outstanding warrants, drug charges, prostitution arrests, anything that would give him leverage and make the woman less likely to be believed if she reported him. The computer checks left a digital trail that would later prove crucial to the investigation, but at the time, Holtzclaw apparently believed he was being smart and careful. Once he identified a target, he would initiate the assault using variations of the same basic script. He would inform the woman she had a warrant or that he smelled marijuana, creating a pretext for a search. He would then order her into the back of his patrol car or follow her to her home. Once isolated, he would force her to perform oral sex or rape her, often while his body camera was turned off, another calculated choice. The threats were implicit but clear: comply or go to jail. For women with active warrants, addiction problems, or children at home who depended on them, the choice seemed impossible. Many complied out of terror and helplessness. After the assault, Holtzclaw would let the woman go, sometimes with a warning to keep quiet, sometimes with no words at all. He would return to patrol as if nothing had happened, confident that the women he had targeted would never report him because no one would believe them over a police officer. He was almost right. The victims. The 13 women Daniel Holtzclaw assaulted represented a cross-section of the most vulnerable members of Oklahoma City's community. Their ages ranged from 17 to 58. Almost all were African American. Many struggled with addiction. Several had criminal records related to drugs or prostitution. Some were homeless or precariously housed. These women lived in the shadows of society, in neighborhoods where police were often viewed with suspicion rather than trust, where survival sometimes meant doing things you weren't proud of, where the distance between getting by and falling apart was razor thin. Holtzclaw chose them precisely because of these vulnerabilities. He calculated that their backgrounds would undermine their credibility, that their fear of the system would keep them silent, and that even if they did report him, no one would take their word over his. But he underestimated them. One by one, as detectives investigated, these women found the courage to come forward. They described their assaults in painful, humiliating detail. They submitted to rape kit examinations. They testified in court, knowing that defense attorneys would attack their credibility, expose their pasts, and suggest they were lying to get money or revenge. They did it anyway, because they knew what had happened to them was wrong, and because they didn't want it to happen to anyone else. Jannie Liggins, the victim who changed everything. On June 18, 2014, Jannie Liggins was driving home from a friend's house around 2 a.m. in northeast Oklahoma City. She was a 57-year-old grandmother, a woman with no criminal record who worked hard and attended church regularly. She was the kind of person who believed in following the rules and trusting the police. When Officer Daniel Holtzclaw pulled her over, she assumed it was a routine traffic stop. Maybe a broken tail light, maybe she had been speeding. She wasn't worried because she had nothing to hide. Holtzclaw approached her car and told her he had run her license plate and it came back as stolen. This was a lie. Her car was not stolen. But Liggins didn't know that, and the authority of the uniform and badge made her believe him. He ordered her out of the car. He made her perform sobriety tests. He searched her vehicle. Then he ordered her to pull down her pants. When she protested, he grabbed her and sexually assaulted her, forcing her to perform oral sex. Unlike most of Holtzclaw's other victims, Jannie Liggins had no criminal record, no warrants, no history that could be used to discredit her. She was a respectable grandmother with deep roots in the community and a reputation for honesty. And she went directly to the police station to report what had happened. Her immediate report, within hours of the assault, was crucial. There was no time for evidence to degrade or for her account to be dismissed as a delayed accusation. She provided detailed descriptions, the officer's appearance, his patrol car number, exactly where the assault occurred, what he said, what he did. The Oklahoma City Police Department had no choice but to investigate, and when they started looking, they found something disturbing, a pattern. The investigation detective Kim Davis was assigned to investigate Jannie Liggins' complaint. Davis was thorough and skeptical in the best way. She didn't automatically dismiss the allegation, but she also needed to verify it before accusing an officer of such serious crimes. She started with Holtzclaw's GPS records, which tracked where his patrol car had been at all times. The data confirmed that Holtzclaw's vehicle was exactly where Liggins said it was at the time of the assault. That was strike one against his potential denial. Then Davis looked at Holtzclaw's computer usage. The logs showed he had run Jannie Liggins' information through the police database during the stop, standard procedure, but it confirmed he had contact with her. More interestingly, the logs showed a pattern of Holtzclaw running background checks on women in the area, particularly women with criminal histories. Davis began reaching out to women whose names appeared in Holtzclaw's computer records. What she heard was horrifying. Story after story of traffic stops that turned into sexual assaults, of a police officer who used his badge to force women into degrading acts, of victims who had been too afraid to report because they didn't think anyone would believe them. One woman described being pulled over and forced to expose herself. Another described being followed to her home and raped in her own house. A third described being assaulted in the back of Holtzclaw's patrol car. The details varied, but the pattern was unmistakable. Holtzclaw was using his authority as a police officer to sexually assault vulnerable women. By the time the investigation concluded, detectives had identified 13 victims. The actual number may have been higher. Some women were never found. Some remained too afraid to come forward. Some may have assumed no one would believe them and never contacted police. On August 21, 2014, Daniel Holtzclaw was arrested and charged with multiple counts of sexual assault, rape, and forcible oral sodomy. He was 28 years old and had been on the force for less than 3 years. The trial, Daniel Holtzclaw's trial, began in November 2015 and lasted nearly 6 weeks. It was one of the most closely watched trials in Oklahoma history, drawing national media attention and sparking intense debate about police accountability, sexual assault, and racial justice. The prosecution's case was built on 3 pillars: the victim's testimony, the GPS and computer records showing Holtzclaw's movements and database searches, and DNA evidence found on Holtzclaw's pants that matched one of the victims. 13 women took the stand to testify against Holtzclaw. Their testimony was difficult to hear, detailed accounts of sexual assault, humiliation, and fear. The defense attacked their credibility relentlessly, highlighting their criminal records, their drug use, their work as sex workers. The implication was clear. These were not credible witnesses. They were troubled women making false accusations against an innocent officer, but the prosecution had more than just testimony. The GPS data placed Holtzclaw at the scenes of the assaults at the exact times the victims described. The computer logs showed him running background checks on the women, proving he had contact with them, and the DNA evidence was damning. Semen matching one victim's DNA profile was found on the inside fly of Holtzclaw's uniform pants. Perhaps most powerful was the cumulative weight of the similar stories. 13 different women, most of whom didn't know each other, all described essentially the same pattern of behavior. A police officer who used his authority to run their backgrounds, then forced them into sexual acts under threat of arrest. The defense's theory that all 13 women were lying, that they had coordinated their stories to frame an innocent officer, so that the physical evidence was somehow planted or misinterpreted, required a level of conspiracy and coordination that strained credulity. Holtzclaw himself testified in his own defense, denying all allegations. He claimed he had never sexually assaulted anyone, that the women were lying, and that he was the victim of a false accusation campaign. He became emotional on the stand, crying as he proclaimed his innocence. The jury didn't believe him. The verdict. On December 10, 2015, after deliberating for more than 40 hours over several days, the jury returned with their verdict. The courtroom was packed with victims, victims' family members, activists, and media. Tension was palpable. The jury convicted Daniel Holtzclaw on 18 of the 36 counts against him, including 4 counts of first-degree rape, 1 count of second-degree rape, 6 counts of sexual battery, 4 counts of forcible oral sodomy, and 3 counts of procuring lewd exhibition. He was acquitted on 18 other counts where the jury apparently felt the evidence wasn't quite strong enough for conviction beyond reasonable doubt. But the 18 convictions represented assaults against 8 of the 13 victims. When the verdicts were read, Holtzclaw collapsed in his chair, sobbing. His family members in the courtroom wept. The victims and their supporters embraced, crying tears of relief and vindication. At sentencing in January 2016, Judge Timothy Henderson imposed consecutive sentences totaling 263 years in prison, effectively a life sentence without the possibility of parole. In his sentencing remarks, the judge noted the abuse of authority and breach of public trust that made Holtzclaw's crimes particularly egregious. Your offenses committed against women in our community constitute the greatest abuse of police authority I have witnessed in my 27 years as a member of this court, Judge Henderson said. Where he is now. Daniel Holtzclaw is currently 39 years old and serving his 263-year sentence in an undisclosed location within the Oklahoma prison system. His exact whereabouts are kept confidential for security reasons, both his safety as a former police officer and convicted sex offender, and the prison system's ability to manage such a high-profile inmate. He has filed multiple appeals, all of which have been denied. In 2019, the Oklahoma Court of Criminal Appeals upheld his conviction, rejecting arguments that he didn't receive a fair trial. In 2020, the U.S. Supreme Court declined to hear his case, effectively ending his appeals. Holtzclaw maintains his innocence, and his family has campaigned publicly for his release, arguing that he was wrongly convicted. They've created websites and social media accounts claiming the victims lied and the evidence was misinterpreted. These efforts have gained limited traction, mostly among those predisposed to distrust accusations against police officers or to dismiss the testimony of women with criminal backgrounds. But the legal system has consistently rejected these arguments. The evidence against Holtzclaw was overwhelming. The jury verdict was properly rendered, and the conviction has withstood multiple levels of appellate review. Unless something dramatic changes, Daniel Holtzclaw will die in prison. The aftermath. The Holtzclaw case sent shockwaves through Oklahoma City and the broader law enforcement community. The Oklahoma City Police Department faced intense scrutiny about how Holtzclaw was hired, supervised, and allowed to operate for 6 months without anyone noticing the pattern of his assaults. An internal investigation revealed troubling failures. Holtzclaw's body camera usage was sporadic. He frequently claimed equipment malfunctions or simply failed to activate it during stops. His supervisors hadn't questioned why his body camera was so often malfunctioning during late-night encounters with women. His pattern of running background checks on women in high-crime areas, while not necessarily inappropriate on its face, should have raised questions when combined with his other behaviors. The department implemented reforms: mandatory body camera usage with stricter enforcement, better supervision of officers' computer usage, improved training on recognizing signs of officer misconduct, and stronger mechanisms for victims to report police abuse. In 2019, Oklahoma City agreed to pay $8 million to settle a civil lawsuit brought by several of Holtzclaw's victims. The settlement didn't admit wrongdoing, but acknowledged that the city had a responsibility to prevent such abuses by its officers. The courage of the victims. What stands out most powerfully in the Holtzclaw case is the courage of the women who came forward despite every reason to stay silent. These were women whom society had already dismissed. Women struggling with addiction, poverty, homelessness. Women with criminal records that defense attorneys would weaponize against them. Women who had every reason to believe that reporting a police officer would result in nothing but more pain and humiliation. They came forward anyway. They endured invasive medical examinations to collect evidence. They sat for hours with detectives, recounting the most humiliating and traumatic experiences of their lives. They testified in court, knowing that their pasts would be exposed, their credibility attacked, their characters questioned. And they did it not for money, though they later received settlements, but because they knew what had happened was wrong and because they didn't want it to happen to anyone else. One victim, identified in court documents as S.E., spoke at Holtzclaw's sentencing. "I'm a woman who has made mistakes in my life, but that doesn't give him the right to do what he did to me. I'm somebody. I'm somebody's daughter, somebody's sister. I matter." That simple declaration, "I matter," was at the heart of the case. Holtzclaw had targeted women he believed didn't matter, whose voices wouldn't be heard, whose pain wouldn't register. The victims proved him wrong. Race, class, and credibility. The Holtzclaw case forced uncomfortable conversations about how society values different victims and witnesses. Almost all of Holtzclaw's victims were black women from poor neighborhoods with troubled pasts. Holtzclaw himself was half Japanese and half white, though he was generally perceived as white. Defense attorneys and some supporters pointed to this as evidence that Holtzclaw couldn't be guilty. Why would he specifically target black women if he wasn't racist? The question revealed a fundamental misunderstanding. Holtzclaw didn't target these women because of their race specifically, but because of their vulnerability. Their race, combined with their economic status and criminal histories, made them less likely to be believed. This is a calculation predators make constantly. Sexual predators don't choose victims randomly. They assess who can be safely victimized, who won't be believed, who won't report. In a society that systematically devalues poor black women, particularly those involved in drugs or sex work, these women become perfect targets. The fact that the jury convicted Holtzclaw despite this dynamic was significant. They chose to believe black women with criminal records over a police officer, a choice that doesn't always happen in the American justice system. It was a small victory for justice, but an important one. The predator's calculation. What makes Daniel Holtzclaw's crimes particularly chilling is their calculated nature. These weren't crimes of passion or impulse. They were systematic, planned, and executed with careful attention to minimizing risk of detection. He chose his targets strategically, running background checks to identify vulnerability. He chose his locations carefully, taking victims to isolated areas or their own homes where there would be no witnesses. He manipulated his body camera usage to avoid creating evidence. He used the power of his badge and the threat of arrest to ensure compliance. And he relied on society's prejudices to protect him, calculating that no one would believe poor black women with criminal records over a police officer with a clean background. It was predation in its most calculated form, not the frenzy of an uncontrolled impulse, but the careful execution of a plan designed to exploit the vulnerable while minimizing personal risk. The only flaw in his calculation was underestimating his victims. He assumed they would stay silent. He assumed no one would believe them. He assumed the system would protect him. He was wrong on all counts. The badge as weapon, Daniel Holtzclaw's case, represents one of the most disturbing forms of police misconduct, the use of law enforcement authority specifically to facilitate crime. He didn't commit crimes despite being a police officer. He committed crimes because he was a police officer. The badge gave him the power to stop women without cause. The patrol car gave him a mobile crime scene. The computer system gave him the ability to identify vulnerable targets. The uniform gave him the authority to make demands and expect compliance. The institutional credibility of law enforcement gave him the belief that he would be protected. Every tool of his profession became a weapon in his hands. Every power granted to him for public safety became a means of exploitation. This transforms the nature of his crimes from ordinary sexual assault, as if any sexual assault could be called ordinary, to a profound betrayal of public trust. Society grants police officers extraordinary powers because we trust them to use those powers responsibly. When that trust is violated, it damages not just the direct victims, but public faith in law enforcement generally. Every woman Holtzclaw pulled over who complied with his commands did so because generations of social conditioning had taught her to comply with police authority. He weaponized that conditioning against them. What remains? Daniel Holtzclaw will almost certainly die in prison. The 13 women he assaulted have received some measure of justice. Their attacker was convicted and will never walk free again. The city paid settlements that, while they can't undo the harm, at least acknowledged responsibility. But the damage extends beyond the direct victims. Every woman in northeast Oklahoma City who sees a police car in her rearview mirror has to wonder, just for a moment, whether the officer approaching her car can be trusted. Every woman with a criminal record, every woman struggling with addiction, every woman living in poverty has to carry the knowledge that the system designed to protect them can also be turned against them by predators in uniform. The Holtzclaw case proved that justice is possible even for society's most vulnerable members, even against the institutional power of law enforcement. That's important and worth celebrating. But it shouldn't have required the courage of 13 traumatized women to expose a predator that better hiring practices, supervision, and accountability systems should have prevented from becoming a police officer in the first place. Daniel Holtzclaw is in prison because his victims were brave enough to come forward despite every reason to stay silent. That's justice, but it's also an indictment of a system that made their bravery necessary. The badge should represent protection. For 13 women in Oklahoma City, it represented their worst nightmare. They survived. They spoke. They were believed. And the predator who wore that badge will never wear it again. The police sergeant whose fourth wife's disappearance reopened investigation into his third wife's suspicious accidental drowning. When Kathleen Savio was found dead in her dry bathtub in March 2004, the official conclusion seemed straightforward. She had slipped, hit her head, and drowned. It was tragic, certainly, but accidents happen. The coroner's jury ruled her death accidental, and the case was closed. Her ex-husband, Bolingbrook Police Sergeant Drew Peterson, expressed appropriate sadness and moved on with his life, specifically with his new wife, Stacy, a woman 18 years younger than him and almost young enough to be his daughter. 3.5 years later, in October 2007, Stacy Peterson vanished without a trace. She was 23 years old, the mother of 2 young children with Drew and stepmother to his 2 older sons. One day she was there, the next she was gone, and her husband had a convenient explanation. She had run off with another man, probably to California. He seemed unconcerned that she'd left behind her children, her phone, her money, and everything she owned. As investigators began looking into Stacy's disappearance, they started asking questions about Drew Peterson's past. What they discovered was a disturbing pattern: domestic violence complaints, protective orders, threatening behavior, and a dead ex-wife whose accidental drowning suddenly looked much less accidental. Stacy Peterson's disappearance would solve Kathleen Savio's murder and expose Drew Peterson as exactly what several of his ex-wives had tried to warn people he was: a dangerous, controlling man who believed his badge made him untouchable. They were almost right. It took a missing wife, an exhumed body, national media attention, and a change in Illinois law to finally bring him to justice. The charming police sergeant Drew Peterson seemed like a success story in suburban Chicago. Born in 1954, he joined the Bolingbrook Police Department in 1977 and built a solid career, eventually rising to the rank of sergeant. He was a military veteran, Army Military Police, and projected an image of competence and authority. Colleagues described him as confident, sometimes cocky, but generally effective at his job. He was also charming, at least initially. He had a quick wit an easy smile, and a way of making women feel special. Over his lifetime, he was married 4 times, with each wife significantly younger than the last. His first marriage to Carol Brown in 1974 lasted until 1980 and produced 2 sons. His second marriage to Vicki Connolly in 1982 ended in divorce in 1992 after 10 years and 2 more sons. Vicki would later tell reporters that Drew had been controlling and abusive, that he monitored her constantly, and that she had feared him. But it was Peterson's 3rd and 4th marriages that would define his legacy and lead to his downfall. Kathleen Savio, the 3rd wife. Drew Peterson married Kathleen Savio in 1992, shortly after his second. Divorce was finalized. Kathleen was 10 years younger than Drew, a vivacious woman who worked as a nurse and seemed initially happy in the marriage. They had 2 sons together, making Drew a father of 6. But the marriage deteriorated quickly. Friends and family of Kathleen's would later describe Drew as controlling, jealous, and increasingly violent. He monitored where Kathleen went and who she spoke to. He made decisions about money without consulting her. When she questioned him or asserted independence, he became verbally and sometimes physically abusive. In 2002, Kathleen filed for divorce. It was an acrimonious split, with bitter disputes over property, child custody, and support payments. Drew was furious at losing control over Kathleen and made his displeasure clear through harassment and intimidation. Kathleen filed for an order of protection in 2002, telling the court that Drew had pushed her and threatened her. Police were called to their home multiple times for domestic disturbances. In one incident in July 2002, Drew allegedly broke into Kathleen's house, surprising her as she emerged from the bathtub. Police arrested him, though the charges were eventually dropped. The domestic violence escalated. In September 2002, a police report documented that Drew had pushed Kathleen to the ground during an argument. In November 2002, another report described him showing up at her house uninvited and refusing to leave. The pattern was clear. Drew Peterson was a controlling, abusive ex-husband who couldn't accept that Kathleen had left him. In October 2003, Kathleen wrote a letter to the Will County State's Attorney's Office expressing her fear that Drew would kill her. The letter, which would later become crucial evidence, stated, "He knows how to manipulate the system, and his next step is to take me out. This may be in the form of an attack, accident, or he may simply make me disappear." The letter was never properly investigated. No action was taken. 5 months later, Kathleen Savio was dead. The dry bathtub. On March 1, 2004, Kathleen Savio's body was found by a neighbor in her bathtub. She was lying face down in the tub, which was empty of water. There was a gash on the back of her head. The initial assumption was that she had slipped getting out of the tub, hit her head, and somehow drowned in the small amount of water that remained. But the scene was strange from the beginning. The bathtub was dry, or nearly so, not the typical environment for an accidental drowning. Kathleen's hair was wet, suggesting water had been present at some point. But where had it gone? Why was there so little blood from the head wound if she had hit her head hard enough to render her unconscious? Despite these questions, the Illinois State Police investigation concluded relatively quickly. A coroner's jury, a uniquely Illinois institution where a jury of citizens determines cause of death in questionable cases, heard testimony from a pathologist who concluded the death was consistent with an accidental fall. On March 9, 2004, the jury ruled Kathleen Savio's death an accident. Drew Peterson, as the ex-husband and a police officer himself, wasn't seriously considered a suspect. He had an alibi. He was supposedly at home with his new girlfriend, Stacy Kales, at the time of Kathleen's death. The divorce between Drew and Kathleen had been finalized just days before her death, which removed one potential motive. He couldn't benefit financially from her death since she was no longer entitled to his pension or assets. The case was closed, Drew Peterson collected Kathleen's life insurance and moved on. 2 months later, he married Stacy Kales, making her his fourth wife. Stacy Peterson, the fourth wife. Stacy Kales was only 17 years old when she met Drew Peterson in 2001. He was 47, more than 30 years her senior, and still married to Kathleen. They began an affair while Drew was going through his divorce, and the relationship continued after Kathleen's death. In October 2003, when Stacy was 19 and pregnant with Drew's child, they moved in together. They married in October 2004, just months after Kathleen's death had been ruled accidental. By all accounts, Stacy initially seemed happy with Drew. She converted to Catholicism for him. She took his name. She had another child with him in 2005, giving them 2 children together, plus Drew's 4 sons from previous marriages. But friends and family would later say that Stacy's relationship with Drew followed the same pattern as his previous marriages: initial charm and affection that gradually gave way to control, monitoring, and abuse. Drew was jealous and possessive. He tracked Stacy's movements, controlled her access to money, and isolated her from friends and family. He was particularly controlling about her interactions with other men, even innocent ones. Stacy, who had been a teenager when they met and was now in her early 20s, began to chafe under these restrictions. By 2007, friends said Stacy had become unhappy in the marriage. She had reportedly discovered that Drew had been having affairs, ironic given his obsessive monitoring of her fidelity. She began talking about divorce, though she was scared of how Drew would react. She had good reason to be scared. She had lived with Drew when Kathleen died. She knew things about that night, about Drew's movements, about inconsistencies in his story. According to later testimony from her pastor, Stacy had told him that Drew had coached her to provide a false alibi for the night of Kathleen's death, that she had been present and could confirm Drew was home all night, when in reality he had left the house for several hours. If Stacy left Drew and told the truth about what she knew, it could destroy him. He would lose his job, his freedom, his children. Drew Peterson understood what was at stake. And then Stacy disappeared. The disappearance. On October 28, 2007, Stacy Peterson vanished. She was last seen by family members the night before. On October 29th, Drew called Stacy's family to say she had left him, probably with another man, and had gone to California. He seemed unconcerned, almost flippant, about his young wife abandoning him and their 2 small children. Stacy's family immediately suspected foul play. Stacy adored her children. There was no way she would voluntarily leave them. She hadn't taken her phone, her car, her clothes, or any money. There were no records of her buying bus or plane tickets. She simply vanished. The family called police, who began investigating her disappearance as a missing persons case. From the beginning, Drew Peterson was the obvious suspect. He was the last person known to have seen Stacy. He had a history of controlling behavior, and his casual attitude about his wife's disappearance was deeply suspicious. As the investigation proceeded, detectives learned about Drew's previous marriage to Kathleen Savio and her suspicious death 3 years earlier. They discovered Kathleen's letter to the state's attorney expressing fear that Drew would kill her. They heard from Stacy's pastor, Reverend Neil Shorey, who said Stacy had told him Drew had killed Kathleen and had pressured Stacy to provide a false alibi. Suddenly, what had seemed like an accidental drowning in 2004 looked like something much darker. A staged murder scene, investigated and cleared by the same police department where the prime suspect worked as a sergeant. The exhumation. In November 2007, just weeks after Stacy's disappearance, Illinois State Police made a dramatic decision. They would exhume Kathleen Savio's body and conduct a new autopsy. The exhumation took place on November 13, 2007, more than 3 years after Kathleen's burial. Dr. Larry Blum, a forensic pathologist, examined her remains with fresh eyes and modern understanding. His conclusions contradicted the original findings. The head wound on Kathleen's skull wasn't consistent with a fall in a bathtub. It showed blunt force trauma, likely from being struck with something or having her head slammed against a surface. The lack of significant water in her lungs was inconsistent with drowning, especially drowning where the victim was conscious and struggling. The position of her body in the dry tub suggested she had been placed there after death, not that she had died there naturally. Most damning was what the autopsy revealed about the timing. Kathleen had bruises on her body in various stages of healing, suggesting she had been in a physical altercation shortly before her death. Dr. Blum concluded that Kathleen Savio had been murdered, beaten, possibly held underwater until she drowned, and then positioned in the bathtub to make it look like an accident. In February 2008, Kathleen Savio's death was officially reclassified from accidental drowning to homicide. The prime suspect was obvious: her ex-husband, Drew Peterson, who had the means, police, training, the motive, a bitter divorce and financial disputes, the opportunity, he had no solid alibi, and a history of domestic violence and threats against her. But Stacy Peterson, the potential key witness who could have testified about Drew's movements and his coaching of her false alibi, was gone. The investigation and charges investigating. Drew Peterson presented unique challenges. He was a 29-year veteran of law enforcement who understood exactly how police investigations worked. He knew about evidence collection, witness interviews, and interrogation techniques. He knew how to avoid leaving traces, how to construct alibis, and how to manipulate the system. He also seemed to relish the media attention his case generated. As the investigation into Kathleen's death and Stacy's disappearance intensified, Drew gave numerous television interviews, always maintaining his innocence while making jokes that many found tasteless. He appeared on talk shows, smiled for cameras, and even participated in a media circus that treated him more like a celebrity than a murder suspect. His behavior suggested either complete innocence or staggering narcissism, a man so confident in his ability to manipulate the system that he believed he could laugh his way through a murder investigation. Investigators built their case carefully. They documented Drew's history of domestic violence across multiple marriages. They collected testimony from Stacy's pastor about what she had told him. They analyzed Drew's movements on the night of Kathleen's death. They established that Drew had both motive and opportunity. On May 7, 2009, more than 5 years after Kathleen Savio's death, Drew Peterson was arrested and charged with her murder. He was 55 years old. The prosecution faced a significant legal obstacle. Their key witness, Stacy Peterson, was missing and presumed dead, and the defendant was the reason she was unavailable to testify. Drew's Law. The prosecution's case against Drew Peterson relied heavily on hearsay testimony, statements Kathleen Savio and Stacy Peterson had made to others before their deaths/disappearance. Under traditional rules of evidence, hearsay is generally inadmissible in court because the person who originally made the statement isn't available to be cross-examined. But in this case, the defendant was the reason the witnesses weren't available. Drew Peterson had allegedly killed Kathleen and made Stacy disappear specifically to prevent them from testifying against him. Allowing him to benefit from creating that unavailability would be a travesty of justice. In 2008, while Peterson's case was pending, Illinois passed a new law specifically designed to address this situation. Officially called Hearsay Exception for Domestic Violence, it was quickly dubbed Drew's Law because everyone understood its purpose: to allow prosecutors to introduce statements made by Kathleen and Stacy even though they couldn't testify in person. The law allowed hearsay testimony when the declarant, person who made the statement, was unavailable as a witness. The defendant intentionally caused that unavailability. The evidence was relevant to proving the murder charge. It was unprecedented in Illinois law and potentially revolutionary for prosecuting cases where defendants eliminated witnesses. It was also legally risky. Defense attorneys argued it violated the Sixth Amendment's Confrontation Clause, which guarantees defendants the right to confront witnesses against them. The Illinois Supreme Court ultimately ruled that Drew's law was constitutional in this case, clearing the way for Kathleen and Stacy's statements to be heard at trial. The trial, Drew Peterson's trial, began in July 2012, 8 years after Kathleen Savio's death and 5 years after Stacy Peterson's disappearance. The proceedings took place in Joliet, Illinois, with intense media coverage and daily protests outside the courthouse. The prosecution's case was circumstantial but compelling. They presented testimony from Kathleen's friends and family about Drew's threats and abuse. They introduced Kathleen's letter to the state's attorney expressing fear that Drew would kill her. They presented evidence of Drew's financial motive. Kathleen's death had allowed him to avoid paying her the settlement she was entitled to in their divorce. Most controversially, they presented testimony from Reverend Neil Shorey, who testified that Stacy had told him Drew killed Kathleen and pressured her to lie about his alibi. They also presented testimony from Kathleen's divorce attorney, who testified that Kathleen had told him she feared Drew would kill her and make it look like an accident. The forensic evidence supported murder rather than accident. The blunt force trauma to Kathleen's head, the lack of water in her lungs, the bruising on her body, and the improbability of the official accidental drowning scenario. Drew Peterson's defense argued that the evidence was insufficient, that the medical conclusions were uncertain, and that the hearsay testimony shouldn't be trusted. They pointed out that no one had witnessed the murder, no murder weapon had been recovered, and no direct physical evidence linked Drew to the crime scene. The defense also attacked Stacy's credibility, suggesting she might have fabricated her story about Drew confessing to her, and questioning why, if she really believed Drew had killed Kathleen, she had stayed with him for 3 more years. Drew himself did not testify. His defense attorneys felt the risk of cross-examination was too great. The verdict. On September 6, 2012, after deliberating for 14 hours over 3 days, the jury reached a verdict: guilty of first-degree murder in the death of Kathleen Savio. Drew Peterson, who had maintained a cocky, joking demeanor throughout much of the investigation and trial, showed little emotion as the verdict was read. His family members wept. Kathleen Savio's family embraced, finally receiving justice 8 years after her death. In February 2013, Judge Edward Bermila sentenced Drew Peterson to 38 years in prison, effectively a life sentence for a man who was already 59 years old. In his sentencing remarks, the judge noted Peterson's extensive and calculated efforts to cover up the murder and his overbearing and controlling behavior toward his wives. "You chose to murder Kathleen Savio," Judge Bermila said. "The verdict was proper and was supported by the evidence. Drew Peterson would spend the rest of his life behind bars, but his story didn't end there." Murder for hire from prison. In 2014, while serving his sentence for Kathleen Savio's murder, Drew Peterson decided he wanted revenge on the prosecutor who had convicted him, Will County State's Attorney James Glasgow. Peterson approached a fellow inmate, offering to pay $10,000 to have Glasgow killed. What Peterson didn't know was that the inmate was working with federal authorities, recording every conversation. Peterson was specific in his instructions. He wanted the hit to look like a robbery gone wrong or a mugging. He provided details about Glasgow's schedule and movements. He discussed payment methods and timing. The recordings left no doubt about Peterson's intent. He was actively trying to arrange a murder from inside prison. In February 2015, Drew Peterson was charged with solicitation of murder for hire and solicitation of murder. He went to trial in May 2016 on these new charges. The evidence was overwhelming. Hours of recorded conversations where Peterson discussed killing Glasgow, made payments toward the hit, and refined the plan. The defense argued entrapment, claiming Peterson had been manipulated into the plot by informants, but the jury didn't buy it. On June 9, 2016, Drew Peterson was convicted of both solicitation charges. In July 2016, he was sentenced to an additional 40 years in prison to be served consecutively to his existing 38-year sentence. His total sentence now stood at 78 years. Drew Peterson, if he lives to serve it all, would be released at age 137. Where he is now. Drew Peterson, now 70 years old, is currently incarcerated at an undisclosed out-of-state facility. For security reasons, both his safety as a former police officer and the potential for escape attempts or outside interference, his exact location is not publicly disclosed. He continues to maintain his innocence in Kathleen Savio's murder. Though he has not contested the solicitation convictions, the recordings make that impossible. His attorneys have filed multiple appeals of his murder conviction, arguing that Drew's law violated his constitutional rights and that he didn't receive a fair trial. So far, every appeal has been denied. In 2017, the Illinois Appellate Court upheld his conviction. In 2019, the Illinois Supreme Court declined to hear his case. His federal appeals have similarly failed. Unless something dramatic changes, Drew Peterson will die in prison. Stacy Peterson, still missing. The tragedy that set Drew Peterson's downfall in motion, Stacy Peterson's disappearance, remains unsolved. Stacy has been missing since October 28, 2007, more than 17 years as of 2025. Despite extensive searches and investigations, her body has never been found. Drew has never been charged with Stacy's disappearance or death, though he remains the only suspect. Without a body and without direct evidence of what happened to her, prosecutors have been unable to bring charges. Over the years, there have been various leads and searches. In 2012, during Drew's trial for Kathleen's murder, there was testimony that suggested Drew had disposed of Stacy's body in a blue barrel, possibly dumping it in the Chicago Sanitary and Ship Canal. Searches of the canal found nothing. In 2015, FBI agents searched a property in Bolingbrook looking for Stacy's remains. Again, nothing was found. Stacy's family has never stopped looking for her. They hold annual vigils on the anniversary of her disappearance. They've offered rewards for information. They've pressured law enforcement to keep the case active. In 2013, Drew Peterson filed a petition to have Stacy declared legally dead so that he could collect on her life insurance policy. A judge denied the request, ruling that Peterson could not benefit from his own alleged wrongdoing. Stacy Peterson's official status remains missing person. She would be 41 years old now. Her children, who were only 2 and 4 when she disappeared, have grown up without her. Her disappearance may never be solved. Unless Drew Peterson decides to reveal what he knows, or unless physical evidence is somehow discovered, Stacy's fate will remain a mystery. Her family will never have the closure of finding her remains and giving her a proper burial. That is perhaps Drew Peterson's final cruelty, denying Stacy's family even the basic dignity of knowing where their daughter is. The pattern across marriages. Looking back at Drew Peterson's marital history, a disturbing pattern emerges that only became clear after Kathleen's death and Stacy's disappearance. Carol Brown, wife number 1, 1974 to 1980. Relatively little public information, but the marriage ended when Drew was still early in his police career. Vicki Connolly, wife number 2, 1982 to 1992. Has spoken publicly about Drew's controlling and abusive behavior. She told reporters that Drew was obsessively jealous, would follow her, and became enraged if she spent time with friends or family. She said she lived in fear during their marriage and felt relief when it ended. Notably, she left him and survived, perhaps because she left before he felt truly threatened. Kathleen Savio, wife number 3, 1992-2003. Filed for divorce, fought for her share of assets, refused to be intimidated, filed protective orders, wrote letters expressing fear that Drew would kill her, found dead in suspicious circumstances that were initially ruled accidental. She didn't survive. Stacy Peterson, wife number 4, 2003-2007. Began as an affair when she was underage. Married young, had children, became unhappy and talked about divorce and knew too much about what Drew had done to Kathleen. Disappeared without a trace. Presumed dead. The pattern is chilling. Drew Peterson's response to women leaving him escalated from anger and harassment to murder and disappearance. Each wife who tried to assert independence faced increasingly violent consequences. The criminal justice system could have intervened after Vicky described abuse. It could have acted when Kathleen filed protective orders and wrote letters expressing fear. It could have investigated more thoroughly when Kathleen died in suspicious circumstances. Instead, at each point, the system deferred to Drew's status as a police officer and gave him the benefit of the doubt. By the time the system finally held him accountable, 3 women had fled his control. 1 was dead, and 1 was missing. The Blue Wall. Drew Peterson's case exposed uncomfortable truths about how police departments handle misconduct among their own officers. Peterson had a documented history of domestic violence complaints, yet continued to serve as a police sergeant with access to weapons, databases, and the authority of the state. When Kathleen Savio died in 2004, the investigating officers were Drew's colleagues and, in some cases, his friends. The investigation was cursory. Questions about the scene went unexplored. Drew's alibi, provided by his teenage girlfriend Stacy, was accepted without serious scrutiny. Would a civilian with Drew Peterson's history of domestic violence and threatening behavior have received the same benefit of the doubt? Or would investigators have looked more critically at the suspicious circumstances of his ex-wife's death? The blue wall of silence, the informal code among police officers not to report on each other's misconduct, may have protected Drew Peterson longer than it should have. Even officers who suspected something was wrong with Kathleen's death may have been reluctant to accuse a colleague without overwhelming evidence. It wasn't until Stacy disappeared and the media spotlight became too intense to ignore that the investigation into Kathleen's death was reopened. Public pressure, not internal accountability, finally brought Drew Peterson to justice. Legal legacy. Drew Peterson's case changed Illinois law and potentially set precedents for other jurisdictions dealing with similar situations where defendants eliminate witnesses. Drew's law, allowing hearsay testimony when the defendant caused the witness's unavailability, has been used in subsequent Illinois cases. Other states have looked to Illinois's example when considering similar legislation. The law remains controversial. Defense attorneys argue it undermines fundamental constitutional rights and creates opportunities for misuse, that it could allow unreliable hearsay to convict innocent people in cases where the witness's unavailability isn't the defendant's fault. Prosecutors counter that without such provisions, defendants could literally get away with murder by silencing witnesses. If a defendant shoots a witness to prevent their testimony, should that defendant benefit from the witness's absence at trial? Legal scholars continue to debate the proper balance between defendants' confrontation rights and the state's interest in preventing defendants from benefiting from witness intimidation or elimination. Whatever one's position on these legal questions, Drew Peterson's case demonstrates why they matter. Without Drew's law, Kathleen Savio's statements to her divorce attorney, her letter to the prosecutor, and Stacy Peterson's statements to her pastor would have been excluded from trial. The jury might never have heard the victim's own words describing their fear of Drew Peterson. And he might have gotten away with murder. What remains? Drew Peterson is in prison, likely for life. Justice was served for Kathleen Savio, even if it took 8 years. But Stacy Peterson remains missing, her fate unknown, her body unfound, her children growing up without knowing what happened to their mother. The case serves as a reminder of several uncomfortable truths. That domestic violence is the best predictor of domestic homicide. Kathleen told people Drew would kill her, and she was right. That police officers who commit crimes can be extraordinarily difficult to catch because they know exactly how investigations work and how to exploit weaknesses in the system. That society's most vulnerable victims, young women, women in abusive relationships, women who married the wrong person, often aren't taken seriously until it's too late. That the justice system is imperfect and delayed justice, while better than no justice, can't undo the harm already done. Drew Peterson's charm, his badge, and his knowledge of police procedure allowed him to evade consequences for years. He killed at least one wife and almost certainly killed another. He attempted to have a prosecutor murdered from inside prison. He is, by any measure, a dangerous, narcissistic predator who should never have been given a position of authority over anyone. Yet for years the system protected him. It took a missing wife, national media attention, an exhumed body, new autopsies, legal innovations, and extraordinary effort by prosecutors to finally hold him accountable. Kathleen Savio and Stacy Peterson deserved better. They deserved to be believed when they reported abuse. They deserved protection when they expressed fear. They deserved to live. The legal system eventually delivered justice for Kathleen, though it came too late to save her life. For Stacy, even that delayed justice remains elusive. Somewhere, her remains lie undiscovered, hidden by a man who believes he's won at least one final victory by denying her family closure. Drew Peterson may die in prison, but he'll die keeping Stacy's secrets. That's his last act of control over the women who tried to escape him. And unless he has a change of heart, it's a secret he'll take to his grave. The mafia cops who moonlighted as mob hitmen while working NYPD's organized crime unit. In the war between law enforcement and organized crime, there's supposed to be a clear line. Cops on one side, criminals on the other. But for over a decade, 2 highly decorated NYPD detectives erased that line entirely. They didn't just take bribes or look the other way. They became full-fledged members of a mafia crime family, complete with monthly retainers, murder contracts, and a business relationship that turned them into the most corrupt cops in New York City history. Stephen Caracappa and Louis Ippolito weren't low-level beat cops supplementing their income with petty corruption. They were detectives assigned to the NYPD's prestigious Organized Crime Homicide Unit, the very division tasked with investigating mob murders. They had access to confidential informant lists, witness protection details, ongoing investigations, and wiretap information, and they sold it all to the Lucchese crime family. For $4,000 a month plus bonuses for special jobs, Caracappa and Ippolito became what mob boss Anthony Gaspipe Casso called his crystal ball, an inside source that told him exactly what law enforcement knew, who was cooperating, and who needed to be eliminated. They provided intelligence that led to at least 8 murders. They kidnapped victims and delivered them to mobsters for execution. They carried out contract killings themselves, using their badges and police vehicles as cover. One of their victims was murdered during a fake traffic stop on the Belt Parkway, pulled over by what appeared to be legitimate NYPD detectives, only to be shot in the head at point-blank range. Another was a jeweler kidnapped from his home and buried alive in a mob-controlled construction site. A third was a Gambino family member executed in a hit so brazen that other mobsters were impressed by the mafia cops' audacity. For years, they operated with impunity, protected by their badges and the assumption that decorated detectives couldn't possibly be mob assassins. They retired with full pensions, moved to Las Vegas, and thought they had gotten away with it. They were wrong, but it would take 16 years, a cooperating mobster's testimony, and one of the most sensational trials in New York history to finally bring them to justice. The most stunning part? Their fellow NYPD officers had suspected them for years. The signs were everywhere, but the blue wall of silence, institutional loyalty, and sheer disbelief that cops could be this corrupt allowed them to continue murdering for the mafia while carrying NYPD shields. Two cops, two paths to corruption. Stephen Caracappa and Louis Eppolito came from different backgrounds but found common ground in their willingness to betray everything a police officer is supposed to stand for. Stephen Caracappa was the quieter of the two, a methodical detective who projected competence and professionalism. Born in 1942, he joined the NYPD in 1969 and built a solid career, eventually rising to detective first grade, one of the highest ranks a detective can achieve. He worked major cases, earned commendations, and was assigned to the Organized Crime Homicide Unit, where he investigated mob murders and built cases against organized crime figures. His colleagues described him as intelligent and detail-oriented, someone who could analyze complex criminal enterprises and identify weaknesses. It was exactly those skills that made him valuable to the mafia. He knew how investigations worked, what evidence prosecutors needed, and where law enforcement's blind spots were. Caracappa was married with a family, lived modestly, and gave little outward indication of corruption. He was, by all appearances, exactly the kind of dedicated detective the NYPD needed in the fight against organized crime. Louis Eppolito was Caracappa's opposite in almost every way: loud, brash, and flamboyant. Born in 1948, he was the son and nephew of Gambino Crime Family Associates, which should have disqualified him from working organized crime cases, but somehow didn't. He joined the NYPD in 1969, the same year as Caracappa, and made detective in the late 1970s. Eppolito cultivated a larger-than-life persona. He wore expensive suits that no detective could afford on a city salary. He drove luxury cars. He wrote a book about his experiences called Mafia Cop, the story of an honest cop whose family was the mob, positioning himself as someone who had overcome his family's criminal connections to serve on the right side of the law. The title would later become darkly ironic. He even appeared in small roles in Hollywood films, including Goodfellas and Predator II, playing, of course, tough guys and mobsters. He loved the attention, the recognition, and the persona of being a real cop who understood the streets and the wise guys. His colleagues at NYPD thought he was ridiculous, but mostly harmless, a blowhard who talked too much but got results. What they didn't know was that his family's mob connections weren't something he had overcome. They were relationships he had maintained and monetized. The arrangement. The partnership between the two cops and the Lucchese crime family began in the mid-1980s, facilitated by Burton Kaplan, a drug dealer and mob associate who knew both worlds, law enforcement and organized crime. Kaplan introduced Caracappa and Eppolito to Anthony Gaspipe Casso, the underboss and later acting boss of the Lucchese family. Casso was one of the most violent and paranoid mobsters in New York, responsible for ordering dozens of murders and constantly worried about informants, surveillance, and law enforcement getting too close to his operations. What Casso needed was inside information, a way to know what the cops knew. And that's exactly what Caracappa and Eppolito offered. The deal was straightforward: $4,000 per month retainer for providing confidential police information. This included names and addresses of witnesses and cooperating informants, details of ongoing investigations and surveillance operations. information about which phones were tapped and which locations were under observation, advance warning of planned arrests or search warrants, access to NYPD's organized crime databases. For special jobs, kidnappings, murders, or particularly sensitive intelligence, there were bonuses. The detectives weren't just passive informants, they were active participants in mob operations. The relationship worked smoothly because both sides benefited. Casso got a crystal ball that let him stay ahead of law enforcement. Caracappa and Ippolito got cash payments that dwarfed their police salaries. And because both detectives were assigned to units investigating the very crimes they were helping commit, they could monitor investigations in real time and warn Casso if anyone was getting close to discovering their arrangement. It was the perfect criminal enterprise, cops investigating crimes they had helped commit, using their positions to ensure they were never caught. The murders. Over the course of their partnership with the Lucchese family, Caracappa and Ippolito participated in at least 8 murders and 2 attempted murders. Each crime showed the deadly efficiency of corrupted police power. The Jimmy Hidell case, 1986, one of the first murders the corrupt detectives facilitated was the kidnapping and execution of James "Jimmy" Hidell, a young mobster who had attempted to kill Anthony Casso in a botched hit. Casso wanted revenge, but Hidell was in hiding. Using their police databases, Caracappa and Ippolito tracked Hidell's movements and provided Casso with his location. But Casso wanted more than information. He wanted the detectives to grab Hidell and deliver him. In September 1986, Caracappa and Ippolito pulled up to Hidell's location in an unmarked police car. They identified themselves as NYPD detectives investigating a crime. Hidell, believing he was being arrested, went with them without resistance. Why would he fight? They were cops. The detectives drove Hidell to a garage where Anthony Casso was waiting. They handed over their victim like a package being delivered. Casso tortured Hidell for hours, extracting information about who had ordered the hit against him, before finally killing him and disposing of the body. Hidell's remains have never been found. For this kidnapping and delivery, Caracappa and Ippolito were paid a bonus on top of their regular retainer. The Israel Greenwald murder, 1986. Israel Greenwald was a 45-year-old jeweler who had been cooperating with law enforcement in a case involving Burton Kaplan, the mob associate who had introduced the detectives to Casso. Greenwald's cooperation threatened to expose Kaplan's drug operations and, by extension, potentially lead investigators to discover the corrupt relationship between Kaplan and the 2 detectives. Casso ordered Greenwald killed and Caracappa, and Ippolito volunteered to handle it personally. On February 10, 1986, the detectives went to Greenwald's home. Using their credentials, they told Greenwald's wife that they needed to speak with him about an urgent matter. Greenwald, trusting that these were legitimate law enforcement officers, went with them. He was driven to a garage, shot in the head, and buried in a grave that had been prepared in advance at a Lucchese-controlled construction site. His body remained hidden for years, with his family believing he had simply disappeared. The official investigation went nowhere. How could it, when the detectives investigating the disappearance were the same ones who had committed the murder? Greenwald's body wasn't discovered until 2005 during the investigation that would eventually bring down Caracappa and Ippolito. The Eddie Lino murder, 1990, Eddie Lino was a Gambino crime family captain who had been marked for death after the murder of Gambino boss Paul Castellano. John Gotti, the new Gambino boss, wanted certain people eliminated to consolidate power, and Casso agreed to help for a price. Casso ordered Caracappa and Ippolito to kill Lino, and they executed the hit with chilling professionalism that showcased their law enforcement training. On November 6, 1990, as Lino was driving on the Belt Parkway in Brooklyn, An unmarked car with flashing police lights pulled him over. It appeared to be a routine traffic stop. Lino, a high-ranking mobster who was usually cautious, stopped his car because the people pulling him over appeared to be cops. Caracappa approached Lino's driver's side window, identified himself as a detective, and asked for Lino's license and registration. As Lino reached for his documents, Caracappa pulled out a gun and shot him multiple times in the head and chest, killing him instantly. The detectives drove away, secure in the knowledge that any witnesses would have seen what looked like a legitimate police vehicle at the scene. The murder was initially investigated as a mob hit, with NYPD detectives, possibly including Caracappa himself, working the case. The irony was perfect. The killer investigating his own murder. Other victims. In addition to these high-profile murders, Caracappa and Eppolito are believed to have participated in or facilitated several other killings. Nicholas Guido, 1986, a murder case of mistaken identity. Casso ordered a hit on a mobster with a similar name. The detectives provided an address, and the wrong Nicholas Guido was killed. Bruno Facciola, 1990. A Lucchese family associate suspected of being an informant, murdered after Caracappa and Eppolito confirmed he was cooperating. Bartholomew Borriello, 1991. A Gambino family associate killed in a mob power struggle. Patrick Testa, 1992. A Lucchese associate murdered on Casso's orders. The exact number of murders the detectives participated in may never be fully known. These are the ones that prosecutors could prove in court. Living large. While they were murdering for the mob, Caracappa and Eppolito were also enjoying the financial benefits of their criminal enterprise. The monthly retainer, bonuses, and special payments added up to substantial income over the years. Prosecutors would later calculate that the detectives received at least $375,000 from their mob work, though the actual total may have been higher. The money showed in their lifestyles. Eppolito, in particular, lived far beyond what an NYPD detective's salary could support. He wore expensive suits, drove luxury cars, and owned property that should have been beyond his means. His colleagues noticed, how could they not? But the assumption was that he had family money or outside business ventures. The truth was simpler. He was being paid by the mafia. Caracappa was more discreet, but still benefited financially. He owned property, took expensive vacations, and had resources that seemed inconsistent with a civil servant's income. Fellow officers noticed the discrepancies, but didn't act on them. There were whispers, suspicions, rumors, but no formal investigations. The blue wall of silence, the reluctance to believe that decorated detectives could be corrupt, and the institutional resistance to investigating one's own combined to protect Caracappa and Eppolito for years. The suspicions. The truth is that people suspected Caracappa and Eppolito for years before anything was done about it. Federal investigators noticed that mob operations seemed to have inside information about law enforcement activities. Surveillance operations would be abandoned just before police showed up. Witnesses would be murdered shortly after agreeing to cooperate. Informants would disappear. Some FBI agents suspected there was a leak inside NYPD, but identifying the source was difficult. The NYPD's Organized Crime Unit had dozens of detectives with access to sensitive information. Without direct evidence, making accusations against specific officers was career suicide. Within NYPD itself, there were warning signs. Eppolito's family connections to the Gambino family should have disqualified him from working organized crime cases, but somehow he was assigned there anyway. His expensive lifestyle raised eyebrows. Caracappa's close association with Eppolito, two detectives who seemed to work together frequently and had similar access to sensitive cases, created suspicion. But suspicion isn't evidence. and in the NYPD of the 1980s and early 1990s, accusing fellow officers of being mob hitmen required overwhelming proof that no one had. So Caracappa and Eppolito continued their double lives, confident that their badges protected them from serious scrutiny. Retirement and Las Vegas. In 1992, Stephen Caracappa retired from the NYPD after 23 years of service. He left with a full pension and numerous commendations for his work investigating organized crime. The irony was apparently lost on NYPD brass. Louis Eppolito retired in 1990 after 21 years on the force. He too received his full pension and accolades for his service. Both detectives moved to Las Vegas, Nevada, far from New York, far from the mob families they had worked for, and in a city where their reputations as decorated NYPD detectives gave them status and credibility. In Vegas, they attempted to build new lives. Eppolito continued his side career as an actor and writer, appearing in more films and working on screenplays. He opened a pizza restaurant. He cultivated friendships with local police and positioned himself as a retired New York cop who had seen it all. Caracappa was more low-key, but similarly built a comfortable retirement, living off his pension and the money he had made from his mob work. For more than a decade, it seemed like they had gotten away with it. The murders were unsolved. The victims were buried or missing. The corrupt relationship with the Lucchese family was a secret held by only a few people, most of whom were dead or in prison. But in the criminal world, secrets don't stay secret forever. Someone always talks, and in 2003, someone finally did. The break in the case, the break that would eventually bring down Caracappa and Eppolito, came from an unlikely source. Burton Kaplan, the mob associate who had originally introduced them to Anthony Casso. Kaplan had been arrested on drug charges and was facing serious prison time. In 2003, facing the rest of his life behind bars, he decided to cooperate with federal investigators. He told them everything about his drug operations, his mob connections, and most explosively, about two NYPD detectives who had been working as paid assassins for the Lucchese crime family. At first, investigators were skeptical. Kaplan's story sounded like something from a movie, decorated detectives kidnapping people and carrying out mob hits. But as Kaplan provided details, names, dates, specific murders, investigators began to take him seriously. They cross-referenced Kaplan's information with unsolved cases. The Eddie Lino murder on the Belt Parkway. The disappearance of Israel Greenwald. The kidnapping of Jimmy Heidel. Kaplan's account matched the evidence in ways that couldn't be coincidental. Investigators also obtained corroboration from another source, Anthony Casso himself. Casso was already in prison, serving multiple life sentences for racketeering and murder. He had tried to cooperate in the past, but had been rejected as a cooperating witness because he was deemed unreliable. He had lied repeatedly and couldn't be trusted on the stand. But while Casso couldn't testify, his previous debriefings with federal agents had been documented. In those sessions, he had described having two NYPD detectives on his payroll who provided intelligence and carried out murders. He had called them his crystal ball. The descriptions matched Caracappa and Eppolito perfectly. The case against the mafia cops was coming together. The Sting Operation. In 2004, federal investigators launched an undercover operation to gather evidence against Caracappa and Eppolito. The detectives had been retired for over a decade and were living in Las Vegas, seemingly beyond the reach of New York law enforcement. The FBI recruited a cooperating witness to approach the retired detectives with a fake drug deal, hoping to catch them engaging in ongoing criminal activity. On March 9, 2005, Caracappa and Eppolito met with the cooperator, who claimed to need help with a methamphetamine distribution operation. The meeting was recorded. The retired detectives agreed to use their law enforcement connections to provide protection and intelligence for the drug operation. They discussed payment structures and methods of avoiding detection. It was exactly the kind of evidence prosecutors needed to show that Caracappa and Eppolito were still engaged in criminal enterprise. On March 10, 2005, Stephen Caracappa and Louis Eppolito were arrested at their homes in Las Vegas. They were charged under the RICO, Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations, Act with conducting a criminal enterprise that included 8 murders, 2 attempted murders, money laundering, obstruction of justice, and drug distribution. The RICO charges were crucial. Because the murders had occurred in the 1980s and early 1990s, the statute of limitations for murder prosecutions had expired under New York state law. But RICO allowed federal prosecutors to charge the detectives with running a criminal enterprise, with the murders as predicate acts of that enterprise. As long as the enterprise continued, which the 2005 drug deal showed it had, the charges could proceed. Caracappa and Eppolito were extradited to New York to face trial. The trial of Stephen Caracappa and Louis Eppolito began in March 2006 in federal court in Brooklyn. It was one of the most sensational trials in New York history, with daily media coverage and packed courtrooms as the full scope of the Mafia cops' corruption was revealed. The prosecution's case was built on 3 pillars. 1. Burton Kaplan's testimony. Kaplan, the mob associate who had arranged the original introduction between the detectives and Casso, testified in detail about the arrangement. He described how he paid the detectives $4,000 per month plus bonuses. He recounted specific murders they had committed or facilitated. He explained how the relationship had worked over years. Defense attorneys attacked his credibility. He was a convicted criminal cooperating for a reduced sentence, but his testimony was corroborated by other evidence. 2. Documentary evidence. Prosecutors presented phone records showing calls between Kaplan and the detectives. They showed financial records indicating that the detectives had income beyond their police salaries. They presented NYPD database logs showing that Caracappa and Eppolito had run searches on mob targets shortly before those targets were killed. Most damning was evidence from the Israel Greenwald murder. When Greenwald's body was finally discovered in 2005, forensic evidence linked the burial site to the Lucchese family, and witnesses placed Caracappa and Eppolito at the garage where Greenwald was killed. 3. The 2005 drug sting. The recorded meeting where Caracappa and Eppolito agreed to provide protection for a methamphetamine operation showed that they were still willing to engage in criminal activity 15 years after their last known mob murder. It demonstrated that they were career criminals, not cops who had made a single mistake. The defense argued that Kaplan was a liar, seeking revenge, that the documentary evidence was circumstantial, and that the 2005 sting was entrapment. They claimed the detectives were innocent former cops being railroaded by a government desperate to close unsolved cases. Neither Caracappa nor Eppolito testified in their own defense. The risk of cross-examination was too great. The verdict and sentencing. On April 6, 2006, after deliberating for 3 days, the jury returned guilty verdicts on all counts: racketeering, murder, kidnapping, witness tampering, obstruction of justice, and drug distribution. Stephen Caracappa and Louis Eppolito, once decorated NYPD detectives, were now convicted murderers and mobsters. In a stunning twist, however, the convictions were initially overturned. In July 2006, Judge Jack Weinstein ruled that the statute of limitations had expired on the RICO charges because the criminal enterprise had ended when the detectives retired in the early 1990s, not continued until 2005 as prosecutors argued. The 2005 drug sting, Weinstein ruled, was a separate crime, not a continuation of the earlier conspiracy. The ruling was devastating to prosecutors and victims' families. It appeared that Caracappa and Eppolito might go free on a technicality. But the Second Circuit Court of Appeals reversed Judge Weinstein's ruling in 2008, reinstating the convictions. The appeals court held that the RICO enterprise had continued because the detectives had maintained their relationship with Kaplan and remained willing to engage in criminal activity, as evidenced by the 2005 sting. In March 2009, the case returned to Judge Weinstein for sentencing. He had no choice but to follow the appellate ruling, though he made clear his continued skepticism about the government's case. Stephen Caracappa was sentenced to life in prison plus 80 years. Louis Eppolito was sentenced to life in prison plus 100 years. Both men were in their 60s. They would die behind bars. Behind bars and death. Stephen Caracappa and Louis Eppolito were separated after conviction and incarcerated in different federal facilities. For security reasons, their exact locations were not publicly disclosed. Former cops in prison faced significant danger from other inmates. Both continued to maintain their innocence, filing appeals that were repeatedly denied. They argued prosecutorial misconduct, insufficient evidence, and that Burton Kaplan's testimony should not have been trusted. Every appeal failed. The two men who had once worked together as partners in both law enforcement and murder never saw each other again after their conviction. Stephen Caracappa died on April 8, 2017, at age 75, while incarcerated at a federal medical facility in North Carolina. He had been serving his sentence for 11 years. The Bureau of Prisons listed his cause of death as cancer. He died still claiming innocence, never expressing remorse for his victims. Louis Eppolito died on November 3, 2019, at age 71, while incarcerated at a federal prison in Kentucky. He had been serving his sentence for 13 years. His death was attributed to natural causes related to long-term health issues. Like Caracappa, he died maintaining his innocence. Neither man ever provided information that might have helped solve other unsolved cases they may have been involved in. Neither expressed remorse or apologized to victims' families. They took their secrets to their graves. The victims' families. For the families of Caracappa and Eppolito's victims, the convictions brought a measure of justice but couldn't restore what had been taken. Betty Heidel, mother of Jimmy Heidel, had spent 20 years not knowing what happened to her son. When she finally learned that he had been kidnapped by NYPD detectives and delivered to a mobster for torture and execution, the betrayal was almost incomprehensible. They were supposed to protect people, she said. Instead, they were killers. Leah Greenwald, daughter of Israel Greenwald, spent 19 years believing her father had abandoned the family. Only after his body was discovered in 2005 did she learn he had been murdered, kidnapped from his home by men with badges who convinced him they were legitimate police officers. The families of Eddie Leno, Nicholas Guido, and the other victims experienced similar trauma. Years of not knowing, followed by the devastating revelation that the people entrusted with investigating the murders were the ones who had committed them. In 2015, New York City agreed to pay $18.4 million to settle lawsuits brought by the families of 8 victims. The settlement acknowledged that the NYPD had failed in its duty to properly vet and supervise Caracappa and Eppolito, allowing corrupt detectives to operate within its ranks for years. Money couldn't bring back the dead or restore the lost years, but it was at least an acknowledgment that the city bore responsibility for the actions of its officers. The NYPD reckoning. The Caracappa and Eppolito case forced the NYPD to confront uncomfortable questions about how 2 corrupt detectives had operated within its ranks for over a decade without being caught. How had Louis Eppolito, who whose father and uncle were Gambino family associates, been allowed to work in the organized crime unit? How had his expensive lifestyle not triggered financial investigations? How had fellow officers' suspicions not resulted in formal inquiries? How had Stephen Caracappa, who had access to the most sensitive intelligence about mob operations, not been subjected to more rigorous oversight? How had his close partnership with Eppolito not raised red flags? The answers were uncomfortable: institutional loyalty, the blue wall of silence, resistance to investigating fellow officers, and a belief that decorated detectives with commendations and years of service couldn't possibly be corrupt. In the aftermath of the case, NYPD implemented reforms: stricter background checks for detectives assigned to sensitive units, financial audits of officers with access to confidential information, better systems for reporting and investigating suspicions of corruption, mandatory training on recognizing signs of compromised officers. But the fundamental challenge remained: how do you prevent corruption when the people you need to monitor are skilled at avoiding detection and protected by institutional loyalty? The NYPD's then Police Commissioner Raymond Kelly called Caracappa and Eppolito's crimes the most heinous example of official corruption the department had ever seen. It was, he said, the ultimate betrayal of the badge. The organized crime impact. For the Lucchese crime family and organized crime. Generally, the exposure of the mafia cops was a significant blow. Having detectives on the payroll had given the Lucchese family an enormous advantage: advance warning of investigations, identification of informants, and the ability to eliminate witnesses before they could testify. When that advantage disappeared, it left the family vulnerable. The investigations that Caracappa and Eppolito had helped derail could now move forward. Informants who had been murdered could no longer be silenced. The crystal ball was gone. Anthony Gaspipe Casso, the mob boss who had orchestrated the relationship with the corrupt detectives, was already in prison when they were arrested. He died in December 2020 at age 78, having spent decades behind bars and having seen many of his criminal associates convicted based on evidence he had tried to suppress through his police sources. The Lucchese family never recovered its former power. The exposure of corruption within NYPD made law enforcement more determined to prosecute mob cases aggressively, and the family's leadership was decimated by arrests and convictions throughout the 2000s and 2010s. The legal legacy. The Caracappa and Eppolito case established important legal precedents about RICO prosecutions and the statute of limitations for continuing criminal enterprises. The Second Circuit's ruling that a RICO enterprise continues as long as the participants remain willing and able to engage in criminal activity, even if years pass between criminal acts, expanded prosecutors' ability to charge decades-old crimes under federal racketeering statutes. This ruling has been cited in subsequent cases involving long-dormant criminal organizations that resumed activity. After years of inactivity, it established that retirement or apparent cessation of criminal activity doesn't necessarily end a RICO enterprise if the underlying agreement and willingness to commit crimes persists. The case also highlighted challenges in prosecuting police corruption when state-level statutes of limitations have expired. Federal RICO charges became the primary tool for reaching back decades to prosecute corrupt officers, even when state murder charges were time-barred. What remains? The Mafia Cops case remains one of the most stunning examples of police corruption in American history. Two decorated detectives entrusted with investigating organized crime instead became paid members of a crime family. They used their badges as tools for murder, their access to police databases as a means of identifying victims, and their positions of authority to ensure their crimes went unsolved. At least 8 people died because of their betrayal. Families spent years not knowing what happened to their loved ones. The NYPD's reputation was damaged by the revelations that its organized crime unit had been compromised at the highest levels. The case serves as a reminder of several sobering truths: that corruption can exist at any level of law enforcement, even among decorated officers with decades of service; that the blue wall of silence can protect corrupt officers even when their fellow officers suspect wrongdoing; that institutional resistance to investigating one's own can allow corruption to flourish; that the power of a badge, when corrupted, can be deadlier than any weapon. Caracappa and Eppolito are both dead now, having spent their final years in federal prison. They never admitted their crimes, never expressed remorse, never helped solve other unsolved cases they may have been involved in. They died as they lived, denying, deflecting, maintaining the pose that they were victims of a conspiracy, rather than perpetrators of one. But the evidence spoke for itself. The testimony, the documentary records, the bodies buried in mob-controlled construction sites, all of it pointed to the same conclusion. 2 NYPD detectives had become mafia hitmen, using their badges to commit murder for profit. The most violent betrayal of the badge New York City had ever seen, and a reminder that the line between law enforcement and organized crime can be erased by officers willing to trade their oath for cash, their integrity for power, and other people's lives for their own enrichment. The NYPD motto is Fidelis ad mortem, faithful unto death. Stephen Caracappa and Louis Eppolito were faithful only to themselves and to the mob bosses who paid them to kill. The officer who shot an unarmed woman through his patrol car window after she called 911 to report a possible assault. Justine Ruschik Damon did everything right. When she heard what sounded like a woman screaming in the alley behind her Minneapolis home late on a summer night, she didn't ignore it. She didn't assume it was someone else's problem. She called 911, not once but twice, to report what she feared might be a sexual assault in progress. She was trying to help someone. That impulse, that compassion, that willingness to get involved when others might have looked away was fundamental to who she was. She was a yoga instructor and spiritual healer who taught meditation and mindfulness. She was engaged to be married in a month. She was, by all accounts, a gentle person who believed in helping others. When the police arrived in response to her call, she approached their patrol vehicle in the alley behind her home, wearing her pajamas, unarmed and unthreatening. She walked up to speak with the officers, likely to provide more information about what she had heard to help them find whoever might be in danger. Officer Mohammed Noor, sitting in the passenger seat of the police SUV, raised his gun and shot her once through the open driver's side window. The bullet struck her in the abdomen. She died in the alley 20 minutes later, still in her pajamas, killed by the very people she had called for help. There was no weapon, no threat, no justification. Just a woman trying to help, and an officer who fired his weapon across his partner, through an open window, at an unarmed person approaching to speak with them. The shooting death of Justine Damond would become one of the most controversial police killings in Minneapolis history, a precursor to the George Floyd case, 3 years later, that would bring international attention to the same police department. But where Floyd's death sparked global protests and resulted in a 22-year sentence for Derek Chauvin, Damon's death led to a conviction that was partially overturned, and a sentence that resulted in less than 3 years of actual prison time. The disparity in outcomes, a white officer killing a black man versus a black officer killing a white woman, would spark intense debate about police accountability, racial justice, and whether the system applies equal standards regardless of who pulls the trigger and who dies. Mohammed Noor, fast-tracked and unprepared. Mohammed Noor was born in Somalia in 1986 and came to the United States as a child, growing up in Minneapolis's large Somali American community. By all accounts, he was ambitious and wanted to serve his adopted city. He earned a degree in business administration and economics, worked in property management, and in 2015, at age 29, decided to pursue a career in law enforcement. The Minneapolis Police Department was actively recruiting officers from minority communities, particularly the Somali community, as part of a diversity initiative. Noor seemed like an ideal candidate, educated, professional, from a community that was underrepresented in law enforcement, and motivated to bridge the gap between police and the neighborhoods they served. But there were problems from the start. During his training at the police academy, instructors raised concerns about Noor's judgment and temperament. Some felt he was too quick to escalate situations, that he didn't demonstrate the calm decision-making necessary for police work. Field training officers who worked with him noted that he seemed easily startled and had difficulty reading situations accurately. In 2015, a psychological evaluation raised questions about whether Noor was suitable for police work. The evaluator noted concerns about his personality profile and recommended further assessment, but Minneapolis was in the midst of a staffing crisis. The department was struggling to recruit and retain officers, and the political pressure to diversify the force was intense. Noor was hired in March 2015 despite the warnings. He graduated from the academy and was assigned to patrol the city's 5th precinct, which covered southwest Minneapolis, including the neighborhood where Justine Damond lived. Over his 21 months on the force, Noor accumulated 3 formal complaints. A woman alleged he and his partner detained her without cause. A driver claimed Noor and his partner used excessive force during a traffic stop. A woman reported that Noor was dismissive and rude when she tried to report a crime. None of these complaints resulted in serious discipline. Noor remained on patrol, working night shifts with his partner, Officer Matthew Harity, a more experienced officer who had been with MPD for about a year longer than Noor. On July 15, 2017, the two partners responded to a call that would end one life, destroy several others, and expose fatal flaws in how the Minneapolis Police Department trained, supervised, and held accountable its officers. The 911 calls at 11:27 p.m. on July 15, 2017, Justine Damond called 911 from her home in the Fulton neighborhood of southwest Minneapolis. She reported hearing a woman screaming behind her house and was concerned someone might be getting hurt or assaulted. The 911 operator took her information and said officers would respond. 8 minutes passed. At 11:35 p.m., Damond called 911 again. Where were the police? She was worried about the woman she had heard screaming. The operator assured her that officers had been dispatched and would arrive shortly. The two calls paint a picture of Justine Damond, concerned about a stranger, persistent in seeking help for someone she thought might be in danger, waiting for police to arrive so she could provide more information. She was doing exactly what we're told to do. If you see something, say something. If someone needs help, call the police. Officers Noor and Harity, working car 530, received the dispatch at 11:27 p.m. Possible assault, woman screaming. Caller, concerned about sexual assault. It was coded as a Priority 3 call, not an emergency requiring lights and sirens, but something that needed a response. The officers drove toward the location without urgency. They didn't activate their body cameras, a violation of MPD policy that required cameras to be activated during any dispatch call. They drove through the neighborhood with their squad car's lights off, approaching through the alley behind Damond's home rather than pulling up front. What happened next is known from Officer Harity's statements and from the physical evidence. Officer Noor has largely remained silent, refusing to speak to investigators in the immediate aftermath, and providing only limited testimony during his trial, the shooting. According to Officer Harity's account, as they drove slowly through the alley, he heard a loud noise, a thump on the back of the squad car. Startled, he looked to his right and saw a figure approaching the driver's side window. It was Justine Damond in her pajamas, walking up to speak with the officers she had called to report the possible assault. Harity later said he was startled by her sudden appearance. Before he could process what was happening, he heard a gunshot. His partner, Mohammed Noor, sitting in the passenger seat, had drawn his weapon and fired once across Harity, through the open driver's side window, striking Damond in the abdomen. Harity was shocked. "What the fuck?" he shouted, or words to that effect. He looked at his partner in disbelief, then at the woman who had been shot and was now on the ground. Justine Damond had approached the police car to speak with officers, probably to provide more information about what she had heard, to help them respond to what she thought might be an assault in progress. She wasn't armed. She was in her pajamas. She was not a threat by any reasonable definition, and she had been shot by the very people she had called for help. The officers called for medical assistance. An ambulance arrived, and paramedics worked to save Damond's life, but the damage was too severe. She died at 11:51 p.m., about 20 minutes after being shot, there in the alley behind her home, her fiancé unaware inside the house that the woman he was going to marry in a month was dying just yards away. The aftermath and investigation. The immediate aftermath of the shooting was chaotic and in some ways emblematic of the problems with the Minneapolis Police Department. Neither officer had activated their body cameras before or during the shooting. This was a direct violation of MPD policy, which required officers to turn on cameras when responding to any call for service. The only video that captured any part of the incident was from a surveillance camera on a nearby house, which showed the squad car driving through the alley and captured audio of the gunshot, but didn't show the actual shooting. The lack of body camera footage meant there was no objective record of what happened, only the officers' accounts, and Noor initially refused to speak with investigators, invoking his Fifth Amendment rights. Officer Harity gave a statement to investigators describing what happened, but his account raised as many questions as it answered. Why had he been startled by someone approaching the police car when they had been dispatched to that location specifically? Why had Noor felt threatened enough to shoot when Damond was on Harity's side of the vehicle, not Noor's, and Harity himself hadn't drawn his weapon? The Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension took over the investigation, as is standard in officer-involved shootings. Investigators tried to piece together what had happened, but critical evidence was missing. No body camera footage, no dashcam video that captured the shooting, no witnesses except the two officers, one of whom wasn't talking. What they did have was a dead woman who had called 911 to report a crime and had been killed by police who responded. The physical evidence showed she had been unarmed, unthreatening, and shot at close range through the squad car window. It was, on its face, an unjustified shooting. But would the Minneapolis Police Department and the Hennepin County Attorney's Office actually charge one of their own? Public outrage news of the shooting spread quickly and sparked immediate outrage, both in Minneapolis and internationally. Justine Damond was a white woman, an Australian immigrant, a yoga teacher and spiritual healer, someone who represented no threat and who had been trying to help others when she was killed. The circumstances were so egregious that even people who typically defended police in controversial shootings had difficulty finding any justification for Noor's actions. Damond hadn't been committing a crime. She hadn't been resisting arrest. She hadn't made any threatening moves. She had simply approached police officers she had called to speak with them. The reaction in Australia, Damond's home country, was particularly intense. The case became international news, with Australian media covering it extensively, and Australian officials demanding accountability. The Prime Minister of Australia called the shooting inexplicable and said it was a shocking killing. In Minneapolis, community members held vigils and protests. Damond's fiancé, Don Damond, spoke at a memorial service, his grief palpable. Justine, our beautiful light, was killed by those who are supposed to protect us, he said. We've lost our soulmate. The political pressure on Minneapolis officials was immense. The police chief, John A. Harteau, initially defended the officers, but quickly faced calls for her resignation. Mayor Betsy Hodges, who had supported diversity initiatives in the police department, faced criticism for hiring practices that may have prioritized diversity over readiness. On July 21, 2017, 6 days after the shooting, Chief Harteau resigned. In her resignation letter, she acknowledged that the shooting was unjustified and that Damond should be alive. The charges. On March 20, 2018, 8 months after Justine Damond's death, Mohamed Noor was charged with third-degree murder, also called depraved mind murder, in Minnesota, meaning killing someone through a reckless act without regard for human life, and second-degree manslaughter, culpable negligence creating unreasonable risk. The charges were significant. It was relatively rare for Minnesota police officers to face murder charges for on-duty shootings. But the circumstances of this case were so egregious that Hennepin County Attorney Mike Freeman felt he had no choice. Freeman explained his decision. We have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the actions of Officer Noor were not justified in this case. Based upon the facts we know, we believe we can prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. Noor turned himself in, was briefly held, and was released on bail. He was fired from the Minneapolis Police Department the day after the charges were filed, ending his law enforcement career. The trial. Mohamed Noor's trial began in April 2019, nearly 2 years after the shooting. It was held in Hennepin County District Court, with Judge Catherine Quaintance presiding. The proceedings were closely watched, both locally and internationally, as a test of whether the justice system would hold a police officer accountable for an unjustified shooting. The prosecution's case was straightforward. Noor had shot an unarmed, non-threatening woman without justification. They presented testimony from Officer Harity, who described being startled but said he never felt threatened enough to draw his weapon. They presented expert testimony from use-of-force specialists who said the shooting violated police training and standards. They showed that Damond posed no threat and that Noor had had no reasonable basis for believing otherwise. The defense faced a difficult challenge. How do you justify shooting an unarmed woman in pajamas who had called 911 for help? Their strategy focused on Noor's state of mind. He believed he was protecting his partner from an ambush. When he heard the loud sound, the thump on the back of the car, and saw a figure rushing toward the driver's side window, he feared his partner was about to be attacked. Defense attorneys argued that Noor had mere seconds to make a life-or-death decision, that officers are trained to watch for ambushes, and that Noor genuinely believed he was preventing harm to his partner. The prosecution countered that police officers are trained to assess threats, not to shoot reflexively at anyone who approaches. Officer Harity, who was supposedly the one in danger, never drew his weapon because he didn't perceive a threat. If the person closest to the supposed danger didn't feel threatened, how could Noor justify shooting? Mohamed Noor testified in his own defense, a risky move that subjected him to cross-examination. He described his training, his mindset that night, and his fear when he heard the loud sound and saw someone approaching the vehicle quickly. He said he saw Harity's reaction. His partner looked startled and reached for his weapon, and Noor believed they were about to be ambushed. I fired to stop the threat, Noor testified. He said he felt his partner was in danger and he had a duty to protect him. Under cross-examination, prosecutors pressed Noor on why he didn't assess the situation before firing, why he didn't issue any commands or warnings, why he assumed the person approaching was a threat when they were responding to a call at that specific location. Noor's answers were often halting and uncertain, suggesting even he struggled to articulate a clear justification for his actions. The verdict and sentencing on April 30, 2019, after deliberating for about 11 hours, the jury reached a verdict. Third-degree murder, depraved mind murder. Guilty second-degree manslaughter. Guilty Mohammed Noor showed little emotion as the verdicts were read. Justine Damon's family members in the courtroom embraced, crying tears of relief and grief. It was the first time a Minneapolis police officer had been convicted of murder for an on-duty shooting. On June 7, 2019, Judge Quaintance sentenced Noor to 12.5 years in prison, the presumptive sentence under Minnesota's sentencing guidelines for third-degree murder with no prior criminal history. It was a significant sentence, though some advocates felt it should have been longer, while others, particularly in the Somali American community, felt Noor had been treated more harshly than white officers in similar situations. Justine Damon's family read victim impact statements. Her father, John Ruschuk, who had flown from Australia for the trial, spoke about losing his daughter. Justine's death has left a black hole in my heart. Mohammed Noor robbed us of so many future experiences with our beloved daughter. Her stepson, Zach Damon, spoke of his grief and anger. This was not an accident. This was murder, and I demand justice. Before sentencing, Noor addressed the court. I'm deeply sorry and sad. Every time I see the picture of Justine, I know that I took a life. I wish I could take those actions back. I would do anything to make those actions go away. The apology rang hollow to many of Damon's family members, coming after Noor had initially refused to cooperate with investigators and had testified at trial in ways that seemed to minimize his responsibility. The appeal and overturned conviction. In September 2019, Mohammed Noor's attorneys filed an appeal, arguing that the third-degree murder conviction was legally unsound. Minnesota's third-degree murder statute requires that the defendant's actions be directed at someone other than the victim. It's meant to cover situations where someone acts recklessly and unintentionally kills someone, like firing into a crowd or driving drunk and killing someone. Noor's attorneys, Tomasos, argued that because he intentionally pointed his gun at Justine Damon and intentionally pulled the trigger, his actions were directed specifically at her, making third-degree murder the wrong charge. The proper charges, they argued, should have been either first-degree or second-degree murder, intentional killings, or manslaughter, unjustified but unintentional killing. On September 10, 2021, the Minnesota Supreme Court agreed. In a controversial 4-3 decision, the court reversed Noor's third-degree murder conviction, ruling that it didn't apply to his case because his actions were directed at a specific person rather than being generally reckless. However, the court upheld his second-degree manslaughter conviction. That meant Noor would be resentenced on the manslaughter charge alone, which carried a much lighter maximum sentence than third-degree murder. The decision sparked outrage among victim advocates and Justine Damon's family. The reversal seemed technical and legalistic, allowing Noor to escape the more serious conviction on a procedural ground rather than based on the facts of what he had done. Resentencing and release. On October 21, 2021, Noor was resentenced on the manslaughter conviction. Judge Catherine Quaintance sentenced him to 57 months, 4 years and 9 months, in prison, the maximum sentence under Minnesota's sentencing guidelines for second-degree manslaughter. With credit for time already served and Minnesota's policy of releasing inmates after they serve 2/3 of their sentence with good behavior, Noor had already served most of his new sentence by the time of resentencing. On June 27, 2022, after serving about 28.5 months in prison, less than 2.5 years, Mohammed Noor was released from custody. He was placed on supervised release for the remainder of his sentence, with conditions including regular check-ins with a probation officer and restrictions on his activities. The news of his release devastated Justine Damon's family. Her father issued a statement. It's extremely painful that we now learn that our daughter's killer is to be released to supervised release. 2 years behind bars is an insult. For many observers, the sentence seemed absurdly light for taking an innocent life under such egregious circumstances. Noor had shot an unarmed woman who had called 911 to report a crime, who approached police to help them, and who posed no threat. And his total time in prison was less than 3 years. The Chauvin comparison, the Mohamed Noor case, became impossible to separate from comparisons to the Derek Chauvin case, particularly because both involved Minneapolis police officers killing civilians under unjustified circumstances, but the outcomes were starkly different. Derek Chauvin, a white officer, killed George Floyd, a black man, in May 2020. Chauvin was convicted of second-degree murder, third-degree murder, and manslaughter, and was sentenced to 22.5 years in state prison plus 21 years federal. Concurrent. Mohamed Noor, a B. A black Somali-American officer killed Justine Damond, a white woman, in July 2017. Noor was initially convicted of third-degree murder and manslaughter, but the murder conviction was overturned. He served less than 3 years in prison. The disparity in outcomes sparked intense debate. Some argued that Noor was treated more harshly initially, charged and convicted faster, convicted of murder rather than just manslaughter, because he was a black officer who killed a white victim, and that his eventual light sentence after the appeal was simply correcting an overly harsh initial conviction. Others argued that the system had failed Justine Damond by allowing Noor's murder conviction to be overturned on a technicality and by releasing him after less than 3 years for killing an innocent woman. Still others pointed out that the two cases were factually different. Chauvin kneeled on Floyd's neck for over 9 minutes, despite Floyd being handcuffed and non-threatening, while Noor fired a single shot in what he claimed was fear for his partner's safety. The circumstances, while both unjustified, weren't identical. The debate revealed deep divisions about police accountability, racial justice, and whether the system applies equal standards regardless of race. Some felt Noor was treated too harshly because of his race and immigration background. Others felt he escaped appropriate punishment for killing an innocent woman. There was no consensus, only competing narratives. The civil settlement. In May 2019, before Noor's criminal trial concluded, the city of Minneapolis agreed to pay $20 million to settle a civil lawsuit brought by Justine Damond's family. It was one of the largest settlements in Minneapolis history for a police shooting case. The settlement was unusual in that it came before the criminal case concluded. Typically, cities wait to see the outcome of criminal proceedings before settling civil cases. But the circumstances of Damond's death were so clearly unjustified that city officials apparently felt fighting the lawsuit was futile. The $20 million couldn't bring Justine back or restore what her family had lost, but it was at least an acknowledgement that her death had been wrong and that the city bore responsibility for employing an officer who shouldn't have been on the streets. Policy changes. Justine Damond's death led to several policy changes within the Minneapolis Police Department. Body camera. Requirements. MPD strengthened its body camera policies, requiring officers to activate cameras for all dispatched calls and imposing stricter discipline for violations. The fact that neither Noor nor Harity had activated their cameras during the Damond incident had made the investigation much more difficult. Training reforms. The department reviewed its training protocols, particularly around use of force decisions and assessing threats. The Damond case highlighted that officers sometimes react with lethal force before adequately evaluating whether a threat actually exists. Hiring and vetting. MPD reviewed its hiring processes, particularly the psychological evaluations and field training assessments that had raised concerns about Noor but hadn't prevented him from being hired and retained. Whether these reforms have been effective is debatable. 3 years after Damond's death, George Floyd was killed by Minneapolis police officers, suggesting that systemic problems within MPD persisted despite the policy changes implemented after Damon's killing. Where is he now? Mohamed Noor, now 38 years old, completed his supervised release in 2026 and is living somewhere in the United States. His exact location is not publicly known. He is not allowed to work in law enforcement again. His peace officer license was revoked following his conviction. Reports suggest he has largely withdrawn from public life, avoiding media attention and not speaking publicly about the case. The Somali American community in Minneapolis was divided about his case. Some felt he had been unfairly targeted and convicted because of his race and religion, while others acknowledged that what he did was wrong, regardless of his identity. Noor's life will forever be defined by those few seconds in an alley in July 2017 when he made a catastrophically bad decision that cost Justine Damond her life. He can never undo that moment, never give her back to her family, never restore the future she should have had. Justine's legacy. Justine Ruszczyk Damond is remembered by her family and community as a compassionate person who tried to help others. Her death was senseless, a woman doing exactly what we're told to do, calling police when she thought someone was in danger, killed by the very people she called for help. Her family established a foundation in her memory focused on supporting causes she cared about, including meditation, mindfulness, and helping others. They've worked to keep her memory alive, not just as a victim of police violence, but as a person who lived with kindness and sought to make the world better. Her stepson, Zach Damond, has been particularly vocal about seeking justice and police accountability. He's spoken at rallies and events, advocating for reforms that might prevent other families from experiencing what his family went through. The fact that Justine died while trying to help someone else, that her last act was calling 911 out of concern for a stranger, makes her death particularly tragic. She exemplified the kind of community involvement and care for others that society needs more of, and she was killed for it. The unanswered questions. Several questions about the Justine Damond case remain unanswered or only partially addressed. What was the loud sound that startled the officers? Officer Harity described hearing a thump on the back of the squad car just before seeing Damond approach. Some speculated it was Damond slapping the car to get the officers' attention. Others suggested it might have been something else entirely. The truth was never definitively established. Why didn't Harity draw his weapon if he felt threatened? Harity was the officer closest to Damond, and supposedly the one in immediate danger, yet he never drew his gun. This undermined Noor's claim that the threat was so immediate and severe that deadly force was necessary. Should Noor have been hired in the first place? Multiple people raised concerns about Noor's judgment and temperament during his training, yet he was hired and kept on the force. Was this a failure of screening, a consequence of staffing pressures, or a result of prioritizing diversity over readiness? Did race play a role in the case outcomes? The comparison to Derek Chauvin's case raises uncomfortable questions about whether officers of different races are held to different standards when they kill civilians of different races. There's no clear answer, but the disparate outcomes invite scrutiny. What remains? The Mohamed Noor case stands as one of the most tragic and controversial police shootings in recent Minneapolis history. An innocent woman trying to help others was killed by an officer who fired without justification, without assessing the situation, and without giving any warning or chance to de-escalate. The case exposed failures in police training, hiring, supervision, and accountability. It showed that even when body cameras exist, they're useless if officers don't activate them. It demonstrated that the justice system struggles to hold police accountable, even in cases with seemingly clear evidence of wrongdoing. Justine Damond should be alive. She should have married her fiancé in August 2017. She should have continued teaching yoga, helping students find peace and balance. She should have had decades more to live and love and contribute to her community. Instead, she's dead because an officer made a split-second decision to fire his weapon without adequately assessing whether there was actually a threat. And that officer served less than 3 years in prison before being released. There's no satisfying conclusion to this story. The criminal justice system processed Mohammed Noor, convicted him, sentenced him, and released him according to the laws and procedures in place. He served his legally mandated time. He's out now, living his life, while Justine Damond remains dead. Her family has found no closure, only the endless grief of knowing their daughter, sister, and loved one was killed needlessly by someone who should have protected her. The $20 million settlement provided financial compensation but couldn't restore what was taken. And Minneapolis continues to struggle with police accountability, with training failures, with officers who use force too quickly and without justification. Justine Damond's death should have been a turning point, a moment that forced real change. Instead, it was a precursor to George Floyd's death 3 years later. Another name in the growing list of people killed by Minneapolis police under circumstances that never should have resulted in death. The badge is supposed to represent protection and service. For Justine Damond, it represented the instrument of her death, killed by someone who wore it in an alley behind her home while trying to help others. That's her legacy, and that's the tragedy that no amount of legal proceedings or policy changes can ever truly resolve. The off-duty officer who walked into the wrong apartment and shot the innocent man eating ice cream on his own couch. Botham Jean was home after a long day of work, relaxing in his apartment on a Thursday evening. He had changed into comfortable shorts and a t-shirt. He was sitting on his couch, watching television and eating vanilla ice cream straight from the container, the kind of simple, domestic moment that defines normal life. He had no reason to expect danger. He was in his own home, door unlocked as it often was, minding his own business. He wasn't committing a crime. He wasn't threatening anyone. He was just a 26-year-old accountant enjoying a quiet night at home. Then the door opened. A woman he had never met walked into his apartment, saw him sitting on his couch, and within seconds shot him twice. He died on the floor of his own living room, still holding the bowl of ice cream, killed by a Dallas police officer who claimed she had walked into the wrong apartment and thought he was an intruder. The officer was Amber Geiger. She lived directly below Botham Jean in the same apartment complex. She had just finished a 13.5-hour shift and was, by her own account, exhausted and distracted. She parked on the wrong floor of the parking garage, walked to what she thought was her apartment, found the door ajar, and entered, believing someone had broken into her home. Except it wasn't her home. It was Botham Jean's home. And the intruder she shot was an innocent man in his own apartment, doing nothing more threatening than eating ice cream while watching television. The case would become one of the most shocking police shootings in recent memory, not because it involved racial tensions or protests or a confrontation with police, but because of its sheer incomprehensibility. How do you walk into the wrong apartment? How do you not notice you're in the wrong place before opening fire? How do you shoot an unarmed man sitting on a couch and claim self-defense? The answers to those questions would expose not just Amber Geiger's catastrophic failure of judgment, but also deeper questions about how police officers are trained to see threats, how race influences split-second decisions, and whether someone who kills an innocent person in their own home should face the same consequences as anyone else who commits murder. Botham Jean, A Life of Promise. Botham Shem Jean was born on September 29, 1991, in Castries, St. Lucia, a small Caribbean island nation. He grew up in a close-knit family, the second of 3 children, raised in a household that emphasized faith, education, and service to others. From a young age, Botham, known as Bo to his family and friends, showed exceptional promise. He was intelligent, charismatic, and deeply religious. He sang in church from childhood, his voice becoming so well known in St. Lucia that he was invited to perform at national events. He was the kind of young man who lit up rooms, who made people feel welcomed and valued. In 2011, he moved to the United States to attend Harding University, a Christian college in Searcy, Arkansas. He earned a degree in accounting and information systems, excelling academically while remaining deeply involved in campus ministry. He led worship services, mentored younger students, and was known for his genuine kindness and infectious laugh. After graduation in 2016, Botham moved to Dallas to work for PricewaterhouseCoopers, PwC, one of the world's largest accounting firms. He was a risk assurance associate, a position that put him on track for advancement in the corporate world. But Botham's ambitions extended beyond accounting. He dreamed of eventually returning to St. Lucia to enter politics, to use his education and skills to serve his home country. He lived in the Southside Flats, a modern apartment complex in the Cedars neighborhood of Dallas, just south of downtown. His apartment, Unit 1478 on the 4th floor, was his sanctuary, decorated with family photos and mementos from home. He stayed connected to his family in St. Lucia through regular calls and messages, and he remained active in his church community in Dallas, often leading worship and Bible study groups. By September 2018, Botham Jean was 26 years old, building a career, maintaining his faith, and looking toward a future full of possibility. He had no way of knowing that future would end on September 6, 2018, in the most incomprehensible way imaginable. Amber Guyger, the officer. Amber Guyger was born in 1988 and grew up in the Dallas area. She joined the Dallas Police Department in 2013 at age 25, following what appeared to be a genuine desire to serve her community. She completed the police academy and was assigned to patrol duty in Southeast Dallas. By most accounts, Guyger was a competent but unremarkable officer. She had no significant disciplinary issues in her personnel file. She received routine performance evaluations that were generally positive. She worked hard, put in long hours, and seemed dedicated to the job. But there were also signs of someone under stress and occasionally poor judgment. In 2017, she was involved in an officer-involved shooting where she and her partner shot and wounded a suspect during a confrontation. The shooting was ruled justified. In 2018, just months before the shooting of Botham Jean, she received a written reprimand for an incident involving improper use of force during an arrest. On September 6, 2018, Guyger had just completed a 13.5-hour shift, a long day even by police standards. She was tired, ready to go home, and according to her later statements, was distracted by text conversations with her romantic partner, another Dallas police officer with whom she was having an affair. She drove to the Southside Flats apartment complex where she lived in Unit 1378 on the 3rd floor. But instead of parking on the 3rd floor of the parking garage, as she usually did, she parked on the 4th floor, one level above her apartment. It was a simple mistake, the kind anyone might make when exhausted and distracted. But what happened next transformed that simple mistake into tragedy. The fatal encounter. At approximately 9:59 p.m. on September 6, 2018, Amber Guyger walked from the parking garage toward what she believed was her apartment. She was in uniform, still armed with her service weapon, having just ended her shift. She approached the door to Unit 1478, one floor above her actual apartment, Unit 1378. Later, she would claim she noticed several things that seemed unusual. The door was ajar. It was actually slightly open because the electronic lock hadn't fully engaged, and when she pushed it open, the apartment was darker than she expected. A reasonable person might have paused at this point. If you arrive home and your door is open when it shouldn't be, and the apartment is dark when you're sure you left lights on, you might step back, call for backup, or at least take a moment to assess the situation before entering. Geiger did none of these things. She entered the apartment, saw a figure in the darkness, Botham Jean sitting on his couch, and according to her account, shouted commands at him. She later claimed he was moving toward her, that she feared for her life, that she believed she was in her own apartment confronting an intruder. What Botham Jean experienced in those final seconds of his life can only be imagined. A stranger bursting into his apartment, shouting at him, weapon drawn. The confusion, the terror, the incomprehension of what was happening. Did he have time to speak? To explain that this was his home? To ask what was happening? Amber Geiger fired her weapon twice. Both bullets struck Botham Jean in the torso. He fell to the floor, still holding his bowl of vanilla ice cream, dying in his own living room from gunshot wounds inflicted by a police officer who had walked into the wrong apartment, the immediate aftermath. After shooting Botham Jean, Amber Geiger called 911. The audio of that call, later released to the public, captured her growing realization that something was catastrophically wrong. "I thought I was in my apartment," she told the 911 dispatcher, her voice rising in panic. She provided medical information about the victim, that he was shot, that he needed help immediately. But even as she spoke, she was beginning to understand that she had shot someone in their own home. Police and paramedics arrived within minutes. They attempted to save Botham Jean's life, but the wounds were too severe. He was transported to Baylor University Medical Center, where he was pronounced dead at 10:39 p.m., 40 minutes after being shot in his own apartment. At the scene, responding officers tried to make sense of what had happened. Amber Geiger's story, that she had mistakenly entered the wrong apartment believing it was her own and shot who she thought was an intruder, seemed almost impossible to believe. How could someone not know they were in the wrong apartment? The physical evidence, however, supported key elements of her account. She had indeed parked on the wrong floor. Unit 1478, Botham's apartment, was directly above Unit 1378, Geiger's apartment, with identical layouts. The door had been slightly ajar, and Geiger had immediately called 911 after the shooting, suggesting genuine shock rather than a deliberate killing followed by an attempt to cover it up. But none of this changed the fundamental fact. An innocent man was dead in his own home, killed by a police officer who shouldn't have been there. The investigation and charges. The investigation into Botham Jean's death was immediately complicated by the fact that the shooter was a police officer. Under Texas law, police officers have certain protections when using force, including a presumption that their actions were reasonable unless proven otherwise. Initially, the Dallas Police Department handled the investigation internally, which sparked immediate criticism from the community and Jean's family. How could the department investigate one of its own officers objectively? Pressure mounted for an independent investigation. 3 days after the shooting, on September 9, 2018, Amber Geiger was arrested and charged with manslaughter. She posted bail and was released. The manslaughter charge suggested that prosecutors believed Geiger had acted recklessly rather than intentionally, that she had genuinely mistaken Botham's apartment for her own and believed she was defending herself against an intruder. But community activists, legal experts, and Botham Jean's family argued that manslaughter was insufficient. Geiger had entered someone else's home without justification and killed them. If an ordinary citizen had done the same thing, they would be charged with murder. Why should a police officer be treated differently? The outcry intensified when evidence emerged that complicated Geiger's account. Investigators found text messages on her phone showing she had been distracted by personal conversations while driving home. They also found troubling messages, including some with racist content, that raised questions about whether racial bias had played a role in her split-second decision to shoot. Crucially, evidence showed that Botham Jean's apartment had different features from Geiger's that should have alerted her she was in the wrong place. different furniture, a bright red doormat outside the door that Geiger didn't have, and different decorations. How had she not noticed any of these differences before shooting? On November 30th, 2018, nearly 3 months after the shooting, a grand jury indicted Amber Geiger on a charge of murder rather than manslaughter. The upgraded charge reflected a determination that Geiger's actions went beyond reckless and constituted an intentional killing, even if she believed she was in her own apartment at the time. Geiger was fired from the Dallas Police Department shortly after the indictment. Her career in law enforcement was over. Now she faced the possibility of spending decades in prison. The trial, Amber Geiger's trial, began on September 23, 2019, just over a year after Botham Jean's death. The proceedings took place in Dallas County Criminal Court, with Judge Tammy Kemp presiding. The trial attracted intense media attention and sparked protests outside the courthouse. The prosecution's case focused on several key arguments. Geiger's failures. Prosecutors highlighted all the signs Geiger should have noticed that she was in the wrong apartment, the wrong floor, the red doormat, the different furniture, the fact that the door was ajar. They argued that a reasonable person would have recognized these differences before entering, let alone before shooting. Lack of threat. They emphasized that Botham Jean was sitting on his couch eating ice cream, watching television, and posed no threat. Even if Geiger had believed she was in her own apartment, Jean's behavior, sitting peacefully on a couch, didn't justify immediate lethal force. She should have assessed the situation, issued verbal commands, and sought cover before shooting. Racial bias. While not the centerpiece of the prosecution's case, prosecutors introduced evidence of racist text messages found on Geiger's phone, suggesting that racial bias may have influenced her split-second decision to perceive a black man in an apartment as a threat, rather than pausing to assess the situation. Intent. Most importantly, prosecutors argued that Geiger had intentionally shot Botham Jean. Even if she mistakenly believed she was in her own apartment, she made a conscious decision to fire her weapon at him. Under Texas law, that intentional act constituted murder, regardless of her mistaken belief about her location. The defense faced the challenging task of explaining how Geiger's actions were reasonable under the circumstances. Their strategy centered on several arguments. Genuine mistake. Defense attorneys emphasized that Geiger genuinely believed she was in her own apartment. She had parked on the wrong floor due to exhaustion after a long shift. The door was ajar, which she interpreted as evidence of a break-in. Her actions, while tragic, were based on a reasonable misunderstanding of the situation. Police training. They argued that Geiger's response was consistent with her police training. When confronted with a potential threat in a darkened room, officers are trained to act decisively to protect themselves. She believed she was confronting an intruder in her home and acted as her training dictated. Split-second decision. Defense attorneys emphasized that Geiger had only seconds to make a life-or-death decision. In that moment, believing she was in her own apartment with an intruder present, her decision to use lethal force was reasonable even if it was ultimately mistaken. Castle Doctrine. Texas law allows people to use deadly force to protect themselves in their own homes, without a duty to retreat. If Geiger genuinely believed she was in her apartment, the defense argued, she had the legal right to defend herself. Amber Geiger testified in her own defense, a decision that put her through intense cross-examination. She described her exhaustion after the long shift, her distraction from the text conversations, her shock upon finding the door ajar, and her fear when she saw a figure in the darkness. She became emotional on the stand, crying as she described the shooting. "I was scared he was going to kill me," she said. When prosecutors pressed her on why she didn't notice she was in the wrong apartment, she had no satisfying answer beyond repeating that she was tired and didn't notice the differences. The emotional high point of her testimony came when she addressed Botham Jean's family directly. "I'm so sorry. I have to live with that every single day." And if I could, I would ask him for forgiveness. But I can't because he's not here anymore. So I would just ask that you forgive me." The apology, while seemingly heartfelt, came after a year of legal maneuvering and did little to assuage the grief of Jean's family. The verdict. On October 1, 2019, after deliberating for less than 24 hours over 2 days, the jury reached a verdict: murder, guilty. The jury rejected Geiger's self-defense claim and her argument that she had reasonably mistaken the apartment for her own. They concluded that her actions constituted murder under Texas law, an intentional killing, even if based on mistaken beliefs about her location. Amber Geiger showed little reaction as the verdict was read. Botham Jean's family members in the courtroom embraced, crying and thanking God. Outside the courthouse, supporters who had gathered to demand justice celebrated. The conviction was significant. Police officers are rarely convicted of murder for on-duty or off-duty shootings, even in questionable circumstances. The fact that a Texas jury had convicted Geiger sent a message that even police officers can be held accountable for unjustified killings. The sentencing. The sentencing phase began immediately after the guilty verdict. Under Texas law, the same jury that convicted Geiger would determine her sentence. The prosecution sought the maximum, up to 99 years in prison. The defense asked for a lenient sentence, arguing that Geiger had acted without malice and had already suffered tremendously from the incident. Victim impact statements were powerful and emotional. Botham Jean's mother, Alyssa Charles Findley, spoke about losing her son. "When Botham died, part of me died, Tuomte, and it's my heart. My life has not been the same. It's just been like a roller coaster. I cannot sleep, I cannot eat. It's just been the most terrible time for me." Then came a moment that would be replayed millions of times across social media and news coverage, becoming one of the most powerful images of forgiveness in recent American history. Brant Jean, Botham's 18-year-old younger brother, approached the witness stand to give his victim impact statement. He spoke directly to Amber Geiger, looking her in the eyes as he addressed the woman who had killed his brother. "I don't want to say twice, or for the 100th time, I forgive you," Brant said, his voice breaking with emotion. "But I love you just like anyone else. And I'm not going to say I hope you rot and die, just like my brother did. I personally want the best for you." Then Brant asked the judge if he could give Geiger a hug. Judge Kemp granted permission. Brant walked over to Geiger, who was weeping, and embraced her. The courtroom was silent except for the sound of crying. Geiger sobbed as she hugged Botham's brother, the physical embodiment of the family's grief, offering her forgiveness. The moment was extraordinary, an act of grace that transcended the legal proceedings and touched something deeper about mercy, redemption, and the possibility of healing. It went viral immediately, with millions of people moved by Brant Jean's compassion. But not everyone saw it as purely positive. Some felt that the narrative shifted too quickly to Geiger's pain and the Jean family's forgiveness, potentially overshadowing the fact that an innocent man had been killed in his own home. Others worried that the focus on forgiveness might influence the jury toward leniency in sentencing. On October 2, 2019, the jury sentenced Amber Geiger to 10 years in prison. She would be eligible for parole after serving 5 years. The sentence shocked many observers. 10 years for murdering an innocent man in his own home seemed extraordinarily lenient. For comparison, the average sentence for murder in Texas is closer to 22 to 30 years, and many defendants receive life sentences. Botham Jean's family expressed disappointment with the sentence while maintaining their position of forgiveness. His mother said she was grateful for the guilty verdict, but felt the sentence was too light. Legal observers noted that the jury's sentence likely reflected the unique circumstances of the case. that Geiger had genuinely believed, however unreasonably, that she was in her own apartment, that she had no prior criminal record, and that her actions, while criminal, didn't reflect the kind of premeditation or malice typical of murder cases. Still, for many, the 10-year sentence reinforced the perception that police officers receive preferential treatment even when convicted of serious crimes. In prison, Amber Geiger, now 37 years old, is currently incarcerated at the Mountain View Unit in Gatesville, Texas, Coryell County. The facility is a women's prison operated by the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. She has filed multiple appeals of her conviction, all of which have been denied. In 2021, a Texas appeals court upheld her conviction and sentence. In 2022, the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals declined to review her case. In 2023, she petitioned the U.S. Supreme Court, which also declined, to hear her appeal. In October 2024, Geiger appeared before the Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles for her first parole hearing. Under Texas law, defendants sentenced to 10 years for murder become eligible for parole after serving 5 years. Geiger had served just over 5 years at the time of the hearing. The parole board denied her request. She will be eligible to apply again in 2026. Botham Jean's family members submitted statements opposing parole, arguing that 5 years was insufficient time served for taking an innocent life. Community activists and supporters of criminal justice reform also opposed her early release, noting that other defendants, particularly defendants of color, routinely serve much longer sentences for similar or lesser crimes. Geiger's projected release date, if she serves her full sentence minus credit for good behavior, is approximately 2029. She will be in her early 40s, having spent roughly a decade in prison for killing Botham Jean. The civil judgment. In November 2024, more than 6 years after Botham Jean's death, a Dallas County civil jury awarded his family $98.65 million in damages in a wrongful death lawsuit against Amber Geiger. The jury found that Geiger had used excessive force and acted with malice when she shot Jean. The $98.65 million award included compensatory damages for Jean's pain and suffering, his family's loss, and punitive damages designed to punish Geiger for her actions. The massive judgment is largely symbolic. Geiger is in prison with no significant assets and no realistic ability to pay even a fraction of the award. But the civil verdict provides another form of legal accountability and affirms that Jean's life had immeasurable value. Jean's family attorney said the verdict sends a message that police officers will be held accountable when they violate the public trust and take innocent lives. Botham's legacy. In the years since his death, Botham Jean's memory has been honored in multiple ways. Botham Jean Boulevard. In October 2019, the Dallas City Council unanimously voted to rename a section of Lamar Street near the Southside Flats apartment complex as Botham Jean Boulevard. The street naming ensures that Jean's name and memory remain present in the neighborhood where he lived and died. The Botham Jean Foundation. His family established a foundation in his memory focused on education and community service, particularly supporting young people in St. Lucia and helping them access educational opportunities like the one that brought Botham to the United States. Police reform advocacy. Botham's mother, Elisa Charles Findley, has become an advocate for police accountability and reform. She has spoken at rallies and events calling for changes in how police are trained and held accountable when they use unjustified force. The Bowes Place Scholarship, Harding University, Botham's alma mater, established a scholarship in his name for students from the Caribbean pursuing degrees. In business and ministry, reflecting the two great passions of Botham's life. The bigger questions. The Amber Geiger case raises uncomfortable questions that extend beyond the specific facts of this tragedy. Officer training and threat perception. How are police officers trained to assess threats, and does that training lead them to see threats where none exist? Geiger's immediate resort to lethal force, shooting a man sitting on a couch eating ice cream, suggests someone conditioned to perceive any unknown person in an unexpected situation as a mortal threat. Racial bias. Would Geiger have shot as quickly if Botham Jean had been white? The question is impossible to answer definitively, but research on implicit bias suggests that people, including police officers, are more likely to perceive black men as threatening than white men in identical situations. The racist text messages found on Geiger's phone add weight to concerns that racial bias played a role in her split-second decision to shoot. Castle Doctrine and police. Texas's Castle Doctrine allows people to use deadly force to protect themselves in their own homes without a duty to retreat. But should that doctrine apply when someone is mistaken about being in their own home? And should police officers who are trained in threat assessment and de-escalation be held to a higher standard than ordinary citizens? Sentencing disparities. The 10-year sentence for Amber Geiger was lenient by any standard for a murder conviction. Would a non-police officer who walked into the wrong apartment and shot an innocent person receive such a light sentence? The perception that police officers receive preferential treatment, even when convicted, undermines public trust in the justice system. Accountability versus forgiveness. Brant Jean's act of forgiving and embracing Amber Geiger was extraordinary and powerful. But some worried that the narrative of forgiveness might overshadow the need for accountability and systemic change. Can both coexist? Compassion for individual offenders and demands for systemic reform. What remains Amber Geiger is in prison, where she will likely remain for several more years. She has been convicted, sentenced, and held accountable by both the criminal and civil justice systems. By the measures of the legal system, justice has been served, but no amount of justice can bring back Botham Jean. He remains dead, his potential unfulfilled, his family forever incomplete. His mother speaks of the son who will never come home to St. Lucia to pursue his dreams of political service. His brother speaks of the older sibling who should have been there for life's milestones. His friends speak of the voice that should still be leading worship, the laugh that should still be filling rooms, the presence that made everyone feel valued. Botham Jean died doing the most ordinary thing imaginable, sitting on his couch in his own home, eating ice cream and watching television. The ordinariness of it is what makes it so incomprehensible. If you're not safe in your own home, doing nothing wrong, threatening no one, where are you safe? The answer should be everywhere. You should be safe in your own home, on your own couch, living your life. The color of your skin shouldn't matter. The fact that someone else made a catastrophic mistake shouldn't cost you your life. But for Botham Jean, it did. And no amount of accountability, forgiveness, or remembrance can change their fact. The red bowl of vanilla ice cream that Botham Jean was eating when he died has become a symbol of the case, a reminder of the innocent, domestic moment that was shattered by violence. It represents everything that was stolen, not just a life, but the simple pleasure of being home, being safe, being yourself. Amber Geiger took that from Botham Jean when she walked into the wrong apartment and made a catastrophic decision in a split second. She will live with that for the rest of her life, just as Botham's family will live with his absence for the rest of theirs. The tragedy didn't have to happen. If Geiger had noticed she was on the wrong floor, if she had seen the red doormat outside the door, if she had paused before entering, if she had assessed the situation before shooting, if she had seen a man on a couch instead of a threat to be eliminated, if. But she didn't. And Botham Jean is dead, and his family carries on without him, finding ways to honor his memory while living with the unfillable void his death created. The street sign that bears his name stands in Dallas as a permanent reminder: Botham Jean Boulevard. A young man who came to America to build a future, who worked hard and stayed faithful, who made friends easily and treated everyone with kindness, who dreamed of returning home to serve his country. A young man who deserved to live, who should still be living, but who died in the most senseless way imaginable, shot in his own home by someone who wasn't supposed to be there. That's the story of Botham Jean and Amber Guyger, a tragedy born of mistakes, exhaustion, poor judgment, and possibly racial bias. A life taken that can never be restored, a family broken that can never be made whole. And questions about police accountability, training, and bias that remain as urgent today as they were on September 6, 2018, when an innocent man died eating ice cream on his couch. The law has spoken. The jury has decided. The sentence has been served, at least in part. But the loss remains, and that loss, Botham Jean's absence from the world, is the truest measure of this tragedy. Australia's most decorated detective became its most corrupt cop, ending his career by executing a student over a drug deal. Roger Rogerson was once the most celebrated detective in New South Wales. Over a 28-year career with the New South Wales Police Force, he earned 12 commendations for bravery and one Peter Mitchell Award, the highest honor for detective work in Australia. He was the cop that newspapers wrote about, the one television shows based characters on, the one whose colleagues looked up to as the epitome of a tough, effective detective who got results. He was also, according to decades of allegations, investigations, and eventually convictions, one of the most corrupt police officers in Australian history. A man who used his badge to commit crimes rather than solve them, who cultivated relationships with organized crime figures while claiming to investigate them, and who allegedly murdered multiple people while wearing the uniform. For years, Rogerson operated with near impunity, protected by the blue wall of silence and his reputation as a hero cop. He survived corruption inquiries that destroyed other officers' careers. He talked his way out of murder allegations. He served brief prison terms for lesser offenses, but always emerged ready to defend his legacy, claiming he'd been a tough cop unfairly targeted by jealous colleagues and crusading reformers. His luck finally ran out on May 20, 2014, when the 73-year-old former detective, still chasing the criminal life he'd never truly left, lured a 20-year-old university student to a storage unit in suburban Sydney to steal his methamphetamine. What Rogerson didn't know was that the entire encounter was being captured on CCTV cameras, creating an inescapable video record of him and his accomplice shooting Jamie Gow twice, wrapping his body in a surfboard bag and hauling it out to dump at sea. It was a murder so poorly planned and executed that it seemed impossible the perpetrator was once considered Australia's finest detective. But then, by 2014, Roger Rogerson was an old man desperate for one last score, unable to accept that his days of getting away with anything were over. He would spend the final decade of his life in prison, dying behind bars at age 83, his decorated career long overshadowed by the crimes he'd committed and the lives he'd destroyed. The man who once represented the best of Australian policing instead became a cautionary tale about how power, corruption, and arrogance can turn a hero into a monster. The rise of a hero cop. Roger Caleb Rogerson was born on January 1941 in the Sydney suburb of Bankstown. He grew up in a working-class family during the post-war years and joined the New South Wales Police Force in 1958 at age 17. It was the beginning of what should have been an exemplary career in law enforcement. Rogerson quickly distinguished himself. He was tough, fearless, and willing to confront the most dangerous criminals. In the 1960s and 1970s, he worked in Sydney's most violent areas, dealing with armed robbers, drug dealers, and organized crime figures. He had a knack for getting results, arrests, convictions, recovered stolen property, and his superiors took notice. By the 1970s, Rogerson was a detective sergeant working with the Criminal Investigation Branch, CIB, and his reputation was growing. He received multiple bravery awards for confronting armed criminals. He was shot at, assaulted, and threatened, but never backed down. To the public and his superiors, he was exactly the kind of cop Sydney needed. He cultivated relationships with journalists who wrote admiring profiles of the tough detective cleaning up Sydney's streets. He became media savvy, knowing how to work the press to burnish his image. He was charismatic, quotable, and unafraid of publicity. But even during his rise, there were whispers. Other officers noticed that Rogerson seemed unusually close to some of the criminals he was supposed to be investigating. He was seen socializing with organized crime figures. Money seemed to flow to him from sources that weren't his police salary. And some of the criminals he arrested seemed to receive favorable treatment, while others, particularly those who wouldn't cooperate with Rogerson, faced harsher consequences. The whispers, however, were just that. Whispers. Rogerson was too valuable, too decorated, too protected to be seriously challenged. And in the New South Wales police force of the 1970s and 1980s, corruption was endemic enough that one more allegedly dirty cop didn't seem worth pursuing, especially when that cop had medals and commendations to show for his work. The criminal partnership. While working as a detective, Roger Rogerson formed a partnership with Arthur Neddy Smith, one of Sydney's most notorious career criminals. Smith was involved in armed robbery, drug trafficking, and eventually murder. He was exactly the kind of person Rogerson was supposed to be arresting. Instead, according to Smith's later testimony and multiple investigations, Rogerson and Smith formed a mutually beneficial criminal enterprise. Rogerson would provide Smith with intelligence about police investigations, tip him off about upcoming raids, and use his position to protect Smith from serious consequences. In return, Smith would provide Rogerson with money and information that Rogerson could use to make arrests of Smith's rivals, enhancing Rogerson's reputation while eliminating Smith's competition. It was a perfect arrangement for both men. Smith operated with police protection, and Rogerson appeared to be an effective detective while actually facilitating crime. The partnership would last for years and allegedly involved numerous crimes, including murders that remain controversial to this day. The most notorious incident involved Warren Lanfranchi, a heroin dealer and associate of Smith's, who was shot and killed by Roger Rogerson on June 27, 1981, in the Sydney suburb of Chippendale. The Lanfranchi killing. According to Rogerson's account, Warren Lanfranchi was an armed criminal who had kidnapped a police officer's girlfriend for ransom. Rogerson and other officers set up a sting operation to arrest Lanfranchi. During the arrest, Lanfranchi pulled a gun, and Rogerson shot him in self-defense. Rogerson was cleared at an inquest. He received yet another commendation for bravery. He was the hero cop who had taken down a dangerous criminal who had threatened one of his own. But there was another version of events, one that would emerge years later through testimony from Neddy Smith and others. In this version, Lanfranchi had become a problem. He was too unpredictable, too willing to inform on others, and he needed to be eliminated. Rogerson allegedly arranged to meet Lanfranchi, shot him in cold blood, and then staged the scene to look like self-defense, planting a gun on the dead man's body. The 1981 inquest accepted Rogerson's version, but decades later, a 2015 coronial inquest into Lanfranchi's death found that he had been executed and that Rogerson's account was false. The inquest concluded that Lanfranchi had been murdered, but by then the statute of limitations had expired and no charges could be filed. The Lanfranchi killing was a turning point in Rogerson's career. To his supporters, it was proof of his courage and effectiveness. To his critics, it was proof that he was a criminal with a badge, capable of murder and protected by the system. The Flannery Affair. Another controversial death associated with Roger Rogerson was that of Christopher Dale Flannery, a hitman and violent criminal known as Mr. Rent-A-Kill, who disappeared in 1985 and is presumed murdered. Flannery had worked as a contract killer for various organized crime figures, and according to testimony from Nettie Smith and others, Flannery had become too dangerous and too unstable. Smith claimed that Rogerson arranged Flannery's execution, though Rogerson always denied involvement. Flannery's body has never been found. The case remains officially unsolved, but the allegations against Rogerson added to the growing body of evidence that the decorated detective was actually a criminal mastermind using his badge to commit crimes rather than solve them. The beginning of accountability. By the mid-1980s, the rumors and allegations about Roger Rogerson's corruption were too numerous and too serious to ignore. Media investigations, particularly by journalists like Evan Whitten and programs like Four Corners, began exposing New South Wales police corruption, with Rogerson increasingly at the center of the scrutiny. In 1985, Rogerson's career finally hit a major obstacle. He was accused of conspiring to supply heroin, essentially using his police position to facilitate drug trafficking. While criminal charges were never filed due to insufficient evidence, the New South Wales police force had had enough. In 1986, Rogerson was dismissed from the force after 28 years of service. The dismissal was a stunning fall from grace for someone who had been one of the most decorated officers in the state. Rogerson protested his innocence, claiming he was being targeted by reformers who resented his effectiveness and by criminals seeking revenge. But his dismissal was just the beginning. The 1990s would see major corruption inquiries that would expose the full extent of rot within New South Wales Police, and Rogerson would be at the center of it all. The Wood Royal Commission. In 1994, the New South Wales government established the Royal Commission into the New South Wales Police Service, chaired by Justice James Wood. The commission would spend more than 2 years investigating corruption within New South Wales Police, ultimately hearing testimony from hundreds of witnesses and exposing a culture of systematic corruption that had existed for decades. Roger Rogerson's name came up repeatedly during the inquiry. Nettie Smith, now in prison for murder, testified about his criminal partnership with Rogerson, describing numerous crimes they had committed together. Other criminals and police officers provided testimony about Rogerson's alleged involvement in drug trafficking, theft, and murder. The Commission's final report, released in 1997, was scathing. It documented widespread corruption and recommended major reforms. While the Commission couldn't criminally charge anyone, it was an inquiry, not a prosecution. It provided evidence that led to multiple criminal cases. For Rogerson, the immediate consequence was continued public scrutiny and multiple criminal charges for various offenses related to his corrupt activities. Over the following years, he would be convicted twice of perverting the course of justice and once of lying to the Police Integrity Commission. He served brief prison terms, but never for the most serious allegations, the murders he was accused of but never charged with due to insufficient evidence or expired statutes of limitations. Life after disgrace. After his dismissal from police and his various convictions, Roger Rogerson could have faded into obscurity, a disgraced former cop living out his remaining years in relative anonymity. He did the opposite. He became a minor celebrity, embracing his notoriety rather than hiding from it. He gave interviews defending his career, wrote articles, and appeared on television shows. He maintained that he had been a great detective unfairly targeted by enemies and reformers. He admitted to being a bagman who collected bribes but insisted he was never involved in drug dealing or murder. In 1995, the ABC aired Blue Murder, a two-part television miniseries based on Rogerson's career and his relationship with Nettie Smith. The series depicted Rogerson, portrayed by actor Richard Roxburgh, as a corrupt, violent officer involved in multiple crimes, including murder. It was watched by millions of Australians and cemented Rogerson's place in popular culture as the symbol of New South Wales police corruption. Rogerson sued for defamation, claiming the series falsely portrayed him as a murderer. The case went to trial, where both sides presented extensive evidence about Rogerson's career. Ultimately, Rogerson lost the case. The court found that the portrayal was substantially true and that Rogerson had not been defamed because his reputation was already so damaged by his proven corruption. Throughout the late 1990s and 2000s, Rogerson continued to seek the spotlight. He gave interviews where he defended his legacy, claiming he had been a tough cop who did what was necessary to fight crime. He minimized his corruption convictions as minor indiscretions, and he maintained his innocence regarding the murder allegations, portraying himself as a victim of false accusations by criminals seeking to reduce their own sentences. But Rogerson wasn't just seeking rehabilitation of his image. He was also, allegedly, still involved in criminal activity. And in 2014, that continued criminal involvement would finally catch up with him in the most definitive way possible. Jamie Gow, the final victim. Jamie Gow was 20 years old in 2014, a young man studying at the University of Technology, Sydney. He was, by most accounts, a good student from a respectable family, but he had gotten involved in the drug trade, dealing methamphetamine to supplement his income. It's unclear exactly how Gow came to Roger Rogerson's attention, but by May 2014, the 73-year-old former detective and 20-year-old student had struck a deal. Gow would supply 3 kilograms of methamphetamine to Rogerson and his associate, former detective Glenn McNamara, in exchange for approximately $3 million. Glenn McNamara was another disgraced former New South Wales police detective who had formed a partnership with Rogerson. McNamara had been dismissed from the force in the 1990s for fabricating evidence and had since worked various jobs while allegedly remaining involved in criminal activities with Rogerson. What Jamie Gow didn't know was that Rogerson and McNamara had no intention of paying for the drugs. They planned to rob him, take the methamphetamine, and presumably sell it themselves for profit. It was a classic ripoff, the kind that career criminals have been doing for centuries. What Rogerson and McNamara apparently didn't fully consider was how thoroughly modern surveillance technology would capture their every move. The murder. On May 20, 2014, Jamie Gow drove to a rent-a-space storage facility in Padstow, a suburb in Sydney southwest. He was meeting Rogerson and McNamara to complete the drug transaction. He carried with him 2.78 kilograms of methamphetamine in a blue bag, slightly less than the agreed-upon amount, but still worth millions on the street. The storage facility, like most modern facilities, was equipped with extensive CCTV camera coverage. Every entrance, hallway, and many individual storage units were being recorded constantly. For someone planning a crime, it was perhaps the worst possible location, a place where every action would be documented on video. Rogerson and McNamara had rented a storage unit for the meeting. At approximately 1:40 p.m., surveillance footage showed Jamie Gow arriving at the facility and entering the storage unit, where Rogerson and McNamara were waiting. Minutes later, the audio feed from the cameras picked up 2 gunshots. What happened inside that storage unit was later reconstructed through forensic evidence, witness testimony, and the defendant's own later statements. Jamie Gow entered with the blue bag containing the methamphetamine. Almost immediately, Rogerson or McNamara, it was never definitively established which one pulled the trigger, shot Gow twice, once in the chest and once in the back of the head. Jamie Gow died quickly. The 2 former detectives then faced the problem of what to do with his body and how to get away with their crime. The cover-up. Over the next several hours, surveillance cameras captured Roger Rogerson and Glenn McNamara attempting to dispose of Jamie Gow's body and cover up their crime. The footage would later be played in court, showing in excruciating detail how two men who had once been police detectives, men who should have understood how investigations work and how crucial surveillance footage can be, made mistake after mistake. First, they wrapped Gow's body in a tarp and tried to fit it into a surfboard bag to make it easier to transport. The footage showed them struggling with the heavy, awkward bundle, taking multiple trips to their vehicle to retrieve items they needed. Around 2:40 p.m., cameras captured them rolling a large, heavy object wrapped in the surfboard bag out of the storage unit and into McNamara's car. The shape and size made it obvious they were moving a body. They drove to the Cronulla area, to a spot near the coast where McNamara kept a small boat. Over the course of the evening and into the night, they loaded Gow's body onto the boat, along with weights and chains to ensure it would sink, and headed out into the ocean. At approximately 4:30 a.m. on May 21st, they dumped Jamie Gow's body, wrapped in the tarp and weighed down, into the ocean off the Cronulla coast. They returned to shore, cleaned the boat, and apparently believed they had gotten away with it. The body was gone, disposed of in the ocean where it might never be found. The drugs were theirs, and they had committed what they thought was the perfect crime. They were wrong on every count. The investigation. Jamie Gow's family reported him missing when he failed to return home on May 20th. His car was found near the storage facility. His phone records showed his last location was in Padstow. Police began investigating his disappearance as a potential abduction or murder. Within days, investigators had identified the storage facility where Gow had last been seen. They obtained the surveillance footage and watched in disbelief as it showed two older men meeting with Gow, hearing gunshots, and then removing what was clearly a body wrapped in a surfboard bag. The investigators recognized one of the men immediately, Roger Rogerson, the notorious former detective whose face had been in the media for decades. The other man was identified as Glenn McNamara, another former detective with connections to Rogerson. On May 27, 2014, just 7 days after Jamie Gow's murder, police arrested Roger Rogerson and Glenn McNamara. They were charged with murder, drug supply, and various other offenses related to the killing and cover-up. The arrests made national headlines. Roger Rogerson, the once decorated detective who had survived multiple corruption scandals and murder allegations, had finally been caught on camera committing murder. This time, there would be no talking his way out, no sympathetic allies in the police force to protect him, no statute of limitations to run out before charges could be filed. The evidence was overwhelming, captured on video for the world to see. The body. 6 days after the arrests, on June 2, 2014, two fishermen found Jamie Gow's body floating in Shelley Beach, off the coast of Cronulla. Despite the weights and chains, the body had surfaced, likely due to decomposition gases that had built up inside the wrapped tarp. The discovery of the body provided crucial forensic evidence. Pathologists determined that Gow had been shot twice. Forensic examination of the tarp, the surfboard bag, and Gow's clothing provided additional evidence linking Rogerson and McNamara to the murder. For Gow's family, the discovery brought the horrifying confirmation that their son was dead, but at least it allowed them to recover his body and give him a proper burial. They had lost their son to a senseless murder committed by two old men who had decided to rob and kill a young student over methamphetamine. The trial. The trial of Roger Rogerson and Glenn McNamara began in the New South Wales Supreme Court in 2016. It was one of the most high-profile criminal trials in recent Australian history, with extensive media coverage and daily courtroom drama. The prosecution's case was built primarily on the surveillance footage, which showed the defendants entering the storage unit with Gao, the sound of gunshots, and then the removal of what was clearly a body. They also presented forensic evidence linking both men to the crime scene and to Gao's body. Additional evidence included phone records showing communications between Rogerson, McNamara, and Gao in the days before the murder, testimony from witnesses who had seen the defendants on the day of the murder, financial records showing both men were in serious debt and needed money, the methamphetamine itself, which was recovered from Rogerson's possession. The defense faced an almost impossible task. The surveillance footage was damning, showing clearly that the defendants had been present when Gao was killed and had disposed of his body. The defense strategy focused on arguing that while their clients had been present, they hadn't been the ones who pulled the trigger and that the killing might have been accidental or in self-defense. Neither Rogerson nor McNamara testified in their own defense. The risk of cross-examination was too great, given their criminal histories and the strength of the prosecution's evidence. The trial lasted 3 months. The jury heard extensive testimony, watched hours of surveillance footage, and examined forensic evidence. Throughout the proceedings, Rogerson maintained his composure, the same cool confidence he had displayed throughout his career when facing accusations. But this time, the evidence was too strong, the crime too well documented, and his legendary ability to talk his way out of trouble finally insufficient. The verdict and sentence. On September 5, 2016, after deliberating for 7 days, the jury returned guilty verdicts. Murder of Jamie Gao. Guilty, both Rogerson and McNamara. Supplying a commercial quantity of drugs. Guilty, both defendants. Roger Rogerson, age 75, and Glenn McNamara, age 57, had been convicted of murdering Jamie Gao and attempting to profit from his methamphetamine. On September 12, 2016, Justice Jeffrey Bellew sentenced both men to life imprisonment with no possibility of parole. In his sentencing remarks, the judge was scathing. The murder was a calculated and planned execution of Jamie Gao, Justice Bellew said. It was committed for financial gain. The planning and execution of this crime was meticulous and methodical. The offenders showed no remorse. He noted that both men were former police officers who had abused their knowledge and skills to commit murder and attempt to cover it up. Their corruption of the oath they had once taken made their crimes even more serious. Roger Rogerson showed no emotion as the sentence was read. He was 75 years old and would spend the rest of his life in prison. The decorated detective who had once been the pride of Nya South Police would die behind bars. Appeals and final years. Roger Rogerson and Glenn McNamara filed multiple appeals of their convictions and sentences. They argued that the trial judge had made errors, that the jury had been improperly instructed, and that the evidence was insufficient to support murder convictions. Every appeal failed. In 2018, the New South Wales Court of Criminal Appeal upheld the convictions and sentences. In 2019, they denied further appeals. In 2023, the High Court of Australia, the country's highest court, refused to hear their case, exhausting all legal options. Rogerson continued to maintain his innocence, giving interviews from prison where he claimed he had been framed and that Jamie Gao's death had been accidental or self-defense. Few believed him. The surveillance footage was too clear, the evidence too overwhelming. In prison, Rogerson was reportedly in declining health. The combination of his advanced age and the stress of incarceration took their toll. He suffered from various medical conditions but received treatment within the prison system. Despite his crimes, Rogerson remained a figure of fascination in Australia. Journalists continued to write about him, documentaries examined his career, and true crime enthusiasts debated his legacy. He represented an era of New South Wales police corruption that the state had supposedly moved beyond. Yet his very existence served as a reminder that the rot had gone deep and that reform had come late. Death in prison. On January 21, 2024. 2024. Roger Rogerson died in Prince of Wales Hospital in Sydney at age 83. He had been transported there from Long Bay Correctional Complex after suffering a brain aneurysm. Despite medical intervention, he could not be saved. He died a convicted murderer, serving a life sentence, his decorated career erased by decades of corruption, and his final act of killing a 20-year-old student. News of his death sparked mixed reactions in Australia. Some expressed satisfaction that he had died in prison, seeing it as justice finally fully served. Others reflected on the tragedy of a talented detective who had become a criminal, wasting his gifts and destroying lives. Jamie Gow's family issued a statement noting that while Rogerson's death brought closure of sorts, it couldn't bring back their son or undo the pain his murder had caused. Glenn McNamara remains in prison, serving his life sentence. He is now in his mid-60s and, barring a successful appeal, will die behind bars like his partner in crime. The Rogerson Legacy. Roger Rogerson's life and career represent one of the most dramatic falls from grace in Australian law enforcement history. He went from being the most decorated detective in New South Wales to being a convicted murderer who died in prison. His legacy is complex and controversial. The Decorated Hero. For years, Rogerson was genuinely effective at catching criminals. His 12 commendations for bravery weren't fabricated. He confronted armed criminals, solved difficult cases, and put dangerous people in prison. Whatever his corruption, he was at times a genuinely capable detective. The Corrupt Operator. But that capability was compromised by his willingness to cross the line into criminality. His partnership with Nettie Smith, his alleged involvement in drug trafficking, his suspected role in multiple murders, all of this made him not a crime fighter, but a criminal with a badge. The symbol of systemic rot, Rogerson didn't operate alone or in a vacuum. He thrived in a New South Wales police force that tolerated and sometimes encouraged corruption. He was protected by the blue wall of silence and by a culture that prioritized arrests and clearances over integrity. His career is a case study in how institutional corruption enables individual wrongdoing. The Cautionary Tale. In his later years, Rogerson became a warning about hubris and the inability to change. Even in his 70s, even after multiple corruption convictions and prison terms, he couldn't resist the criminal life. He believed he could pull off one more job, steal some drugs, make some money. His arrogance and refusal to accept that his days of getting away with things were over led directly to his arrest, conviction, and death in prison. What remains? Roger Rogerson is gone now, dead at 83, his story finally complete. He will be remembered not for his bravery awards or his decorated career, but for his corruption and for murdering a 20-year-old student in a storage unit. Jamie Gow's family continues to mourn their son, the bright young man who made a terrible decision to get involved in the drug trade and paid for it with his life. His murder was senseless. Two old men killing a young one over methamphetamine they planned to steal anyway. The New South Wales police force has reformed significantly since the Wood Royal Commission. Modern oversight, integrity units, and a cultural shift have reduced the kind of endemic corruption that allowed Rogerson to thrive for decades. But the Rogerson case remains a reminder of how bad things were and how vigilant institutions must be to prevent that kind of corruption from returning. The broader questions Rogerson's career raises remain relevant. How do we identify and remove corrupt officers before they cause serious harm? Rogerson's corruption was an open secret for years before he was finally dismissed. Better systems for investigating and acting on corruption allegations might have stopped him much earlier. What protections prevent good cops from becoming criminals? Rogerson started as a legitimate detective, but gradually crossed ethical lines until he was indistinguishable from the criminals he was supposed to be catching. Understanding that progression might help prevent others from following the same path. Can someone be both an effective cop and a corrupt one? Rogerson's case suggests yes. He solved real crimes while also committing them. This complicates the narrative that corrupt cops are simply bad apples who are bad at their jobs. Sometimes they're good at the job while being criminals themselves. How do we balance respecting police work with holding officers accountable? Rogerson's defenders often pointed to his bravery awards and commendations as evidence he couldn't be corrupt. But those awards didn't immunize him from accountability for his crimes. The challenge is supporting good policing while investigating bad officers without letting past achievement excuse present wrongdoing. The final word: Roger Rogerson spent his last years in a prison cell, a dramatic reversal for someone who had once put criminals in those same cells. He died as he had lived for decades. A criminal, though one who never fully accepted that designation. His story arc is almost Shakespearean. A talented man brought low by his own flaws, unable to resist corruption even when it would inevitably destroy him, believing until the end that he was smarter than everyone else and could get away with anything. He was wrong. The surveillance cameras at a storage facility in Padstow captured him committing murder, and no amount of charm, denial, or legal maneuvering could erase that footage. For once, Roger Rogerson couldn't talk his way out. The evidence was too clear, the crime too documented, the system too reformed to protect him. Jamie Gow is still dead. His family still grieves. And Roger Rogerson's decorated career is forever erased by the crimes he committed, culminating in the execution of a 20-year-old student over a drug deal gone wrong. From hero cop to convicted murderer dying in prison, that's the legacy of Roger Rogerson. Not the bravery awards, not the cases solved, not the decorated career, just corruption, violence, and finally, accountability. The surveillance footage doesn't lie. The forensic evidence doesn't lie. And in the end, neither could Roger Rogerson, caught on camera, convicted by a jury, dead in a prison hospital, his story serving as a permanent reminder of how far someone can fall when they believe the rules don't apply to them. He was wrong about that too. The rules do apply. Justice delayed is still justice. And sometimes even hero cops die in prison for murder. The Chicago officer who fired 16 shots at a teenager carrying a knife caught on dashcam in a case that rocked the city. For 13 months, the city of Chicago fought to keep a video secret. City officials knew what was on it: dashcam footage from a police cruiser that captured Officer Jason Van Dyke shooting 17-year-old Laquan McDonald 16 times in the middle of a southwest side street. They knew the video contradicted the official police narrative that McDonald had lunged at officers with a knife, forcing Van Dyke to shoot in self-defense. They knew the video showed something very different: a teenager walking away from police, not toward them, when Van Dyke opened fire. A teenager who fell to the ground after the first shots and continued to be shot repeatedly as he lay on the pavement, his body jerking with each impact. They knew releasing that video would destroy the police department's credibility, spark mass protests, and potentially result in a police officer being charged with murder, something that hadn't happened in Chicago in nearly half a century. So they tried to bury it. The city paid the McDonald family $5 million in a settlement that included no admission of wrongdoing. Police reports characterized the shooting as justified. The Cook County State's Attorney's Office conducted what appeared to be a pro forma investigation. And life in Chicago went on, with another black teenager dead at police hands and no one held accountable. But a freelance journalist named Brandon Smith wouldn't let it go. He filed a Freedom of Information Act request for the video. The city fought the request. Smith sued, and in November 2015, a judge ordered the city to release the dashcam footage within 24 hours. What Chicago residents saw when that video was finally made public, more than a year after Laquan McDonald's death, contradicted nearly everything the police department had said about the shooting. It showed an execution captured on camera, followed by a systematic cover-up that reached the highest levels of city government. The release of the video sparked days of protests, forced the resignation of Chicago's police superintendent, and led to something that had seemed impossible: a Chicago police officer being charged with first-degree murder for an on-duty shooting. Jason Van Dyke would eventually be convicted, the first Chicago officer convicted of murder for an on-duty shooting in nearly 50 years. But the case exposed something deeper and more troubling than one bad officer. It revealed an institutional culture where police could kill with impunity, where the system protected its own, and where the only thing that could break through that protection was video evidence so clear that denial became impossible. Laquan McDonald. Laquan McDonald was born on September 20, 1997, and grew up on Chicago's West Side in circumstances that were difficult from the start. His mother struggled with addiction. He spent time in foster care. He moved between relatives' homes. He attended multiple high schools, struggling with behavioral issues and the chaos of his unstable home life. By 17, Laquan was a troubled young man, but not beyond hope. He was enrolled at a vocational high school, working toward a diploma. He had family members who cared about him and wanted him to succeed. He loved basketball and music. He was, by all accounts, trying to find his way despite the obstacles life had placed in front of him. He also had struggles with substance abuse and mental health issues. On October 20, 2014, witnesses would later report that he appeared to be having some kind of mental health episode, behaving erratically on Chicago's Southwest Side. Around 9:45 p.m. that evening, police received calls about someone breaking into vehicles in a truck yard near 41st and Kildare Avenue. The caller described a black male with a knife, acting strangely, possibly under the influence of drugs. Multiple police units responded. Laquan McDonald was that young man. He was carrying a 3-inch folding knife, illegal to carry openly in Chicago, but not inherently a deadly threat if handled appropriately. Toxicology would later show he had PCP, phencyclidine, in his system, which can cause erratic behavior and impaired judgment. The officers who first encountered McDonald reported that he seemed agitated and was slashing at tires in the truck yard. He ignored commands to drop the knife. When officers approached, he moved away from them, walking down Pulaski Road. This could have been handled as a mental health crisis, a teenager high on drugs, behaving erratically, possibly dangerous to himself, but not actively threatening others. Chicago police had crisis intervention protocols for exactly these situations. Officers could have maintained distance, called for mental health professionals, used non-lethal methods to subdue him, or simply followed him at a safe distance until he tired himself out or the drugs wore off. Instead, Officer Jason Van Dyke arrived on the scene and decided within seconds to use lethal force. Jason Van Dyke, a troubled officer. Jason Van Dyke joined the Chicago Police Department in 2001 at age 27. Over the next 13 years, he compiled a record that should have raised serious red flags, but somehow didn't prevent him from remaining on patrol with full arrest powers and a loaded weapon. Van Dyke accumulated 20 civilian complaints during his career, an extraordinarily high number even by CPD standards, where complaints against officers were common. The complaints included allegations of excessive use of force, improper conduct toward suspects, racial slurs, and discriminatory language. Aggressive behavior during routine encounters. Most of these complaints were dismissed or resulted in no discipline. This wasn't unusual in Chicago. The city's police accountability system was notoriously dysfunctional, with officers rarely facing serious consequences for misconduct. But Van Dyke's record stood out. even in that context. In one incident, Van Dyke was accused of putting a gun to a suspect's head during a traffic stop. In another, he was accused of using excessive force during an arrest. Multiple complainants described him as aggressive, volatile, and quick to escalate situations. His personnel file should have triggered closer supervision, additional training, or reassignment away from street patrol. Instead, he remained on active duty, responding to calls, armed and authorized to use force on behalf of the Chicago Police Department. On the night of October 20, 2014, Van Dyke was working a shift on Chicago's southwest side when the call came in about an erratic person with a knife. He and his partner responded to the scene, arriving after several other units were already there. What happened next would take less than 30 seconds, but would define the rest of Van Dyke's life and expose institutional rot within the Chicago Police Department. The shooting multiple Chicago police officers were already on the scene when Jason Van Dyke arrived at approximately 9:57 p.m. Laquan McDonald was walking in the middle of Pulaski Road, a major thoroughfare, heading southwest away from the officers who were following him at a distance. The dashcam video from Van Dyke's patrol car, the video the city would fight to suppress for 13 months, captured what happened next. Van Dyke exited his vehicle and approached McDonald, who was walking away from the officers, moving down the center of the street. The teenager was holding a knife in his right hand, but he was not moving toward any officers. He was not charging, he was not lunging, he was walking somewhat aimlessly, drug-impaired, and possibly in mental distress. Within 6 seconds of exiting his vehicle, Jason Van Dyke opened fire. The first shot struck McDonald, spinning him and causing him to fall to the ground. Then Van Dyke continued shooting. The dashcam video, recorded from approximately 50 feet away, shows McDonald's body jerking and contorting with each impact as Van Dyke fired again and again and again. Van Dyke fired 16 shots in 14 to 15 seconds. He reloaded during the shooting and continued firing. He didn't stop until his partner yelled at him to cease fire, and another officer kicked the knife away from McDonald's hand. Laquan McDonald lay on the ground, mortally wounded, blood pooling around his body. The shooting had been captured on the dashcam of Vehicle 813X, preserved on video for anyone to see, if the city ever allowed that to happen. The immediate aftermath. After the shooting, Jason Van Dyke and other officers on the scene did what Chicago police often did after controversial use of force incidents. They began constructing a narrative that would justify the shooting and protect the officer. The official reports filed that night told a very different story from what the dashcam video showed. Officers reported that McDonald was acting aggressively and ignored verbal commands. They claimed McDonald swung the knife in a threatening manner. Most critically, the report stated that McDonald lunged at Van Dyke with the knife raised in an aggressive manner, forcing Van Dyke to shoot in self-defense. The reports characterized the shooting as justified under CPD's use of force policy. None of this was true. The dashcam video would later prove that McDonald never lunged, never raised the knife in a threatening manner toward Van Dyke, and was walking away when Van Dyke started shooting. But in the immediate aftermath, with no public video released and no independent witnesses contradicting the police narrative, the official story stood unchallenged. Just another justified police shooting of a black teenager carrying a weapon and threatening officers. Case closed. Laquan McDonald was transported to Mount Sinai Hospital, where he was pronounced dead. The autopsy would later show that he had been struck by 16 bullets, with wounds to his chest, back, arms, legs, and head. The pattern of wounds, many in his back and side, was consistent with someone falling to the ground and being shot repeatedly while lying there, not with someone lunging at an officer. But these details weren't emphasized in the initial investigation. The focus was on justifying the shooting, not scrutinizing it. The cover-up. What happened over the next 13 months would later be described as one of the most brazen police cover-ups in Chicago history. A systematic effort to suppress evidence, construct false narratives and protect Officer Van Dyke from accountability. The dashcam video existed. Multiple officers and supervisors viewed it shortly after the shooting. They knew it contradicted the official reports. They knew it showed Van Dyke shooting McDonald repeatedly while the teenager was on the ground. They knew it would be devastating to the department's credibility if it became public. So they buried it. The video was classified as evidence in an ongoing investigation, making it exempt from public disclosure. Officers were told not to discuss the case publicly. The Independent Police Review Authority, IPRA, Chicago's police accountability agency, launched what appeared to be a pro forma investigation but moved at a glacial pace. Meanwhile, the city's law department did something unusual. Without the McDonald family even filing a lawsuit, the city proactively approached them with a settlement offer. In April 2015, just 6 months after the shooting and long before any investigation was complete, the city agreed to pay the family $5 million. The settlement came with conditions: no admission of wrongdoing by the city or Van Dyke, and the family would not oppose keeping the dashcam video sealed. It was, effectively, a payment to make the case go away before the video could become public and cause political problems. For many Chicago residents, the massive settlement before any lawsuit was filed was itself evidence that something was very wrong. Why would the city pay $5 million if the shooting was justified, as the police reports claimed? But without the video, there was no way to prove what had really happened. The settlement bought time and silence, and for the mayor's office and police superintendent, that was enough. Brandon Smith and the fight for the video freelance journalist Brandon Smith had covered police accountability issues in Chicago for years. When he heard about the Laquan McDonald shooting and the unusually quick $5 million settlement, his journalistic instincts told him something didn't add up. In November 2014, just weeks after the shooting, Smith filed a Freedom of Information Act (FOIA) request seeking the dashcam video. The city denied the request, citing the ongoing investigation. Smith filed an appeal with the Illinois Attorney General's office, which has authority to review FOIA denials. That, too, was rejected, so Smith did what journalists sometimes have to do. He sued. In May 2015, with the help of attorney Matt Topic, Smith filed a lawsuit in Cook County Circuit Court demanding release of the video under Illinois' Freedom of Information Act. The city fought the lawsuit aggressively, arguing that releasing the video would interfere with the investigation and that it was exempt from disclosure as investigative material. The city's lawyers knew what was on the video. They had reviewed it themselves. They knew that releasing it would destroy the narrative that the shooting was justified. But Illinois' FOIA law is clear. Investigative materials can be withheld only for a limited time, and the public interest in transparency can override those exemptions. Judge Franklin Valderrama reviewed the case and agreed with Smith. On November 19, 2015, 13 months after Laquan McDonald's death, Judge Valderrama ordered the city to release the dashcam video within 24 hours. The city's lawyers made a last-ditch attempt to delay, but the judge was firm. The video would be released. Mayor Rahm Emanuel, Police Superintendent Gary McCarthy, and other city officials knew what was coming. They had 24 hours to prepare for the storm. The video goes public. On November 24, 2015, the Chicago Police Department released the dashcam video of Laquan McDonald's shooting. They posted it late in the day, just before the Thanksgiving holiday weekend, apparently hoping that the timing would minimize public reaction. They were wrong. Local news stations aired the video in its entirety, with warnings about the graphic content. Chicagoans watched in horror as the 17-year-old walked down the middle of Pulaski Road, was shot by Van Dyke, fell to the ground, and then continued to be shot repeatedly as he lay on the pavement. The video played on a loop on news broadcasts. It was shared millions of times on social media. It sparked immediate outrage, not just because of the shooting itself, but because of how obviously it contradicted the police reports that claimed MacDonald had lunged at officers. Protests erupted almost immediately. Hundreds of demonstrators marched through downtown Chicago, blocking streets and demanding accountability. The chants were familiar from protests across the country. 16 shots and a cover-up, and no justice, no peace. The timing of the video's release, just hours after Cook County State's Attorney Anita Alvarez announced that Van Dyke was being charged with first-degree murder, did little to satisfy protesters. The charges had come only because a judge had forced the video's release, not because the system had voluntarily held Van Dyke accountable. The outcry intensified when activists pointed out that the city had known about the video for over a year, had paid $5 million to settle with the family, and had only charged Van Dyke when a court ordered the video released. It looked like what it was, a cover-up that had unraveled only because a journalist had refused to give up. Political fallout. The release of the video and the revelations about the cover-up created a political crisis for Mayor Rahm Emanuel. Emanuel had been elected as a reformer who would bring accountability to city government, but the MacDonald case showed that under his watch, the police department and city law department had engaged in an apparent cover-up of a police killing. On December 1, 2015, 1 week after the video's release, Emanuel fired Police Superintendent Gary McCarthy, making him the scapegoat for the department's failures. But protesters and community activists demanded more. They called for Emanuel's resignation and for federal intervention to reform the Chicago Police Department. The U.S. Department of Justice launched a pattern and practice investigation into the Chicago Police Department, examining whether CPD engaged in systematic constitutional violations. The investigation would eventually find widespread problems with CPD's use of force, accountability systems, and treatment of communities of color. Emanuel narrowly avoided federal charges himself, but his political standing never recovered. He chose not to run for re-election in 2019, effectively ending his political career. The Laquan McDonald case had destroyed the reputation of both the mayor and the police department he oversaw. The trial. Jason Van Dyke's trial began in September 2018, nearly 4 years after he killed Laquan McDonald. The trial took place in Cook County Criminal Court with Judge Vincent Goggin presiding. It was one of the most closely watched trials in Chicago history. The prosecution's case was built around the dash cam video, which was played repeatedly for the jury. Prosecutors argued that the video spoke for itself. Van Dyke had shot McDonald 16 times, continuing to fire even after the teenager was on the ground and posed no threat. They presented expert testimony about use of force, with experts testifying that Van Dyke's actions violated police training and standards. They showed that other officers on the scene had not felt threatened enough to shoot, raising questions about why Van Dyke believed lethal force was necessary. They emphasized that Van Dyke had started shooting within 6 seconds of exiting his vehicle before assessing the situation or attempting any de-escalation. The defense faced the challenge of explaining why the video showed something so different from what Van Dyke's reports claimed. Their strategy focused on Van Dyke's state of mind. They argued that Van Dyke genuinely believed he was in danger when he shot McDonald. They presented testimony about PCP's effects, suggesting that McDonald's drug-induced behavior could have appeared threatening even if he wasn't actively attacking. They tried to establish that McDonald had been turning toward Van Dyke when the shooting started, though the video evidence of this was ambiguous at best. Most significantly, they argued that Van Dyke's police training had conditioned him to respond to threats with overwhelming force, and that in the split second he had to decide, he chose to protect himself and his fellow officers. Jason Van Dyke testified in his own defense, a risky decision but necessary given the video evidence. He described feeling threatened by McDonald, believing the teenager was going to attack him. He claimed he fired until the threat was neutralized, as his training dictated. Under cross-examination, prosecutors pressed Van Dyke on why he continued shooting after MacDonald had fallen. Van Dyke insisted MacDonald was still moving and still had the knife, and therefore was still a threat. The explanation seemed weak given that the video showed MacDonald lying on the ground, no longer walking, no longer a danger to anyone. The verdict on October 5, 2018, after deliberating for roughly 7.5 hours, the jury reached a verdict. First-degree murder, not guilty. Second-degree murder, guilty 16, counts of aggravated battery, 1 for each shot fired. Guilty, the verdict was a mixed outcome. The jury had rejected the first-degree murder charge, which would have required proof that Van Dyke had planned to kill MacDonald. But they convicted him of second-degree murder, finding that he had intentionally killed MacDonald, but without premeditation, essentially that he had made a decision in the moment to use excessive and unjustified force. The 16 aggravated battery convictions were significant. Each shot Van Dyke fired after the first constituted a separate criminal act in the jury's view. It was a historic verdict. Jason Van Dyke became the first Chicago police officer convicted of murder for an on-duty shooting in nearly 50 years. The last time a Chicago cop had been convicted of murder was in 1969. Outside the courthouse, community members celebrated. Inside, Van Dyke was taken into custody immediately. Unusual in Illinois, where defendants convicted of murder are sometimes allowed to remain free until sentencing. But Judge Gaughan ordered Van Dyke held without bond, and he was transported to Cook County Jail. For Laquan, MacDonald's family, the verdict brought a measure of justice but couldn't restore what had been taken. His great-uncle, Reverend Marvin Hunter, spoke to reporters. "We're pleased, but not happy. Laquan is never coming home. But at least we got some justice today." The sentencing judge, Vincent Gaughan, sentenced Jason Van Dyke on January 18, 2019. The sentencing hearing featured emotional testimony from Laquan MacDonald's family members who spoke about their grief and the impact of his death. Tina Hunter, MacDonald's great-aunt who had been trying to adopt him at the time of his death, spoke directly to Van Dyke. "You took a beautiful life. You showed no mercy, and neither should this court." Van Dyke addressed the court offering an apology. "I have prayed for forgiveness every day since then. I have a sense of regret and sorrow that I will carry for the rest of my life." The sentencing decision was complicated by Illinois law. Van Dyke had been convicted of both second-degree murder and 16 counts of aggravated battery. Under Illinois sentencing guidelines, second-degree murder carried a sentence of 4 to 20 years, while aggravated battery carried 30 years. Because the murder and battery charges arose from the same incident, Judge Gaughan had to determine which conviction to sentence Van Dyke under. The prosecution argued for consecutive sentences on the battery counts, which could have resulted in decades in prison. The defense argued that sentencing under the murder conviction alone would be more appropriate. Judge Gaughan sentenced Van Dyke to 6 years and 9 months in prison, 81 months, just under 7 years. He would serve his time in a state prison and would be eligible for release after serving half his sentence with good behavior. The sentence shocked many observers and angered community activists who felt it was far too lenient. For comparison, the average sentence for second-degree murder in Illinois at the time was approximately 12 to 15 years. Van Dyke's sentence was roughly half that. Judge Gaughan explained his decision by noting that Van Dyke had no prior criminal record, that he had a family that depended on him, and that he was unlikely to reoffend. The judge also seemed swayed by arguments that Van Dyke's actions, while criminal, were influenced by his police training and the culture of the Chicago Police Department. Critics argued that the lenient sentence reflected the special treatment police officers receive even when convicted of serious crimes. If an ordinary citizen had shot someone 16 times under similar circumstances, would they receive less than 7 years in prison? In Prison and Release, Jason Van Dyke was incarcerated in the Illinois Department of Corrections, housed at separate facilities for security reasons, both his safety as a former police officer and the prison system's ability to manage such a high-profile inmate. He served his time quietly, reportedly working in the prison library and participating in educational programs. There were no reports of disciplinary issues or problems during his incarceration. Under Illinois law, prisoners can earn time off their sentences for good behavior, potentially reducing their time served to 50% of the original sentence. Van Dyke took advantage of these provisions. On February 3, 2022, just over 3 years after being sentenced and less than 4 years after Laquan McDonald's death, Jason Van Dyke was released from prison. He had served approximately 39 months of his 81-month sentence. The news of his release sparked renewed protests in Chicago. Community activists expressed outrage that Van Dyke had served such a short sentence for killing a teenager. They contrasted his treatment with that of other defendants, particularly defendants of color, who routinely serve much longer sentences for similar or lesser crimes. Van Dyke was released to a halfway house and later to home confinement for the remainder of his sentence. He was subject to supervised release conditions, including regular check-ins with a parole officer and restrictions on his activities. In October 2023, Van Dyke completed his full sentence and was released from all supervision. He is now a free man, no longer subject to any criminal justice oversight. The officer who fired his rifle into a car full of teenagers leaving a party, killing a 15-year-old honor student. Jordan Edwards was doing what teenagers do on a Saturday night. He was at a house party with friends. There was music, underage drinking, typical high school stuff. When someone said the police were coming to shut it down, Jordan and his 2 brothers and 2 friends decided to leave. Not because they had done anything seriously wrong, but because teenagers generally prefer to avoid police encounters. They piled into a car driven by Jordan's older brother, 16-year-old Vidal Allen. They were heading home just a few blocks away. Jordan sat in the front passenger seat. They were following the rules of the road, moving forward away from the party. No sudden movements, no threats to anyone. Then Officer Roy Oliver raised his AR-15 rifle and fired 5 shots into the car as it drove away from him. One of the bullets struck Jordan Edwards in the back of the head, killing the 15-year-old honor student instantly. The other teenagers in the car, covered in their friend's blood, screamed and tried to comprehend what had just happened. They hadn't been threatening anyone. They were just leaving a party. And now Jordan was dead, shot by a police officer for the crime of being a black teenager in a car trying to go home. What made the case even more shocking was how quickly the police department's story fell apart. Within hours, body camera footage from Officer Oliver's partner contradicted the official narrative that the car had been backing aggressively toward officers, forcing Oliver to shoot in self-defense. The video showed clearly that the car was moving forward away from the officers at a normal speed. Jordan Edwards wasn't a threat. He was just a kid trying to get home. Officer Oliver had lied. And unlike in many police shooting cases where contradictions take months or years to emerge, this lie was exposed within 48 hours. The Bulk Springs Police Department fired Oliver 3 days after the shooting. Within a year, he would be charged with murder, an extraordinarily rare outcome for an on-duty police shooting. And in August 2018, a Texas jury would do something even rarer. They would convict Roy Oliver of murder, sentencing him to 15 years in prison for killing Jordan Edwards. The case would stand as an example of swift accountability, of body cameras working as intended, of a police department refusing to protect a bad officer, of prosecutors willing to charge murder, and of a jury willing to convict. But it would also serve as a reminder of how rare such outcomes are, and of the devastating loss at the center of it all. A 15-year-old boy who should be alive, who did nothing to deserve death, who was killed for the sin of existing while black in a car that an officer decided to shoot. Jordan Edwards, A Life of Promise. Jordan Edwards was born on October 31, 2001, and grew up in Mesquite, Texas, a suburb east of Dallas. He was the middle of three boys raised by their father, Odell Edwards, and stepmother, Charmaine Edwards. By all accounts, he was exactly the kind of kid every parent hopes to raise. Jordan was a freshman at Mesquite High School, where he earned straight A's and was a member of the honor roll. His teachers described him as respectful, hard-working, and eager to learn. He had a bright future ahead of him, with dreams of attending college and playing football at a high level. Football was Jordan's passion. He played on his high school team and was developing into a talented athlete. His coaches praised his work ethic and his leadership on the field. He was the kind of player who made his teammates better, who showed up early to practice and stayed late to work on his skills. Beyond academics and athletics, Jordan was known for his kindness and his infectious smile. He was close with his family, particularly his brothers. He loved video games, sports, and spending time with friends. He was, in every way, a normal, well-adjusted teenager navigating the challenges of high school with grace and determination. On April 29, 2017, Jordan went to a house party in Balch Springs with his brothers and friends, a typical Saturday night for a 15-year-old. He had no way of knowing it would be the last night of his life, that within hours he would be dead, killed by a police officer who would later lie about the circumstances of the shooting. Roy Oliver. A Pattern of Aggression. Roy Dean. Oliver Jr. was 37 years old in April 2017 and had been working as a police officer at the Balch Springs Police Department for less than 6 months. But his law enforcement career stretched back much further, and it included warning signs that should have raised red flags. Oliver had previously worked for the Dallas County Sheriff's Department and the Midlothian Police Department. During his time at Midlothian, colleagues and supervisors noted a pattern of aggressive behavior. Oliver was described as quick to escalate situations, confrontational with suspects, and difficult to work with. Some fellow officers expressed concerns about his judgment and temperament. Despite these concerns, Oliver was able to move from one department to another, a common pattern in law enforcement known as gypsy cops, where officers with problematic records leave one agency and get hired by another that doesn't conduct thorough background checks or chooses to overlook warning signs. When Oliver joined the Balch Springs Police Department in late 2016, he brought with him his law enforcement certification and his prior experience. What he also brought, though it wasn't as visible on his resume, was a tendency toward aggression and poor decision-making that would soon prove fatal. On the night of April 29, 2017, Oliver was working patrol with his partner, Officer Tyler Gross, when they responded to a noise complaint about a house party in the 12300 block of Barron Drive in Balch Springs. The party and police. Response. The house party on Barron Drive was a typical teenage gathering. Too many kids, too loud, some underage drinking. When police received complaints from neighbors, they dispatched units to disperse the party and ensure public safety. Officers Roy Oliver and Tyler Gross arrived at the scene around 11 p.m. Body camera footage would later show them entering the house, telling partygoers to leave and generally conducting a routine dispersal of an underage drinking party. There was no violence, no major confrontations, just teenagers being told to go home. At some point during the dispersal, officers heard what they believed might be gunshots in the distance. This heightened their alertness. Active shooter situations are every officer's nightmare, and the sound of possible gunfire at a party full of teenagers would naturally put officers on edge. But there was no shooter at the party. The sounds may have been firecrackers, car backfires, or gunshots from somewhere else in the neighborhood entirely. Whatever the source, there was no active threat at the party location. As teenagers streamed out of the house and toward their cars, Jordan Edwards and his companions, his 2 brothers and 2 friends, got into a Chevrolet Impala, driven by Jordan's older brother, Vidal. They were parked on the street in front of the house, and when they saw police, they decided to leave rather than risk getting in trouble. This was a reasonable decision. Teenagers at an underage drinking party generally want to avoid police contact. Leaving voluntarily when officers arrive is exactly what police often want. It reduces the number of people they have to deal with and helps disperse the party more quickly. Vidal started the car and began driving forward down the street, away from the house and away from the officers. The car was not speeding. It was not swerving. It was not backing up toward anyone. It was simply driving away at a normal speed. That's when Roy Oliver decided to open fire. The shooting. According to the official police report filed immediately after the shooting, Officer Roy Oliver claimed that the Chevrolet Impala containing Jordan Edwards and his companions was backing up aggressively toward his partner, Officer Tyler Gross, creating an imminent threat to Gross's life. Oliver said he fired his AR-15 rifle multiple times at the vehicle to stop the threat and protect his fellow officer. If this account had been true, it might have justified the use of deadly force under Texas law and police use of force standards. Police officers are authorized to use deadly force when they reasonably believe they or others are facing an imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury. But Oliver's account was a lie, and it was exposed as a lie almost immediately. Officer Tyler Gross was wearing a body camera that captured the incident. The footage showed clearly that the Chevrolet Impala was not backing toward officers. It was driving forward, away from them, at a normal speed. There was no aggressive driving. There was no threat to Officer Gross or anyone else. The car was simply leaving, exactly as teenagers leaving a party would be expected to do. Despite the lack of any threat, Roy Oliver raised his department-issued AR-15 rifle and fired 5 rounds at the departing vehicle. The rifle rounds penetrated the car's rear window and struck Jordan Edwards, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, in the back of the head. Jordan died instantly. The other teenagers in the car, covered in blood, traumatized and confused about what had just happened, screamed and cried as Vidal brought the car to a stop. Officers approached with weapons drawn, ordering the teenagers out of the car as if they were dangerous criminals rather than kids who had just witnessed their friend's murder. Within minutes, it was clear that Jordan Edwards was dead and that there had been no justification for the shooting. But the initial police response was to defend the officer's actions based on his claim that the car had been backing toward his partner. The lie unravels. The Balch Springs. Police Department's initial press release, issued the day after the shooting, repeated Oliver's claim that the car had been moving aggressively toward officers, forcing Officer Oliver to shoot in defense of his partner's life. But within the department, officials were reviewing the body camera footage, and what they saw contradicted everything Oliver had reported. On May 1, 2017, just 2 days after the shooting, Balch Springs Police Chief Jonathan Haber held a press conference where he made a stunning admission. The car had not been backing toward officers as initially reported. The body camera footage showed the car moving forward, away from officers. Officer Oliver's account had been wrong. Chief Haber's willingness to correct the record so quickly was unusual. In many police shooting cases, departments stand by their officers' accounts for months or years, even in the face of contradictory evidence. But Haber reviewed the footage, recognized that Oliver had lied, and publicly corrected the false narrative within 48 hours. "I misspoke during the press conference on Sunday," Chief Haber said, though he was actually correcting not his own mistake, but Officer Oliver's false report. The vehicle was not backing down the street. The vehicle was moving forward as the officers approached. The admission was remarkable, but also insufficient for many in the community. If the car wasn't backing toward officers, what possible justification was there for shooting into it? What threat did teenagers driving away from a party pose that warranted lethal force? Chief Haber had no good answers to these questions. On May 2, 2017, just 3 days after Jordan Edwards' death, Balch Springs Police Department fired Roy Oliver for violating department policy. The swift termination sent a message. The department would not protect an officer who had unjustifiably killed a teenager and then lied about the circumstances. But for Jordan Edwards' family, firing Oliver wasn't enough. They wanted criminal charges. They wanted justice. The charges. On May 5, 2017, less than a week after Jordan's death, the Dallas County District Attorney's Office announced that Roy Oliver would be charged with murder. The decision to charge Oliver with murder rather than manslaughter or a lesser offense was significant. Murder charges require proof that the defendant intentionally or knowingly caused death. By charging murder, prosecutors were asserting that Oliver's decision to fire into the car was not a mistake or a negligent act, but an intentional killing without legal justification. Murder charges against police officers for on-duty shootings are extraordinarily rare. Even in cases that seem clearly unjustified, prosecutors often decline to file charges or charge lesser offenses like manslaughter. The decision to charge Oliver with murder reflected both the egregiousness of his actions and the clear evidence, preserved on body camera, that he had lied about the threat he claimed to be facing. Roy Oliver turned himself in and was released on $300,000 bond. He hired a defense attorney and prepared to fight the charges, maintaining that he had been protecting his fellow officer and that the shooting was justified. But the body camera footage told a different story, and that footage would be the centerpiece of the prosecution's case. The community response to Jordan Edwards' death sparked immediate outrage in the Dallas area and beyond. Protests erupted in Balch Springs and Dallas, with demonstrators demanding justice for Jordan and accountability for police violence. The Edwards family, while grieving, became vocal advocates for their son. Jordan's father, Odell Edwards, spoke at press conferences and rallies, describing his son's character and the senselessness of his death. "He was a good kid," Odell said repeatedly. "He didn't deserve this. He was just trying to go home." Jordan's death came during a period of intense national attention on police shootings of black citizens. The Black Lives Matter movement had been highlighting cases like Jordan's for years, arguing that black people, particularly young black men, faced disproportionate risk of being killed by police even in situations that posed no actual threat. The fact that Jordan was an honor student, a football player, a kid with no criminal record, and a bright future made his death particularly poignant. He represented the kind of young person that everyone, regardless of their views on policing, should be able to agree didn't deserve to die at a traffic stop or leaving a party. Civil rights activists, including attorney Lee Merritt, who represented the Edwards family, framed Jordan's case as part of a broader pattern of police violence against black communities. They noted that black teenagers doing ordinary teenage things, going to parties, driving cars, walking home, faced dangers that white teenagers simply didn't. The swift response by the Balch Springs Police Department, firing Oliver within days and supporting the murder charges, was seen as a positive development, but activists emphasized that it shouldn't be remarkable for a police department to hold an officer accountable when he unjustifiably kills someone. The fact that it seemed unusual was itself an indictment of the system. The trial, Roy Oliver's trial, began in August 2018, more than a year after Jordan Edwards' death. The trial took place in Dallas County Criminal Court, and from the beginning, the body camera footage dominated the proceedings. The prosecution's case was straightforward. Roy Oliver had fired 5 shots at a car full of teenagers who posed no threat, killing 15-year-old Jordan Edwards. The body camera footage showed that Oliver's claim about the car backing toward his partner was false. There was no justification for the shooting. It was murder. Prosecutors presented testimony from Officer Tyler Gross, Oliver's partner, who testified that he had not felt threatened by the car and had not asked Oliver to shoot. This was devastating testimony. If the officer who was supposedly in danger didn't feel threatened, how could Oliver claim he was protecting his partner? They presented expert testimony on police use of force, with experts testifying that Oliver's actions violated department policy and police training. Officers are trained to move out of the path of moving vehicles, not to shoot at them. Shooting at vehicles is generally prohibited precisely because it's ineffective and dangerous to bystanders. The prosecution emphasized that Jordan Edwards and the other teenagers in the car were unarmed, not suspected of any serious crime, and simply trying to leave a party. They played the body camera footage repeatedly, letting the jury see for themselves that the car was moving forward, away from officers, at a normal speed. The defense faced an uphill battle. The body camera footage contradicted Oliver's initial story, and the defense couldn't credibly claim the car was backing toward officers when video clearly showed otherwise. Instead, the defense argued that Oliver had made a split-second decision based on what he perceived as a threat in the moment. They emphasized that officers had heard what they thought might be gunshots, that the environment was tense, and that Oliver believed he was protecting his fellow officer. The defense presented Oliver's service record, showing his years in law enforcement and suggesting he was a dedicated officer who made a tragic mistake rather than a murderer. They asked the jury to consider the stress and danger that police officers face, and to view Oliver's actions through the lens of what a reasonable officer might do in similar circumstances. Roy Oliver testified in his own defense, describing his perception of events that night. He acknowledged that the car had been moving forward, not backward, but claimed he still believed his partner was in danger. He expressed remorse for Jordan's death while maintaining that he had acted reasonably under the circumstances. Under cross-examination, prosecutors pressed Oliver on specific details. Why did he fire at a car that was driving away? Why didn't he move out of the way instead of shooting? Why did he initially lie about the car backing toward officers? Oliver's answers were often defensive and unconvincing. The verdict. On August 28, 2018, after deliberating for about 13 hours over 2 days, the jury reached a verdict: murder, guilty. The jury had rejected Oliver's self-defense claim and concluded that his killing of Jordan Edwards was murder under Texas law, an intentional killing without legal justification. The conviction was historic. Roy Oliver became only the second Dallas area police officer to be convicted of murder for an on-duty shooting, the first being Amber Geiger in a different case around the same time. Nationally, murder convictions of police officers for on-duty shootings remain extraordinarily rare. When the verdict was read, Jordan Edwards' family members in the courtroom embraced and cried. Odell Edwards, Jordan's father, told reporters, "We got justice for Jordan. I'm happy, but I'm still in pain because Jordan is never coming back." Roy Oliver showed little emotion as the verdict was read. He was immediately taken into custody to await sentencing. The sentencing. The sentencing phase of the trial began immediately after the guilty verdict. Under Texas law, the same jury that convicted Oliver would determine his sentence. Murder in Texas carries a sentence of 5 to 99 years or life in prison. The prosecution asked for a significant sentence, arguing that Oliver had killed an innocent teenager, lied about it, and shown no real remorse. They presented victim impact statements from Jordan's family, describing the profound loss they had suffered and the future Jordan would never have. Jordan's father, Odell Edwards, spoke about his son. "Jordan was my baby. He had his whole life ahead of him. This man took my son away from me, and I'll never get him back." The defense asked for leniency, arguing that Oliver had no prior criminal record, that he had served his community as a police officer for years, and that he hadn't intended to kill Jordan. They asked the jury to impose the minimum sentence of 5 years. On August 29, 2018, the jury sentenced Roy Oliver to 15 years in prison, at the lower end of the possible sentencing range, but still a substantial sentence for a police officer convicted of murder. The 15-year sentence reflected the jury's view that while Oliver's crime was serious, he was not the most dangerous type of murderer. He hadn't planned the killing. He hadn't killed for personal gain. He had made a catastrophically bad decision in the moment, and Jordan Edwards had paid with his life. Some community members and activists felt the sentence was too lenient. 15 years for taking the life of a 15-year-old seemed insufficient. Others viewed it as a meaningful accountability, given how rarely police officers face any prison time for on-duty shootings. In prison, Roy Oliver, now 44 years old, is currently serving his 15-year sentence in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. For security reasons, his exact prison location is not publicly disclosed. Former police officers in prison face significant danger from other inmates. Oliver filed appeals of his conviction, arguing that the trial court made errors and that the evidence was insufficient to support a murder conviction. In 2021, a Texas appeals court rejected his appeal, upholding both the conviction and the sentence. Oliver has also petitioned the Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles, but his requests for early release have been denied. Under Texas law, he must serve at least half of his 15-year sentence, 7.5 years, before becoming eligible for parole. He became eligible for parole in 2024, but has not been granted release. If Oliver serves his full sentence, he will be released in 2032 at age 52. Even if granted parole earlier, he will be a convicted murderer and former police officer, labels that will follow him for the rest of his life. The officer whose routine traffic stop turned deadly, captured on civilian video as he shot a fleeing man in the back 8 times. Walter Scott was running away. He was 50 years old, unarmed, and fleeing from a traffic stop on foot across an empty lot in North Charleston, South Carolina. He had been pulled over for a broken brake light, and he ran, probably because he had an outstanding warrant for unpaid child support and was afraid of going to jail. Behind him, Officer Michael Slager raised his service weapon and fired 8 shots at Scott's back. 5 of the bullets struck Scott, who fell face first to the ground and died where he landed, about 15 to 20 feet from the officer who killed him. If that had been the end of the story, if the only record of what happened had been Officer Slager's report and the testimony of the officers on the scene, Walter Scott's death might have been ruled justified. Slager would claim Scott had grabbed his taser during a struggle, that he felt threatened, that he had no choice but to shoot. The official narrative would have stood, and another black man would have died at police hands with no accountability. But there was a witness. Fiden Santana, a 23-year-old barber walking to work that Saturday morning, heard the commotion and pulled out his cell phone. What he captured on that shaky handheld video would become some of the most important evidence in modern American criminal justice, footage that contradicted the police narrative so completely that denial became impossible. The video showed Walter Scott running away, not attacking. It showed Michael Slager firing 8 shots at a fleeing man's back. It appeared to show Slager walking back to where the struggle had occurred, picking up an object, possibly his taser, walking over to Scott's body, and dropping the object near the dying man, an action that suggested evidence tampering. When Fiden Santana came forward with the video, everything changed. What had been reported as a justified shooting of a dangerous suspect became an execution caught on camera. Slager was fired within days and charged with murder. The North Charleston Police Department, which had initially supported Slager's account, had to confront the reality that one of their officers had shot an unarmed man in the back and then allegedly tried to manipulate the crime scene. The case would drag on for years, a murder trial that ended in a mistrial, followed by a federal civil rights prosecution and a guilty plea. But the video remained the inescapable truth at the center of it all. Walter Scott was running away when Michael Slager killed him, and nothing Slager said in his official reports could change what the camera had captured. Citizen journalism had brought accountability. A barber with a cell phone had done what the police department's own investigation might never have done: exposed the truth about what happened in that empty lot on April 4th, 2015. Walter Scott, A Life in Progress. Walter Lamar Scott was born on February 9, 1965, in North Charleston. He grew up in the low country of South Carolina, served in the U.S. Coast Guard, and spent much of his adult life working to support his family and build a stable life despite various setbacks. By 2015, Walter was 50 years old, the father of 4 children, and working as a forklift operator. He had struggled financially over the years, falling behind on child support payments, a common challenge for lower-income fathers trying to make ends meet while supporting children from previous relationships. By April 2015, he owed about $18,000 in back child support and had a warrant out for his arrest for non-payment. This warrant was the kind of thing that hangs over people living paycheck to paycheck, creating anxiety and fear of any encounter with police. For Walter, even a routine traffic stop could result in arrest, jail time, and loss of his job, consequences that would make it even harder to catch up on the child support he owed. Those who knew Walter described him as a gentle person who loved his children and was trying, despite his financial struggles, to be present in their lives. He enjoyed spending time with family, watching football, and working on cars. He had his flaws and his struggles, but he was by all accounts a decent man working through difficult circumstances. On Saturday, April 4, 2015, Walter was driving his 1991 Mercedes-Benz in North Charleston when he was pulled over by Officer Michael Slager for a broken brake light, a minor traffic violation that would escalate into a fatal encounter. Michael Slager, the officer. Michael Thomas Slager was 33 years old in April 2015 and had been with the North Charleston Police Department for 5 years. Prior to joining the force, he had served in the U.S. Coast Guard, the same branch Walter Scott had served in years earlier. By most accounts, Slager had been a competent, if unremarkable, officer. He had no significant disciplinary history, though he had been the subject of one complaint in 2013 when he allegedly used a taser on a man without proper justification. That complaint had been investigated and no discipline imposed, a pattern common in police departments where complaints against officers are rarely sustained. Slager had been trained in the use of force, including when deadly force is justified. Under South Carolina law and police policy, officers can use deadly force when they reasonably believe they or others face an imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury. Officers are generally not authorized to shoot fleeing suspects unless those suspects pose an immediate danger to others. On April 4, 2015, Slager was working patrol in North Charleston when he observed a Mercedes-Benz with a broken brake light. He initiated a traffic stop at approximately 9:33 a.m. in the parking lot of an AutoZone store. It seemed like a routine stop for a minor violation, the kind officers conduct hundreds of times without incident. But within minutes, Walter Scott would be dead, shot 8 times in the back, and Michael Slager's life would be forever defined by what happened in those few moments. The traffic stop. The dashcam video from Slager's patrol car captured the initial traffic stop. Slager approached Walter Scott's vehicle, and the two men had what appeared to be a normal interaction. Scott provided his information, and Slager returned to his patrol car to run Scott's license and check for warrants. This is when Scott made his fateful decision. He opened his car door and ran. Why did he run? The most likely explanation is that Scott knew he had an outstanding warrant for unpaid child support. He knew that if Slager discovered the warrant, he would be arrested, taken to jail, and would likely lose his job. For someone already struggling financially, this consequence would have seemed devastating. So he ran. It was a desperate decision, probably made in a moment of panic, but it's important to understand. Running from a traffic stop is not a capital offense. It doesn't carry a death sentence, and under the law, an officer cannot shoot a fleeing suspect simply because they're running away. Slager immediately pursued Scott on foot. His dash cam was still recording, but it could only capture audio once they ran out of frame. What happened next would be reconstructed through that audio, Slager's radio transmissions, the eventual discovery of Scott's body, and, most crucially, the cell phone video recorded by Fiden Santana. The struggle and the shooting. According to Slager's later statements and the physical evidence, he caught up to Walter Scott in an empty lot near the AutoZone. There was a brief physical struggle. Slager would claim that Scott grabbed his taser during this struggle and that he feared Scott would use it against him. What is clear from all accounts is that at some point during or shortly after this struggle, Walter Scott broke free and began running away again. He was running across the empty lot, moving away from Slager, unarmed. If he had ever grabbed the taser, he was no longer holding it, not attacking, not threatening anyone. And that's when Michael Slager opened fire. Standing approximately 15 to 20 feet away from Scott, Slager fired 8 shots in rapid succession at Scott's back. 5 of the bullets struck Scott, hitting him in the back, the buttocks, and the ear. Scott fell forward onto the grass, face down, mortally wounded. Slager approached the fallen man, handcuffed him, standard procedure even with incapacitated suspects, and called for emergency medical assistance. But Scott was already dying or dead. The bullets had caused massive internal damage, and there was nothing paramedics could do when they arrived. If this had been the only version of events available, Slager's account of a struggle over a taser, followed by justified deadly force, the case might have ended there. Officers' accounts of use of force incidents are given substantial deference, and without video or witnesses contradicting Slager's story, his version might have been accepted. But someone was watching, and someone was recording. Fiden Santana. The witness. Fiden Santana was a 23-year-old barber who had immigrated to the United States from the Dominican Republic. On the morning of April 4, 2015, he was walking to work when he heard shouting and saw the confrontation between Officer Slager and Walter Scott in the empty lot. Santana pulled out his cell phone and began recording, instinctively documenting what he was seeing. What his phone captured would become some of the most important evidence in the case. The video, shaky and sometimes difficult to watch, showed Walter Scott running away from Officer Slager. Scott's back was to the officer. He was clearly fleeing, not attacking, not turning around, not threatening anyone. He was just running. Then the video captured Slager, raising his weapon and firing 8 shots at Scott's back. The shots came in rapid succession. Pop, 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 pop. Scott fell forward onto the grass. Santana kept recording as Slager approached Scott, handcuffed him, and radioed for assistance. The video also appeared to show Slager walking back toward where the initial struggle had occurred, picking up a dark object, possibly his taser, walking back to Scott's body, and dropping the object on the ground near Scott. This last detail was particularly troubling. If Slager had indeed moved the taser to make it appear it was near Scott's body at the time of the shooting, it would suggest he was tampering with evidence and knew his account of events wouldn't match the physical evidence. Santana was terrified. He had just witnessed a police officer shoot a man in the back, and he had it on video. He didn't immediately come forward. He was afraid of retaliation, afraid of being targeted by police, afraid of the consequences of contradicting an officer's account. But as he watched the news coverage in the days after the shooting and saw the police department's initial statements supporting Slager's version of events, Santana knew he had to come forward. The truth needed to be told, even if it put him at risk. On April 7, 2015, 3 days after the shooting, Santana contacted Walter Scott's family and gave them the video. The family's attorney released it to the media and it immediately went viral. The police narrative collapses. Before Santana's video became public, the official narrative of Walter Scott's death was straightforward. Scott had been pulled over for a traffic violation, had run from the officer, had engaged in a physical struggle, during which he attempted to take the officer's taser, and had been shot when the officer reasonably feared for his safety. This narrative was reflected in the initial police reports and in statements from the North Charleston Police Department. The incident was being investigated as a justified use of force, and there was no indication that Officer Slager would face criminal charges. Then the video came out. Within hours of the video's release, it became clear that the official narrative was at best incomplete and at worst a deliberate lie. The video showed that Scott was running away when he was shot, not attacking. It showed that he was a significant distance from Slager, far enough that any claim of imminent threat was implausible. It appeared to show evidence tampering. The video contradicted key elements of Slager's account and raised serious questions about whether the shooting was justified under any legal or policy standard. The reaction was swift and dramatic. On April 7, 2015, the same day the video became public, North Charleston Mayor Keith Summey announced that Officer Slager had been fired from the police department. The North Charleston Police Department, which had initially supported Slager, now acknowledged that the video raised serious questions about the shooting. That same day, the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, SLED, took over the investigation from the North Charleston Police Department, and Slager was arrested and charged with murder. The speed of the response, video released Tuesday, officer fired and charged by Wednesday, was extraordinary. It reflected the undeniable nature of the video evidence and perhaps also the political reality that in the wake of national attention to police shootings, officials couldn't defend the indefensible. The investigation into Walter Scott's death, now a murder investigation rather than a routine use of force review, uncovered additional troubling details. The taser. Slager had claimed that Scott grabbed his taser during the struggle, creating a threat that justified lethal force. But the video raised questions about this claim. If Scott had taken the taser, where was it when he was running away? Why did Slager need to retrieve it and move it near Scott's body? The physical evidence and video suggested Slager's taser account might have been fabricated or exaggerated. The radio transmissions. Audio recordings of Slager's radio communications after the shooting captured him saying, "Shots fired, subject is down, he grabbed my taser." This statement, made in real time, would later be used both to support Slager's claim of a taser struggle and to show he was immediately constructing a justification for the shooting. The backup officers. Other officers arrived on scene after the shooting. The investigation examined whether any of those officers observed Slager tampering with evidence, or whether they participated in crafting a false narrative about what had happened. No other officers were criminally charged, though the incident raised questions about the code of silence and whether officers are willing to report misconduct by their colleagues. The autopsy. The medical examiner's report showed that Walter Scott had been shot 5 times, all from behind or the side, with no evidence of close-range firing. This supported the video's depiction of Slager shooting Scott from a distance as he fled. The murder trial. Michael Slager's murder trial began in October 2016, more than a year after Walter Scott's death. The trial took place in Charleston County Circuit Court with Circuit Judge Clifton Newman presiding. The prosecution's case was built almost entirely around Fiden Santana's cell phone video. Prosecutors argued that the video spoke for itself. Slager had shot an unarmed man in the back as he fled, with no justification. Scott had posed no threat to Slager or anyone else. The shooting was murder, plain and simple. They presented expert testimony on use of force, with experts testifying that Slager's actions violated police training and standards. An officer cannot shoot a fleeing suspect who poses no threat, regardless of whether there had been a prior struggle. They played the video repeatedly, making the jury watch as Walter Scott ran and was shot as he fell to the ground as Slager approached and handcuffed his dying body. Fiden Santana testified, describing what he had witnessed and why he had felt compelled to come forward with the video despite his fear. His testimony humanized the video evidence and reinforced that what the jury was watching was real, a man being killed, captured by chance by a bystander with a phone. The defense faced the enormous challenge of explaining away the video. Their strategy focused on Slager's state of mind and the totality of the circumstances. They emphasized that Walter Scott had run from a traffic stop, creating a tense situation. They argued that during the initial struggle, Scott had grabbed Slager's taser, creating a reasonable fear for Slager's safety. They suggested that even though Scott was running away when shot, Slager still perceived him as a threat based on the prior struggle. Defense attorneys worked to humanize Slager, presenting him as a dedicated officer who had made a split-second decision in a dangerous situation. They called witnesses who testified about Slager's character and his service to the community. They attempted to undermine Santana's credibility, suggesting his video didn't capture the full context of what had happened, and that the jury needed to consider everything that occurred before and during the shooting, not just what was captured on the phone. Michael Slager testified in his own defense, a risky but necessary decision given the video evidence. He described feeling threatened during the struggle with Scott, fearing that Scott would use the taser against him and believing he had no choice but to shoot. He expressed remorse for Scott's death while maintaining that his actions had been justified. Under cross-examination, prosecutors pressed Slager on specific details. Why did he shoot a man who was running away? Why didn't he chase Scott on foot instead of shooting? Why did he fire 8 shots? Why did he move the taser near Scott's body? Slager's answers were often defensive and unconvincing. The video had captured what happened, and no amount of testimony could change what the jury could see with their own eyes. The mistrial. On December 5, 2016, after deliberating for more than 20 hours over 4 days, the jury announced they were deadlocked and unable to reach a unanimous verdict. One juror, later identified as a white man who had been the sole holdout, refused to vote for conviction, believing that Slager had acted reasonably, even if imperfectly. Judge Newman declared a mistrial. Michael Slager would not be convicted of murder at this trial, but the case wasn't over. Prosecutors immediately announced they would retry him. The mistrial was frustrating for Walter Scott's family and for many observers who felt the video evidence was overwhelming. But it also illustrated the challenge of convicting police officers even when there's clear video evidence. Juries are often reluctant to second-guess officers' split-second decisions, even when those decisions result in unjustified killings. The prosecution prepared to retry Slager, but before the second trial could begin, the case took a different turn. The federal prosecution and guilty plea. While the state murder case was proceeding, federal prosecutors had been building their own case against Michael Slager for violating Walter Scott's civil rights. In May 2016, a federal grand jury indicted Slager on charges including deprivation of rights under color of law, obstruction of justice, and false statements, federal crimes that could result in life in prison if convicted. The federal case didn't rely on South Carolina's murder statutes or standards for justifiable homicide. Instead, it focused on whether Slager had violated Scott's constitutional rights by using excessive force and then obstructed justice by allegedly planting evidence and making false statements. As Slager faced both a federal trial and a state murder retrial, his legal position became increasingly untenable. His defense in the first state trial had resulted in a mistrial, but not an acquittal. The federal charges carried potentially even harsher penalties than the state murder charge. In May 2017, Michael Slager's attorneys reached a plea agreement with federal prosecutors. Slager agreed to plead guilty to the federal civil rights violation charge, admitting that he had used excessive force against Walter Scott and violated his constitutional rights. In exchange, prosecutors agreed to drop the remaining federal charges and to recommend a sentence at the lower end of the federal sentencing guidelines. The state murder charge was also dismissed as part of the plea agreement, with prosecutors acknowledging that the federal conviction would result in substantial prison time and spare the Scott family the trauma of another trial. On December 7, 2017, Slager formally pleaded guilty in federal court. He admitted that he had used excessive force when he shot Walter Scott, that Scott had not posed a threat justifying deadly force, and that his killing of Scott violated Scott's Fourth Amendment rights against unreasonable seizure. It was a remarkable admission, a police officer acknowledging in open court that he had killed someone without justification, that his use of deadly force was not reasonable, and that he had violated the constitutional rights of the man he had shot. The sentencing U.S. District Judge David Norton sentenced Michael Slager on December 7, 2017. The sentencing hearing included emotional victim impact statements from Walter Scott's family. Scott's brother, Anthony Scott, spoke about the loss. "Walter was my brother. We were close, and I miss him every day. What this man did took Walter away from us forever." Scott's mother, Judy Scott, addressed Slager directly. "I forgive you, I pray for you, but you have to pay for what you did." The prosecution asked for a significant sentence, arguing that Slager had not only killed Walter Scott, but had then attempted to cover up his actions by tampering with evidence and making false statements. They emphasized that Slager had abused his position as a police officer, violating the public trust. The defense asked for a more lenient sentence, noting that Slager had accepted responsibility by pleading guilty, that he had no prior criminal record, and that he was remorseful for his actions. Judge Norton sentenced Michael Slager to 20 years in federal prison, 240 months, a substantial sentence that reflected the seriousness of the civil rights violation and the loss of Walter Scott's life. In his sentencing statement, Judge Norton was clear. "The tragedy of this case is stunning. Mr. Slager's actions directly caused the death of Walter Scott. He abused his authority as a police officer, and he must be held accountable." 20 years was more than most police officers serve for on-duty killings. Most are never charged at all. But it was less than what Scott's family felt would be justice for taking a life. Still, it represented a measure of accountability that many families of police shooting victims never receive. In prison, Michael Slager, now 45 years old, is currently serving his 20-year sentence in a federal prison. His exact location is not publicly disclosed for security reasons. Former police officers in prison face significant danger from other inmates who may have been arrested or convicted by police. Under federal sentencing law, inmates must serve at least 85% of their sentences, with credit for good behavior reducing the time slightly. Slager will serve approximately 17 years before becoming eligible for release. His projected release date is approximately 2033, when he will be in his early 50s. Slager has filed appeals of his sentence, arguing that the 20-year term was excessive and that the judge erred in applying certain sentencing enhancements. In 2019, an appeals court rejected most of his arguments but ordered the Iowa District Court to reconsider one aspect of the sentencing calculation. On remand, Judge Norton resentenced Slager to the same 20 years, and that sentence was upheld on appeal. Slager will spend the prime years of his life in federal prison, his law enforcement career destroyed, his freedom gone, his life forever defined by the 8 shots he fired at Walter Scott's back on April 4, 2015. The 26-year veteran who claimed she mistook her gun for a taser while shooting a young driver during a traffic stop. Kim Potter had been a police officer for 26 years. She had trained countless rookies, responded to thousands of calls, and handled situations far more dangerous than a routine traffic stop for expired registration tags. She was, by all accounts, an experienced professional officer who knew her job and took it seriously. On April 11, 2021, she was training a new officer when they pulled over 20-year-old Daunte Wright for expired tags and an air freshener hanging from his rearview mirror, minor violations that typically result in a citation and nothing more. When officers discovered Wright had an outstanding warrant for a weapons charge, they attempted to arrest him. As Wright tried to get back into his car, Potter's body camera captured what happened next. She shouted, "Taser! Taser! Taser!" the standard warning officers give before deploying an electronic control device. Then she fired her weapon once, striking Wright in the chest. But it wasn't a taser. It was her service pistol, a 9mm Glock that weighed twice as much as her taser, sat in a different position on her belt, and looked and felt nothing like the bright yellow electronic device police are trained to distinguish from their firearms. The body camera captured Potter's immediate realization of her catastrophic mistake. "Holy shit, I just shot him," she said, her voice filled with shock and horror. "I grabbed the wrong fucking gun." Daunte Wright drove a short distance before crashing his car. He died from the gunshot wound shortly after. The 20-year-old father, pulled over for a minor traffic violation, was dead because an experienced police officer had somehow confused her gun with her taser. The shooting took place in Brooklyn Center, Minnesota, just 10 miles from the Minneapolis courthouse where Derek Chauvin was on trial for the murder of George Floyd. The timing was almost impossible to comprehend. As one trial examined a police killing that had sparked global protests, another police killing occurred in the same metro area, igniting renewed demonstrations and forcing Minnesota to confront, once again, the deadly consequences of police encounters with black men. The case of Kim Potter would become one of the most debated police prosecutions in recent memory. Was this a tragic accident, an experienced officer making a terrible mistake under stress? Or was it criminal negligence, a trained professional failing so catastrophically in her basic duties that it constituted a crime? The body camera footage showed both her mistake and her immediate horror. The question for a jury would be, does recognizing your mistake after you've killed someone absolve you of criminal responsibility? Daunte Wright. 20 years. Daunte Demetrius Wright was born on October 27, 2000, in Minneapolis. He grew up in the Twin Cities area, the son of Katie and Arby Wright, and became a father himself at a young age. His son, Daunte Jr., was born when Wright was just 18. By all accounts, Daunte was devoted to his son. He worked various jobs to support him, stayed involved in his life, and lit up when talking about being a dad. His family described him as funny, loving, and full of life, someone who made people laugh and who cared deeply about those close to him. Like many young men, Daunte had made some mistakes. He had been charged with aggravated robbery in 2019 and had an outstanding warrant for a weapons violation, failing to appear for a court date related to carrying a pistol without a permit. These were serious charges, but they were pending cases, not convictions. Daunte was still entitled to due process, still presumed innocent, still deserving of the chance to face the legal system rather than dying during a traffic stop. On April 11, 2021, Daunte was driving through Brooklyn Center when he was pulled over by police. He was on the phone with his mother, Katie Wright, when the stop occurred. She heard the interaction and would later recount the last moments of her son's life, hearing him get pulled over, hearing the confusion as officers tried to arrest him, hearing the shot, and then silence. Daunte Wright never made it home that day. A traffic stop for expired tags, a violation so minor that in some jurisdictions it wouldn't even warrant pulling someone over, ended with a 20-year-old father dead, killed by an officer who claimed she thought she was using a taser. Kim Potter. The veteran Kimberly Ann Potter was 49 years old in April 2021 and had been with the Brooklyn Center Police Department for 26 years. She was one of the most experienced officers in the department, respected by colleagues, and trusted to train new officers as a Field Training Officer, FTO. Potter's personnel file showed a solid, if unremarkable, career. She had received commendations for her work, had been promoted through the ranks, and was known as a competent professional officer. She had no significant disciplinary history, no pattern of excessive force complaints, and no indication that she was unfit for duty. As an FTO, Potter was responsible for mentoring new officers, showing them how to handle routine calls, teaching them department procedures, and modeling professional police work. On April 11, 2021, she was training a relatively new officer, Anthony Lucky, who had been with Brooklyn Center PD for about 4 months. Potter carried her service weapon, a Glock 9mm pistol, on her right hip, where most right-handed officers carry their firearms. On her left side, she carried a bright yellow Taser X26P electronic control device. This cross-draw placement, gun on strong side, Taser on weak side, is standard practice specifically designed to reduce the likelihood of weapon confusion. Officers are trained to draw their tasers with their non-dominant hand, creating a physical difference that should make it nearly impossible to accidentally draw the wrong weapon. Potter had been trained on this equipment for years. She had attended regular refresher training on taser use. She knew the difference between her gun and her taser, the weight, the feel, the position on her belt, the distinct yellow color of the taser. She had drawn these weapons hundreds, perhaps thousands, of times over her career. On April 11, 2021, she somehow drew the wrong one, and Daunte Wright died because of it. The traffic stop Brooklyn Center police officer Anthony Lucky, with FTO Kim Potter supervising, pulled over Daunte Wright's white Buick at approximately 2 p.m. on Sunday, April 11, 2021. The stated reason for the stop was expired registration tags, though officers also noted an air freshener hanging from the rearview mirror, a violation of Minnesota law that prohibits objects obstructing the driver's view. Body camera footage from both Potter and Lucky captured the entire encounter. The footage would later be played repeatedly in court, analyzed frame by frame, becoming the central evidence in Potter's prosecution. Officer Lucky approached the vehicle and had a seemingly routine interaction with Wright, who provided his driver's license and insurance information. Wright was polite and cooperative. There was no indication of hostility or danger. When Lucky ran Wright's information through the computer, he discovered an outstanding warrant for Wright's arrest, related to a weapons charge from a missed court appearance. Lucky returned to the vehicle and asked Wright to step out. Other officers, including Potter, approached to assist with the arrest. This is where the situation changed. Wright, realizing he was about to be arrested, made a fateful decision. He tried to get back into his car. It was a panicked reaction, probably driven by fear of going to jail, worry about leaving his son without a father, or simply the instinct to flee from consequences. It was not a rational decision, and it was not one that should have resulted in his death. Officers attempted to physically prevent Wright from getting back into the car. There was a brief struggle, not violent in the sense of punches being thrown, but a physical contest as officers tried to maintain control and Wright tried to break free and get into the vehicle. Potter was standing on the passenger side of the vehicle. Her body camera shows her perspective clearly. She can be heard shouting, "Taser, taser, taser," the standard warning that an officer is about to deploy an electronic control device. Then she fired once. The gunshot is loud and unmistakable on the body camera audio. Daunte Wright, shot in the chest, managed to get back into his car and drove a short distance before crashing. He was dead or dying. Potter's body camera captured her immediate reaction. "Holy shit, I just shot him." Her voice was filled with shock and horror. She dropped her weapon and put her hands to her head. "I grabbed the wrong fucking gun," she said. The aftermath, Daunte Wright drove about a block before crashing his car into another vehicle. Officers and paramedics responded immediately, But there was nothing they could do. The bullet had caused massive internal damage, and Wright died at the scene. Katie Wright, Daunte's mother, was still on the phone when the shooting occurred. She heard the shot, heard the confusion, and then couldn't reach her son. When she arrived at the scene and saw the crashed car surrounded by police, she knew her son was dead. Kim Potter was immediately placed on administrative leave. The Brooklyn Center Police Department contacted the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, BCA, to investigate the shooting, as is standard practice for officer-involved shootings in Minnesota. Within hours, body camera footage of the shooting was being prepared for public release, a decision driven by the reality that the shooting had occurred during the Derek Chauvin trial, when tensions over police violence were at their highest. Officials wanted to be transparent about what had happened, even knowing the footage would spark outrage. On April 12, 2021, one day after the shooting, Brooklyn Center Police Chief Tim Gannon held a press conference where he played the body camera footage and stated his belief that Potter had accidentally drawn her gun instead of her taser. "It is my belief that the officer had the intention to deploy their taser, but instead shot Mr. Wright with a single bullet," Gannon said. He called it an accidental discharge, a characterization that immediately sparked controversy. While Gannon may have meant that Potter hadn't intended to shoot Wright with her gun, the phrase accidental discharge seemed to minimize the severity of the mistake and the loss of life. That same day, Kim Potter resigned from the Brooklyn Center Police Department, and Chief Gannon resigned under pressure from city officials who felt his characterization of the shooting as accidental was inappropriate. The protests. The shooting of Daunte Wright occurred at perhaps the worst possible moment for police-community relations in Minnesota. The Derek Chauvin trial for the murder of George Floyd was ongoing, just 10 miles away in Minneapolis. The Twin Cities were already on edge, with National Guard troops deployed in anticipation of the trial's conclusion. When news of Wright's shooting spread, protests erupted immediately in Brooklyn Center. Hundreds of demonstrators gathered outside the police department, demanding accountability and expressing rage that yet another black man had been killed by police in the Minneapolis metro area. The protests quickly grew more intense, with some demonstrators clashing with police in riot gear. There were reports of property damage, looting, and escalating tensions between protesters and law enforcement. The National Guard, already deployed for the Chauvin trial, was dispatched to Brooklyn Center to assist local police. For several nights, Brooklyn Center became a focal point of protest activity. Demonstrators marched, chanted, and demanded justice for Daunte Wright. Some called for Kim Potter to be charged immediately. Others demanded broader police reforms or complete abolition of police as an institution. Civil rights leaders, including Benjamin Crump, who represented the Floyd family, and local activists spoke at rallies calling for accountability. They noted the painful irony that as Minneapolis was confronting George Floyd's killing in a courtroom, another police killing was occurring just miles away. The timing amplified the public response and made it impossible for officials to handle Wright's case quietly or slowly. The entire nation was watching Minnesota, and another police killing, even if accidental, was unacceptable to communities that had been demanding change. The charges is on April 14, 2021, just 3 days after Daunte Wright's death. The Washington County Attorney's Office, handling the case because of conflicts with local prosecutors, announced that Kim Potter would be charged with second-degree manslaughter. The charge carried a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison and required proof that Potter had caused Wright's death through culpable negligence. Essentially, that her failure to distinguish between her gun and taser was such a severe lapse that it constituted criminal behavior rather than a simple mistake. The decision to charge Potter came swiftly compared to many police shooting cases, likely influenced by the ongoing Chauvin trial and the public pressure for accountability. Potter turned herself in, was processed, and was released on a $100,000 bond. In September 2021, prosecutors filed an additional charge, first-degree manslaughter, This charge required proof that Potter had caused Wright's death while committing another crime, specifically reckless handling of a firearm. The first-degree charge carried a maximum sentence of 15 years. Potter pleaded not guilty to both charges. Her defense attorneys argued that while the shooting was tragic, it was an honest mistake made under stressful circumstances and should not be criminalized. The stage was set for a trial that would examine a fundamental question: when does a mistake become a crime? The trial. Kim Potter's trial began in December 2021, 8 months after Daunte Wright's death. The proceedings took place in Hennepin County District Court, with Judge Regina Chu presiding. The trial was live-streamed, drawing national attention to another Minnesota police prosecution. The prosecution's case focused on Potter's experience and training. She had been a police officer for 26 years. She had been trained repeatedly on the difference between her gun and her taser. She was serving as a field training officer, responsible for teaching a new officer proper procedures. Given her experience and training, prosecutors argued, mistaking her gun for her taser constituted such a severe lapse that it was criminal negligence. The prosecution presented expert testimony. Use of force experts testified that Potter's weapon confusion was a training failure of the highest order. The differences between a gun and a taser, weight, feel, position on belt, color, are so significant that a trained officer should never confuse them, especially not a 26-year veteran. Training records. Prosecutors showed that Potter had attended multiple training sessions on taser use and weapon retention. She had been taught specifically to avoid weapon confusion. Her own training records showed she understood the differences between the weapons. Body camera footage. The video was played repeatedly, showing Potter drawing her weapon while shouting, "Taser." The prosecution emphasized that Potter had ample time to realize her mistake. She had the gun out, could see it was black, not yellow, could feel its weight, could have corrected her error before firing. The impact. Prosecutors presented testimony from Wright's family about the devastating loss of a son, father, and loved one. They emphasized that Potter's mistake, however honest, had cost a life. The defense faced the challenge of acknowledging the tragedy while arguing it shouldn't be criminal. Human error. Defense attorneys argued that honest mistakes happen even to experienced professionals. Under the stress of a physical struggle, Potter's brain sent her the wrong signal, causing her to draw the wrong weapon. It was a tragic error, but not a crime. Split-second decision. The defense emphasized that the entire incident lasted just seconds. Potter was dealing with a suspect trying to flee in a vehicle, creating a dangerous situation for officers and the public. She made a decision in the heat of the moment based on training that said to use a taser on a fleeing suspect. Character and experience. The defense presented Potter's service record, showing 26 years of professional conduct. They called witnesses who testified about her dedication to the job and her reputation as a good officer. This was one terrible mistake, not a pattern of recklessness. Immediate remorse. Defense attorneys emphasized that Potter immediately recognized her mistake and was devastated by it. Her reaction on the body camera, shock, horror, disbelief, showed this was an accident, not a reckless or intentional act. Kim Potter testified in her own defense, a risky but necessary decision. She described the traffic stop, the attempted arrest, and the moment everything went wrong. She became emotional on the stand, crying as she described realizing she had shot Wright with her gun instead of her taser. "I didn't want to hurt anybody," Potter testified through tears. "I'm so sorry." Under cross-examination, prosecutors pressed Potter on her training and her failure to recognize the difference between her weapons. They asked why, with 26 years of experience, she couldn't distinguish between a gun and a taser. Potter had no satisfying answer beyond, repeating that it was a mistake, an error that happened in a moment of stress. The verdict on December 23, 2021, after deliberating for about 27 hours over 4 days, the jury reached a verdict. First-degree manslaughter, reckless use of firearm. Guilty second-degree manslaughter, culpable negligence. Guilty. The jury had concluded that Potter's mistake was so severe, so inexcusable for someone with her training and experience, that it constituted criminal behavior. Her 26 years of service didn't excuse the catastrophic failure that cost Daunte Wright his life. Kim Potter showed no reaction as the verdicts were read. She was immediately taken into custody, unusual in Minnesota, where defendants convicted of manslaughter are sometimes allowed to remain free until sentencing. But Judge Chu ordered Potter held without bail, and she was transported to jail. Outside the courthouse, Daunte Wright's family expressed relief that Potter had been held accountable. His mother, Katie Wright, said, "The moment we heard guilty on manslaughter 1, emotions, every single emotion that you can imagine just running through your body, I kind of let out a yelp because it was built up in the anticipation of what was to come." The sentencing judge, Regina Chu, sentenced Kim Potter on February 18, 2022. The sentencing hearing was emotional and controversial, with passionate arguments from both sides about what justice required. Under Minnesota sentencing guidelines, the presumptive sentence for first-degree manslaughter for someone with no criminal history was approximately 6 to 8.5 years. The defense asked for a significant downward departure from the guidelines, arguing that Potter's mistake was an aberration and that she posed no danger to society. The prosecution asked for a sentence within the guidelines, arguing that a significant sentence was necessary to reflect the seriousness of the crime and to send a message about police accountability. Judge Chu faced a difficult decision. Potter had been convicted by a jury, but the circumstances of the crime, an honest mistake rather than malicious intent, were different from typical manslaughter cases. The judge also had to balance the need for accountability with the recognition that Potter's mistake, while catastrophic, appeared to be genuinely unintentional. Before sentencing, Daunte Wright's family gave victim impact statements. His mother, Katie Wright, spoke about losing her son. "My life and my world will never ever be the same. Daunte, I love you so much, and I miss you." Kim Potter also addressed the court, apologizing to Wright's family through tears. "To the family of Daunte Wright, I am so sorry that I brought the death of your son, father, brother, uncle, grandson, nephew. I'm sorry I broke your heart." Judge Chu sentenced Kim Potter to 2 years in prison, 24 months, a dramatic downward departure from the sentencing guidelines. In her sentencing statement, Judge Chu acknowledged Potter's remorse and the fact that the crime appeared to be an honest mistake rather than intentional violence. "This is one of the saddest cases I've had in my 20 years on the bench," Judge Chu said. "Officer Potter made a mistake that ended tragically. She never intended to hurt anyone. Her conduct cries out for a sentence significantly below the guidelines." The sentence sparked immediate controversy. Daunte Wright's family and supporters felt it was far too lenient. Potter would serve just 16 months with good behavior for killing someone. Civil rights activists argued that the light sentence reflected the preferential treatment police officers receive even when convicted of crimes. Potter's supporters, conversely, felt that even 2 years was too harsh for what was genuinely an accident. Some argued that Potter was being scapegoated, punished not for her individual conduct, but as a symbol in the broader debate about police accountability. In Prison and Release, Kim Potter was incarcerated at the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Shakopee, a women's prison about 30 miles southwest of Minneapolis. For security reasons, she was housed separately from the general prison population. Former police officers face significant danger from other inmates. Under Minnesota law, Inmates serve 2/3 of their sentences in prison, with the remaining third on supervised release. Potter served approximately 16 months before being released on April 24, 2023. Her release was quiet, without media fanfare. She returned to private life, barred from ever working in law enforcement again, carrying the weight of having killed Daunte Wright and the public scrutiny that came with her prosecution. Potter is now 52 years old, living somewhere in Minnesota under supervised release conditions. She has given no interviews and made no public statements since her release. Her life is defined by those few seconds on April 11, 2021, when she drew the wrong weapon and ended Daunte Wright's life. The D.C. officer whose reckless chase of a moped rider led to a collision and cover-up that unraveled in court. Karen Hilton Brown was riding his electric moped on a sidewalk in Washington, D.C., without a helmet, minor traffic violations that ordinarily would result in a ticket or perhaps no enforcement at all. He wasn't threatening anyone, wasn't suspected of a serious crime, wasn't a danger to the public. He was just a 20-year-old father trying to get home. When Officer Terrence Sutton and his supervisor, Lieutenant Andrew Zabowski, spotted Hilton Brown committing these minor violations, they decided to pursue him. What followed was a high-speed chase through 10 city blocks of residential Washington, D.C., lasting nearly 3 minutes, a pursuit that violated multiple Metropolitan Police Department (MPD) policies designed to prevent exactly the kind of tragedy that unfolded. Sutton, driving an unmarked police vehicle with no proper emergency equipment activated, chased Hilton Brown through neighborhoods and intersections at dangerous speeds. Just before a critical intersection, Sutton turned off his flashing lights entirely, leaving Hilton Brown to enter the intersection unaware that traffic hadn't been stopped. An oncoming car, with no warning that an emergency pursuit was underway, struck Hilton Brown, who was thrown from his moped and suffered catastrophic injuries. He died 3 days later, never regaining consciousness. If this had simply been a tragic accident, an officer making a split-second mistake in judgment, it would have been devastating enough. But what made the case of Terrence Sutton particularly egregious was what happened next. Both Sutton and Zabowski engaged in a coordinated effort to cover up their policy violations and their role in causing Hilton Brown's death. They filed false reports. They coordinated their stories. They attempted to portray the pursuit as justified and properly conducted. They tried to shift blame away from their reckless decision-making and onto Hilton Brown himself for riding on the sidewalk without a helmet. The cover-up might have worked. Police officers lying about the circumstances of a death is not uncommon and often goes undetected or unpunished. But this was Washington, D.C., where everything is under scrutiny, where video surveillance is ubiquitous, and where the U.S. Attorney's Office was willing to prosecute police officers for crossing the line from legitimate law enforcement into criminal conduct. After a 9-week trial featuring extensive video evidence, testimony from other officers, and forensic reconstruction of the chase, a federal jury convicted Terrence Sutton of second-degree murder, one of the first times a D.C. police officer had been convicted of murder in an on-duty incident. Lieutenant Zabowski was convicted of conspiracy and obstruction of justice for his role in the cover-up. The case exposed not just 2 bad officers, but systemic problems with how police handle pursuits, how they investigate themselves when things go wrong, and how the instinct to protect fellow officers can lead to criminal conspiracies that compound the original tragedy. Karen Hilton Brown died because officers chased him for minor violations in direct contravention of department policy. The cover-up that followed showed that the problems weren't just bad judgment in the moment, but a willingness to lie and obstruct justice to avoid accountability. Karen Hilton Brown. A young father. Karen Hilton Brown was born in 2000 and grew up in Washington, D.C. By age 20, he was the father of a young daughter and, according to his family, was devoted to her and working to build a stable life. Like many young people in D.C., Karen used an electric moped to get around the city, a practical, economical mode of transportation in an urban environment with heavy traffic and limited parking. Electric mopeds had become increasingly popular in D.C., though they existed in something of a legal gray area regarding where they could be ridden and what safety equipment was required. Karen's family described him as a loving father and son who enjoyed spending time with friends and family. He had his struggles, as many young people do, but he was trying to be present in his daughter's life and to move forward positively. On October 23, 2020, Karen was riding his moped in the Brightwood Park neighborhood of Northwest D.C. He was heading home, riding on the sidewalk without a helmet. Violations of D.C. traffic regulations, but minor ones that posed minimal risk to others and that MPD policy said should not result in vehicle pursuits. He had no way of knowing that his decision to ride on the sidewalk would lead to his death, killed not by his own actions but by police officers who chose to chase him in violation of their own department's policies. Terrence Sutton and Andrew Zabavsky. The officer's officer. Terrence Sutton was 38 years old in October 2020 and had been with the Metropolitan Police Department for several years. He was assigned to the Gun Recovery Unit, a specialized unit focused on getting illegal firearms off D.C. streets. On the night of October 23rd, he was driving an unmarked police vehicle with his supervisor, Lieutenant Andrew Zabavsky. Zabavsky was a higher-ranking officer, a lieutenant with supervisory responsibilities over the unit. His presence in the vehicle that night was significant. He wasn't just a passenger or backup, but the supervising officer who had authority to approve or terminate the pursuit of Hilton Brown. His decisions and his participation in the subsequent cover-up would make him culpable not just for supervisory failure, but for criminal conspiracy. Both officers were aware of MPD's pursuit policies, which were explicit and designed to prevent unnecessary deaths during police chases. The policies prohibited vehicle pursuits for minor traffic violations. They required proper activation of emergency equipment. They mandated that supervisors evaluate whether pursuits were justified and terminate them if they became too dangerous. These policies existed because police pursuits are inherently dangerous. High-speed chases through residential areas put not only the person being pursued at risk, but also innocent bystanders, other drivers, and pedestrians. The risk is often not proportionate to the severity of the offense that triggered the pursuit. MPD, like many urban police departments, had determined that chasing someone for riding a moped on the sidewalk without a helmet was not worth the risk. The policies were clear. Don't do it. On October 23, 2020, Sutton and Zabavsky decided to violate those policies, and Karen Hilton Brown paid with his life. The chase. At approximately 7:30 p.m. on October 23, 2020, Officers Sutton and Zabavsky, patrolling in an unmarked police vehicle, observed Karen Hilton Brown riding his electric moped on the sidewalk without a helmet. They decided to conduct a traffic stop. What should have been a simple interaction, pull over, write a ticket, or give a warning, everyone goes home safely, instead became a nearly 3-minute, 10-block pursuit through residential Washington, D.C. When Sutton attempted to stop Hilton Brown, the young man fled. Why he ran is unclear. Perhaps he had outstanding warrants. Perhaps he was afraid of police. Perhaps he simply panicked. Whatever the reason, he accelerated his moped and attempted to evade the officers. At this point, MPD policy was clear. Do not pursue for minor traffic violations. Sutton and Zabavsky should have broken off the chase, recorded Hilton Brown's description and direction of travel, and let him go. They could have followed up later if needed. A moped rider without a helmet is not such a threat to public safety that risking a high-speed pursuit is justified. But Sutton and Zabavsky decided to chase him anyway. For nearly 3 minutes, Sutton drove his unmarked police vehicle through Northwest D.C.'s residential neighborhoods, pursuing Hilton Brown at speeds that exceeded safe limits for the areas they were traversing. Video surveillance and forensic reconstruction would later show the pursuit covered 10 city blocks, with both the moped and the police vehicle traveling at dangerous speeds through areas where children play and residents walk. Sutton activated some flashing lights on his unmarked vehicle, but not the full array of emergency equipment required for a pursuit. His vehicle wasn't equipped with the standard police car light bars and sirens that alert other drivers and pedestrians that an emergency vehicle is approaching. Other drivers and pedestrians in the area had limited or no warning that a police pursuit was underway. As the chase continued, Zabowski, the supervising lieutenant, failed to terminate it. Despite his authority and responsibility to evaluate whether the pursuit was justified and safe, he allowed it to continue. He was complicit in every block of the chase, every intersection crossed at dangerous speed, every policy violation that accumulated as they chased a young man for riding on the sidewalk. The chase culminated at the intersection of Kennedy Street NW and 9th Street NW. As Hilton Brown approached this intersection on his moped, Officer Sutton made a fateful decision. He turned off the flashing lights on his police vehicle. Why he did this would later be disputed. Sutton would claim mechanical issues or other justifications. But the timing was devastating. Just as Hilton Brown entered an intersection where cross-traffic had not been stopped or warned, Sutton eliminated the only warning signal that a pursuit was underway. Karen Hilton Brown entered the intersection. A civilian vehicle, with no warning that an emergency situation was unfolding, entered the intersection from the cross street and struck Hilton Brown's moped. The collision was violent. Hilton Brown was thrown from his moped and struck his head on the pavement. He suffered severe traumatic brain injuries. The immediate aftermath emergency medical services arrived quickly, but Hilton Brown's injuries were catastrophic. He was rushed to the hospital in critical condition, unconscious and unresponsive. He never regained consciousness. On October 26, 2020, 3 days after the collision, Karen Hilton Brown died from his injuries. He was 20 years old. In the immediate aftermath of the collision, Officers Sutton and Zabowski faced a critical decision: tell the truth about what had happened or lie to protect themselves. They chose to lie. Both officers filed official reports that misrepresented the circumstances of the pursuit. They omitted or minimized the extent of their policy violations. They characterized the pursuit as justified and properly conducted. They attempted to shift blame onto Hilton Brown for fleeing and for riding recklessly. They coordinated their stories, discussing what they would say and how they would describe the incident. This coordination would later form the basis of conspiracy and obstruction charges, not just lying individually, but working together to construct a false narrative. The cover-up might have worked. Police internal investigations often accept officers' accounts without rigorous scrutiny. When a civilian dies fleeing from police, departments often frame it as a tragic but justified outcome of the civilian's decision to run. But this was Washington, D.C., where federal prosecutors handle serious crimes, where there's no institutional pressure to protect local police, and where video surveillance is extensive. The U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia began investigating, and what they uncovered contradicted the officers' reports. The investigation. The investigation into Karen Hilton Brown's death was handled by the U.S. Attorney's Office, which has jurisdiction over serious crimes in D.C. This was significant. Federal prosecutors are generally more willing to charge police officers than local prosecutors, who must maintain ongoing working relationships with police departments. Investigators collected extensive video surveillance from the chase route. D.C.'s network of traffic cameras, private security cameras, and other recording devices captured much of the pursuit, allowing investigators to reconstruct the chase's speed, duration, and the officers' actions. The video evidence contradicted Sutton and Zabowski's reports in multiple ways: duration and distance. The pursuit was longer and covered more distance than the officers had reported, demonstrating a level of policy violation beyond what they had admitted. Speed. Forensic analysis showed both vehicles traveling at speeds that were dangerous for residential areas, contradicting claims that the pursuit had been conducted safely. Emergency equipment. Video showed that Sutton's emergency lights were not fully activated during much of the pursuit and were turned off entirely just before the fatal collision, contradicting claims that proper emergency equipment had been used throughout. Communication. Radio communications, or the lack thereof, showed that Sutton and Zabavsky had not properly notified dispatch of the pursuit or requested assistance in managing traffic at intersections as policy required. Investigators also interviewed other MPD officers, some of whom testified that the pursuit violated policy and that both Sutton and Zabavsky would have known this. This testimony was crucial. It established that the officers weren't making innocent mistakes, but were consciously choosing to violate clear policies. The investigation also uncovered evidence of the cover-up. Communications between Sutton and Zabavsky showing they had coordinated their stories, differences between their initial statements and what the evidence showed, and attempts to minimize their policy violations in official reports. On November 10, 2021, more than a year after Hilton Brown's death, a federal grand jury indicted Terrence Sutton and Andrew Zabavsky. Sutton was charged with second-degree murder and obstruction of justice. Zabavsky was charged with conspiracy, obstruction of justice, and making false statements. The charges sent shockwaves through MPD. Officers being charged for a pursuit that resulted in death was rare enough. But a murder charge, not just manslaughter or negligence, but murder, was extraordinary. The U.S. Attorney's Office was asserting that Sutton's reckless pursuit was so egregious, so far beyond acceptable conduct, that it constituted depraved indifference to human life, the standard for second-degree murder. The trial of Terrence Sutton and Andrew Zabavsky began in September 2022 in U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia, with Judge Amit Mehta presiding. The trial lasted 9 weeks, featuring extensive video evidence, expert testimony on pursuit policies and vehicle dynamics, and testimony from other MPD officers. The prosecution's case. Federal prosecutors built their case on several pillars. Policy violations. They presented MPD's pursuit policies and showed how Sutton and Zabavsky had violated virtually every relevant provision. The policies prohibited pursuits for minor traffic violations, exactly what this was. The policies required proper emergency equipment activation, which didn't happen. The policies required supervisory authorization and oversight, which Zabavsky failed to provide properly. Reckless conduct. Prosecutors presented evidence showing the dangerous nature of the pursuit. High speeds through residential areas, multiple near collisions with other vehicles and pedestrians, and the final decision to turn off emergency lights just before the fatal intersection. Causation. Expert testimony established that the collision wouldn't have occurred but for the pursuit. If Sutton and Zabavsky had followed policy and not chased Hilton Brown for a minor violation, he would have ridden away safely. The pursuit directly caused the circumstances that led to his death. The cover-up. Prosecutors presented evidence of the conspiracy between Sutton and Zabavsky to misrepresent what had happened, coordinated stories, false reports, omissions of critical facts, and attempts to justify their actions after the fact. Video evidence. The surveillance videos were played repeatedly, showing the pursuit, the speeds, the lack of proper emergency equipment, and the circumstances of the collision. The videos were powerful evidence that spoke for themselves. The prosecution emphasized that this wasn't about second-guessing police in the heat of the moment. This was about officers who made a conscious decision to violate policies specifically designed to prevent deaths, pursued a young man for nearly 3 minutes for riding on a sidewalk, and then tried to cover up their misconduct when he died. The defense's case. Defense attorneys for both officers faced the challenge of explaining away extensive video evidence and clear policy violations. Their strategies focused on several arguments, split-second decisions. The defense argued that officers must make quick decisions in dynamic situations and shouldn't be criminally prosecuted for errors in judgment made during legitimate police work. Hilton Brown's conduct. Defense attorneys emphasized that Hilton Brown chose to flee from police, that his decision to run created the dangerous situation, and that he bore responsibility for the ultimate outcome. If he had simply stopped when the officers attempted the traffic stop, none of this would have happened. No intent to kill. The defense argued that even if the pursuit violated policies, Sutton never intended for Hilton Brown to die. The collision was caused by a third party, the civilian driver who struck Hilton Brown, not by Sutton's direct actions. Charging murder for a death that resulted indirectly from a policy violation was inappropriate. Mechanical issues. Sutton's attorneys argued that the emergency lights turned off due to mechanical problems, not a deliberate decision to eliminate warning signals. The timing was unfortunate, but not evidence of malice. Memory versus conspiracy. Regarding the cover-up charges, the defense argued that differences in reports reflected honest memory failures and the confusion of traumatic events, not a deliberate conspiracy to obstruct justice. Neither Sutton nor Zabavsky testified at trial, a strategic decision to avoid cross-examination, but one that meant the jury never heard their explanations directly. The verdict on December 13, 2022, more than 2 years after Karen Hilton Brown's death, the jury reached verdicts after deliberating for several days. Terrence Sutton, second-degree murder, guilty obstruction of justice, guilty Andrew. Zabavsky, conspiracy to obstruct justice, guilty obstruction of justice, guilty false statements, guilty. The convictions were historic. Terrence Sutton became one of only a handful of D.C. police officers ever convicted of murder for actions taken while on duty. The convictions sent a message that officers could not violate policies designed to protect lives and then lie about it when those violations resulted in death. Outside the courthouse, Karen Hilton Brown's family expressed relief, but also frustration, that it had taken more than 2 years to reach this point. His mother, Karen Hilton, said, "We got justice, but it can't bring my son back. Karen should still be here." The sentencing. The sentencing process was delayed by various motions and appeals, but finally took place in September 2024, nearly 4 years after Hilton Brown's death. On September 6, 2024, Judge Amit Mehta sentenced both defendants. Terrence Sutton, 5.5 years in federal prison, 66 months. Andrew Zabavsky, 4 years in federal prison, 48 months. The sentences were significant but fell short of what prosecutors had requested. The U.S. Attorney's Office had asked for longer sentences, arguing that the officers' conduct, both the reckless pursuit and the cover-up, warranted substantial prison time. Judge Mehta's sentencing statements acknowledged the seriousness of the crimes, but also noted that neither officer had prior criminal records and that the death, while resulting from their reckless conduct, was not intentional in the sense that they had set out to kill Hilton Brown. Karen Hilton Brown's family gave emotional victim impact statements at sentencing. His mother spoke about losing her son. "Karen was my baby. These officers took him from me for riding a moped on the sidewalk. They chased him like a criminal for nothing, and when he died, they lied about it. How can I ever trust police again?" Both Sutton and Zabavsky addressed the court briefly, expressing remorse for Hilton Brown's death while maintaining that they had not set out to harm anyone. Their apologies did little to comfort Hilton Brown's family, who felt the sentences were too lenient. Appeals and current status. As of late, 2024, both Terrence Sutton and Andrew Zabavsky remain free while their appeals are pending. This has been a source of immense frustration for Hilton Brown's family, who feel that convicted criminals, especially those convicted of murder, should be imprisoned immediately rather than being allowed to remain free for years while legal proceedings continue. Federal criminal procedure allows defendants to remain free on bond while appeals are pending if they meet certain criteria and pose no flight risk or danger to the community. Both Sutton and Zabavsky have been granted this status, meaning they won't begin serving their sentences until their appeals are exhausted, a process that could take years. In October 2024, their attorneys filed appeals arguing that the second-degree murder conviction was not supported by evidence. The jury instructions were flawed. Various evidentiary rulings were erroneous. The sentences were excessive. The U.S. Attorney's Office has opposed these appeals, arguing that the convictions were properly obtained and the sentences were appropriate. The case remains in limbo, convictions affirmed at trial, but the defendants not yet imprisoned, and the family still waiting for what they see as complete justice. The policy failures. The Karen Hilton Brown case exposed serious problems with how police pursue vehicles and how they investigate themselves when things go wrong. Pursuit policies. MPD had clear policies designed to prevent exactly what happened. Officers should not pursue vehicles for minor traffic violations because the risk outweighs the benefit. Yet Sutton and Zabavsky violated these policies, suggesting that either the policies weren't adequately communicated and enforced, or officers felt free to ignore them when it suited them. Supervisory accountability. Lieutenant Zabavsky was the supervisor on scene. He had both the authority and the responsibility to terminate the pursuit. His failure to do so and his participation in the subsequent cover-up showed that supervision failed not just in oversight, but in active participation in wrongdoing. The code of silence. The willingness of Sutton and Zabavsky to coordinate false stories reflects the broader problem of the blue wall of silence, the cultural norm in many police departments that officers protect each other, even to the point of lying to cover up misconduct. The conspiracy charges reflected this institutional problem. Federal versus local prosecution. The fact that it took federal prosecutors to bring charges rather than local D.C. prosecutors or MPD's internal affairs raises questions about whether local systems are adequate to hold police accountable. Federal involvement brought resources and independence that might not have existed otherwise.